You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 51. Han Fei had thought deep and hard before making the decision to enter room 1052. He had stayed in the game for 3 hours already and had completed the hidden quest so he could log out anytime he wanted. Despite the ghoulish expression on the woman's face and her strange definition for the word pet, Han Fei still believed she could end up being a good neighbor. His reasoning was simple. She had saved his life by killing the faceless ghost who attempted to kill him earlier. Blood on her clothes, the knife, the decapitated head, the lips. That was the first impression Han Fei had of the woman. As the door to room 1052 opened, a hard-to-describe fragrance drifted out. Room 1052 was connected to room 1051, but the smell that emitted from them was like heaven and hell. The dim lighting captured the woman's arresting, if sickly, beauty. Her blood-red jacket shone like a ruby. After Han Fei entered the room, she closed the door. As the door clicked shut, Han Fei's heart raced. He looked around, and the room was more bizarre than he anticipated. A large dining table was placed in the middle of the living room. Exquisite china sat on top of it. Delicious dishes were served on every single plate. If that was all, Han Fei would not be so afraid, but the problem was, none of the dishes which gave off the delectable fragrance would be considered normal human food. Mannequins, pictures, hair, different kinds of food comprised the feast. Just looking at them, Han Fei was discomfited. His body took an involuntary step back, and he brushed against a gripping chill. When he turned back, a pale hand landed on his shoulder. The fingers devoid of temperature caressed his neck softly. "What is your favorite food?" The woman whispered into Han Fei's ears. Somehow, her words took on a strange scent, a perfume that triggered the horror within Han Fei. "I don't have a favorite food. I came from a poor family, so I'm already very appreciative that you're giving me a free meal." Han Fei was cautious with his answer. He was afraid that if he said meat, the woman would turn him into a fresh ingredient. "Good. I love a child who is not choosy with his food. They're the easiest to breed." The woman's icy fingers left Han Fei's neck. While Han Fei contemplated the meaning of her words, she carried the headless ghost's head into the kitchen. Easiest to breed? After the woman left the living room, Han Fei's eyes landed on the set of sharp knives sitting on the dining table. The woman appeared to possess many such bloodied knives. Each of them had distinct length and making. They seemed to serve different functions. She used this particular knife to pierce through the faceless ghost's head. Han Fei needed to find a weapon to protect himself, so he wandered over to the table and reached out to touch the knife. A warm feeling traveled through his fingertip into his body. Then Han Fei jumped back from a shrill shout that erupted in his ears. At the same time, the robotic voice announced, "Notification for player 0000. You have found grade G blood red item, bloodied table knife. Bloodied table knife, a cursed tool. It is extremely sharp. Constant usage will drive the user insane with the urge to slice at people and object around them." This was the first time Han Fei encountered a cursed object in the game. Based on his observation, they could be used to injure ghosts, but a heavy price had to be paid for using them. As the image of room 1052's tenant returned to his mind, Han Fei decided it was better if he stayed away from the woman's stuff. While Han Fei's mind meandered about, a thick aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Han Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he leaned to look into the kitchen. The kitchen door was left half open. Han Fei could see a red figure bustling inside it. As if pulled along by the fragrance, Han Fei waddled over to the kitchen. His fingers landed on the handle. Just as he was about to push the door pulled open from inside. The woman appeared at the door holding a pot of black braised meat stew. She regarded Han Fei with a smile. Fresh blood stains colored her fingers. An appetizing flavor burst from the pot. However, Han Fei could not help but notice that the faceless ghost's head had disappeared. "I have a particular demand when it comes to food. I've been searching for the most extreme flavor." The woman stomped out from the kitchen. She forced Han Fei to stagger backwards, away from the kitchen door. "You should be hungry, right?" She scooped out 2 ladles of soup from the pot. Then she poured the rest of the stew into the trash can. Han Fei did not spot the ghost's head inside the stew, and he sighed surreptitiously in relief. "What's wrong?" Hearing his sigh, the woman casually placed the pot back on the dining table and turned to face Han Fei. "No, it's just that. Wouldn't that go to waste?" Regret colored Han Fei's face.
Your cooking smells so delicious. It's such a shame that you'd throw them away.
The woman's smile burned brighter with Han Fei's praise.
You obviously do not understand Chinese cooking. For Chinese stews, the essence is in the soup. The ingredients are there to give flavor. You're not supposed to eat them. Regardless, they won't go to waste because I'll feed them to my pet. You mean room 1051? Indeed, it likes my leftovers.
The woman then stood up and headed back to the kitchen. When the door opened for a split open, Han Fei caught a second glance into it. There were some strange things hanging from the ceiling. Han Fei had no idea what they were. They looked like hanging meat that you'd find at a butchery. In just a few minutes, the woman finished making several dishes. She placed the dishes on the delicate china and invited Han Fei to take a seat at the giant dining table.
I've moved here for quite some time already, and you're only the third guest to come visit me.
The woman lifted up the covers, and a heady aroma instantly permeated the room. Han Fei's stomach grumbled from the smell, but when he saw the dishes, his appetite vanished. A plate of animal guts was placed before Han Fei. It was still fresh with bloodstains. And that was the most normal food on the table. Other than that, Han Fei also spotted some unusual plants and unrecognizable meat.
Well, why don't we dig in?
The woman picked up the napkin to blot at her lips. Her action was graceful, but for some reason, her lips grew bloodier with the napkin swipe.
Do you think my cooking is not good? Is that why you haven't moved your chopsticks? Or you're afraid they're made from human meat?
The woman chuckled in mock offense. She reached out her right hand and scratched lightly at her cheek.
Don't you worry about that. I've never harmed any human, and I'm not interested in human meat.
As the woman studied Han Fei's face, her red pupils wavered as if she was about to faint. She bit on her right pinky.
Like I told you, I am in pursuit of the most extreme flavor, and human meat is not at all delicious.
Chapter 52. The woman's last sentence caused Han Fei's heart to quiver. The woman gave the statement openly to put Han Fei at ease, not anticipating the alarm it would raise within Han Fei. How did she know human meat is not delicious? Has she eaten them before? Under the woman's scrutinizing gaze, Han Fei slowly picked up the chopsticks. He reached for the bloody guts and picked some onto his plate. Then he pretended to carelessly brush his finger against it. The system had the power to determine if an in-game object Han Fei touched was unique or not. The perfect example was the cursed table knife. He wanted to repeat the same experiment to identify the food on his plate. If the system provided an item description, then it would mean the food was a unique item, and the system would tell him if it was edible or not. If the system did not respond, then the food was probably just horrid-looking but perfectly normal. As his fingers scraped against the guts, the robotic voice soon answered.
Notification for player 0000. You have discovered grade G food, cursed bovine heart. Cursed bovine heart. This heart was soaked in malice and hatred not long after it left its living body. Players who ingest it for the first time will have 95% of being cursed and 5% of obtaining a random attribute point.
Delicious food was a big selling point in Perfect Life. The game promised to replicate delicacies from around the world. Players with cooking ambitions could even participate in their creation. There were many cooking-related professions in game like chefs, food critics, and sommeliers. This was a common feature in an Iyashikei game, but until now Han Fei did not have the pleasure to enjoy it. After all, he was too busy evading the fate of being made into other people's food. Studying the bovine heart and sniffing its aroma, Han Fei decided to trust the system. Furthermore, it was not like he was spoiled for choice. If he only gave praise and did not touch the food, Han Fei did not think the lady would be happy with him. To endear himself to the tenant of room 1052, Han Fei had to steel his stomach. He swallowed a mouthful conspicuously and then took a cautious bite of the heart. His taste buds danced in joy. It was as if the food had put a spell on him. The young man put down the chopsticks and used his hands to feast on it directly.
It's delicious, delectable, flavorful, sweet, but not overly so. It's soft with some bite.
Han Fei gave all the praise he knew. Seeing Han Fei wolf down the food, the woman smiled bigger. Her red eyes lingered on Han Fei. Han Fei finished the bovine heart soon. The system notification returned.
You have gained a random attribute point from ingesting the cursed bovine heart for the first time. Your charm decreases by 1.
When he heard that, Han Fei was so stunned that he forgot to chew. Charm decreases by 1. I thought my -10 point is already at rock bottom, but there are still ways to go. Is this a reward or a curse anyway? Based on Perfect Life's official website introduction, one's charm would directly affect the in-game NPC's attitude towards oneself. In a normal game, the higher the charm, the friendlier the NPCs would be. However, Han Fei noticed that in his version of the game, his charm attribute was quite distinct. His charm did not work on living humans, but instead on various monsters and ghosts. The lower his charm, the kindlier the ghostly NPCs reacted to his presence. Noticing the -11 charm value, Han Fei figured he shouldn't be too hung up over it. That was his own unique charm after all.
How's the food?
The woman's gaze never left Han Fei. She used the cursed knife to carve a small piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. Her table manners were much better than Han Fei's. However, after a quick chew, the smile on her face gradually disappeared and she spat out the meat.
I still can't get used to eating these. Compared to them, the woman picked up the chopsticks to fish some strand of hairs from another plate.
I prefer to feast on ghosts.
Then what happened next shocked Han Fei. A soft wail evoked from the strands of hair. Hearing that, the smile returned to the lady's face. This was the brightest she had smiled all night. She suffers from alatriophagy? Han Fei was curious about the woman's death. Her behavior was too suspicious. Han Fei's interest was piqued.
This is the best meal I've had. Can I come to share more meals with you in the future? I will bring Big Sister more presents, of course.
Han Fei blinked pleadingly at the woman. He looked too sincere to bear a rejection.
Naturally you can. I'm glad that you've enjoyed my cooking so much.
The woman nodded. She was very satisfied with Han Fei.
By the way, what is Big Sister's name?
Han Fei still did not know her name. While he was there, he might as well get that information.
I have many names.
The woman bit on her right finger, and blood stained her lips.
But recently I've been using the name Su Qin.
Notification for player 0000. You have gained Su Qin's approval. Su Qin's friendliness increases by 10. Forming a peaceful neighborly relationship is the first step to a perfect life.
Using this break, Han Fei glanced at the mission interface.
You have completed the Grade G hidden mission. Do not turn your head around. You have obtained the basic reward, 1 free skill point. Warning: different completion rates for the hidden mission will offer different levels of reward. You not only did not turn your head back in the allotted 15 minutes, you've successfully made use of your environment to eliminate the non-locals who tried to infiltrate into the apartment building. You've gained double the EXP and a unique reward. Congratulations for unlocking a potential hidden profession, Midnight Butcher. Midnight Butcher, hidden profession to become the Midnight Butcher. You have to eliminate 10 non-locals that infiltrate into the apartment building before reaching level 10. Notification for player 0000. Hidden professions have their own unique profession skills and specialties. They are extremely rare. Notification for player 0000. You have successfully reached level 4. You've obtained 1 free attribute point.
Like usual, Han Fei entered the skill point into acting and the attribute point into stamina. As his level continued to increase, Han Fei could sense clear changes to his acting skill and physique. In terms of acting, he could now utilize the smallest expression to manifest the deepest emotion, while the change to his physique was observable by increased strength. However, there was a deeper reason why Han Fei focused on leveling his stamina. Earlier, when he came into contact with the cursed table knife, he was almost overwhelmed by the curse. His physique was still too fragile, so he wanted to get strong as fast as possible. When he could lay actual claim to the knife without falling for the curse, then he would finally have some offensive measures against the ghostly threats. Chapter 53. Su Qin's cooking was riddled with curse. From the information Han Fei found on the official website, this kind of food, that carried with them a unique effect, was extremely rare. After a brief hesitation, Han Fei tossed that thought out of his mind. The plate of hair kept screaming. Han Fei could not imagine swallowing it. He opted for the other relatively normal-looking dish, and once again surreptitiously brushed it against his finger. To his disappointment, all the dishes on the table appeared to contain the same curse. The effect could only be triggered the first time Han Fei ate them. These dishes are all grade G food. Based on Su Qin's passion in cooking, if I can provide her with greater ingredients, she might be able to make some higher-level food. Han Fei lavished Su Qin with more praises. Somehow, this mad woman with painted lips and crazy eyes who had an abnormal appetite was turned into a beautiful, kind sisterly neighbor with awesome cooking skill through Han Fei's descriptions. Su Qin probably did not get praises for her cooking often. The more she spent time with Han Fei, the more she enjoyed his company.
You mentioned I was the third guest to come visit since you moved here. Big sister, who are the other two?
Han Fei wanted to know who else was so courageous.
The building manager used to drop by, but unfortunately he does not know anything about good food. He has horrible taste. The building manager used to come here?
Han Fei's interest was instantly piqued. He had been yearning for information on this mysterious building manager.
Yes, the building manager shares a good relationship with many of the tenants here. It's a shame that he has gone missing,
Su Qin said as she took out a key from her jacket pocket.
but I suspect he knew this would happen. Before he disappeared, he handed the key for the first-floor steel door to me.
Toying with the rusted key, Su Qin's blood-red lips curled.
He knows that I will go grocery shopping every week. He was probably worried that I'd go harvesting within the apartment should I am trapped inside the building, so he thoughtfully left me with the key. I suppose he had predicted his tragedy beforehand.
Grocery shopping was a banal activity, but Han Fei knew it would entail something much more terrifying in Su Qin's case.
After the building manager disappeared, the spare keys went missing. As a result, a lot of non-locals sneaked into the building. In fact, a few of them are squatting on the 6th floor right now.
The woman's smile took on a morbid glow as she reached over to caress the leather doily underneath the china.
The second guest I had was one of the non-locals. He stayed on the 6th floor. The man knew nothing about food. To help him understand the meaning of good food, I purposely had him leave behind his skin.
Su Qin's pale fingers danced on the beige-colored leather. Han Fei's eyes twitched. His legs were trembling, but he kept his upper body as normal as possible.
Are you all right? You don't look so well. I'm fine.
Han Fei soon recovered. He licked at his lips and said as if to himself,
I was just thinking, one guest is only enough for you to make a small doily. If you can get all of them, you'd have enough material to change a new tablecloth.
After hearing that, the woman chuckled.
Great minds think alike.
Han Fei had no idea what was going through Su Qin's mind. He simply did not like the non-locals on the 6th floor. After all, one of them did try to kill him for no reason. These non-locals appeared to be completely dominated by hatred and bloodlust. Seeing how happy Su Qin was, Han Fei laughed along with her. He finished his plate of food and regarded the empty plate with regret.
I'm so blessed to be able to enjoy this feast with you. I promise to bring you more ingredients to cook in the future.
The atmosphere at the table was joyful. If the plates were not filled with hair, mannequins, and if the walls were not covered with struggle signs and blood stains, it would be a Kodak's moment. After the satisfying dinner, Han Fei left room 1052 accompanied by Su Qin. To be honest, he still had more questions for Su Qin, but since this was his first visit, Han Fei's goal was not to interrogate, but to lay the foundation for a neighborly relationship. When he reached room 1044, Han Fei realized his back was soaked. It was like he had just come out from the pool.
Su Qin stays on the 5th floor alone. She has absolute control over the entire floor. That shows how eerily powerful she is.
In any case, Han Fei had a lucrative outing that day. He not only leveled up, he had made a new acquaintance. Su Qin mentioned that she'd go grocery shopping every week. Han Fei wondered if he could tag along and leave the apartment with her when Su Qin's friendliness level with him reached 100. In this horizonless city shrouded in darkness, to find one's way around, one needed a guide. Shutting the anti-theft door behind him, Han Fei turned to look at the innermost bedroom. It was still closed. Han Fei did not dare to venture towards it earlier, but now that he could log off at any time, he moved to open the door. The feng shui of room 1044 was such that the most yin energy would be gathered at the innermost room. Once the bedroom door was open, the temperature inside the house dropped conspicuously. Han Fei was already mentally prepared, but when he glanced into the bedroom, his heart still skipped a beat. The 7 broken victims stood beside the bed with their heads lowered. Their bodies were bleeding. Their blood mingled together to form the blurry shape of a monster. All 7 of them resisted their inner despair. They did not want to turn into the monster.
Is there anything that I can help with?
Han Fei's eyes scanned the numb, icy faces.
I promise to capture the killer on your behalf. I'll avenge all of you.
All 7 victims heard Han Fei, but only Wei Youfu appeared to understand him. The man's head slowly raised. Resisting an unimaginable pain, before his body got torn apart, he wrote down a character in the air.
And from Meng Chang'an?
Chapter 54.
Meng Chang'an, are you trying to tell me that he's the killer?
Before Han Fei could get an answer, the victims' bodies were shredded, and they gradually coagulated to become the dangerous monster. It had no hope, no kindness, and no rationality. The monster only had the urge to destroy. The 7 victims have to suffer the pain of dismemberment every night. Han Fei retreated out from the bedroom. He glanced at the clock. It was about 4 a.m., the time of death for the 8th victim. They too have been mounting their own resistance. Before the monster emerged, Han Fei quietly closed the door. Room 1044 was about to become very dangerous. The monster would attack anything in sight indiscriminately. The 7 victims are separate individuals, but they were brutally sewn together by their killer. I wonder if there is anything I can do to ease their pain. In any case, that was homework for another day. After the adventures he had had, Han Fei was tired. He came to the corner of the living room and logged off. Removing the gaming helmet, Han Fei picked up the glass of water and gulped it down. He sat on the edge of his bed and studied the wall of victims. His eyes eventually landed on the picture of a man.
Meng Chang'an.
Fatigue and drowsiness engulfed him. Han Fei's brain shut down, and he slumbered. Han Fei was woken up by his ringing phone at 10 a.m. He glanced at the caller ID and quickly answered it.
Li Shui? Is there an update? I'm at your home now. Do you mind opening the door for me? You're already at my door?
Han Fei hung up and hurriedly dressed before he rushed to open the door.
Why did you come to visit me so early in morning? Don't you need to work? I am working. Come, we'll talk inside.
Li Shui said severely. Based on her tone, something serious must have happened. After drawing the curtains closed, Li Shui dragged Han Fei into the room.
Yesterday night, the law enforcement launched a carpet search at Xian Lu's nature reserve. The mission went on for an hour before they found a black wooden house. That's wonderful. Don't get your hopes up just yet. The CSU investigated the wooden house inside and out. They even took samples of the dirt around the house. There was no trace of human activity, dead or alive. But that's impossible. Wait, there's more.
Li Shui signaled for Han Fei to quiet down so she could continue.
The whole charade smells fishy, so under my teacher's insistence, the team expanded the search circle. Another 4 hours passed, and an officer unluckily slipped and fell into a swamp. While his colleagues worked to save him, they came across another identical black wooden house hidden deep inside the swamp. Of course, the real house wouldn't be found so easily. After all, Wei Youfu took 2 trips before he returned with the child's piece of clothing.
Seeing the paleness on Li Shui's face, Han Fei asked softly.
So what did you find at the house? The black house is like a time capsule. There is no modern technological product. The house is small, but there are 2 floors, one on the surface and the other underground. The first floor is very normal. It looks like a small hut built by a forest ranger. But once you step through the hidden tunnel which led underground, you'd arrive at a different world.
Li Shui's expression worsened.
A lot of children's clothing and daily needs are stashed there. The items are carefully arranged and neatly kept. The place has a crypt-like feel to it. The police eventually found their way to a hollowed-out room. The wooden sign outside the door labeled it as the House of Eden.
Eden was paradise uncorrupted by sin. It brought forth images of untouched flora and fauna. Blessed humans lived there without concern and worry.
What is inside that room?
A bad feeling choked up Han Fei's heart.
Even the most experienced officers started to puke once they stepped into the room.
Li Shui took out her phone to share some pictures with Han Fei.
The room was covered in strange talismans and copious amounts of blood. The police also dug up many children's bodies buried in the soil. According to the coroner, the oldest body in that room died 20 years ago. Can these children be identified? Most of them are abandoned babies and orphans. They are not in the system, but we did have a clear identification on the earliest victim.
Li Shui swapped to a different picture.
This is He Yuhui. He donated his kidney when he was 6. His father was the director of the private orphanage at Xian Lu's Northern Street, Iyashikei. Hold up. The director of the orphanage that kept Jiang was also named Iyashikei, right? The body of his own child was buried inside this black house.
Han Fei voiced his confusion.
Yes, the whole thing makes no sense, but as we dug deeper, more suspicious details surfaced regarding this Iyashikei. He was connected to the swampland where the black house sat on. Suspicion was raised about his child's kidney donation as well. There were rumors that the donation was not voluntary, but it was actually a business transaction. Basically, the father sold his son's organ for money. What kind of father is he? No, he's not even a human anymore. Regardless, he disguised himself very well. Basically, everyone that interacted with him had nothing but good things to say about him. After his child died from illness, he even forked out his own money to remodel Northern Street's orphanage in the memory of his son. What a fabulous excuse.
Han Fei's eyes chilled.
Where is the bastard now? Is he in police custody?
Li Shui shook her head.
Despite his suspicion, Iyashikei had ironclad alibis when Wei Youfu, Mei and Gu Hua were murdered. Furthermore, Iyashikei had already died in a car accident years before the first Jigsaw murder occurred. He's already dead? Yes. Jiang and Iyashikei, the two individuals most directly related to the case, are dead. It is like someone has been cleaning up their tracks.
Noticing the deep frown on Han Fei's face, Li Shui said comfortingly.
Even though we have not captured the killer, this is still a great breakthrough. For now, we suspect there is more than one killer. There is reason to believe the killers might have traded their targets. What do you mean? I cannot give you the details, but the police are sure Iyashikei was involved in Xiao Qing, Cui Tsai, and Cui Tianqi's deaths, but not the others. So we speculate the killers might have had each other finish off the others' marks. In any case, with the advancement in law enforcement technology, I believe it won't be long before the truth is revealed.
Li Shui's expression darkened with concern.
However, the reason I came to find you today is because I need to warn you. These killers are cruel, cunning, and extremely vengeful. They might come after you. Me? That's right. The movie that you're in right now might attract their attention as well. You'll have to remind everyone to be careful.
Li Shui stood up to leave, but Han Fei held her back.
Li Shui, wait a minute. I've been examining the case for the past few days, and I need your help to investigate someone for me. Who is it? The youngest son adopted by the old lady from the frozen body case, Meng Chang'an.
Han Fei switched on his computer.
I know he has a squeaky clean record and his friends adore him deeply, but if there's anything Iyashikei has taught us, it's that we shan't judge a book by its cover.
Chapter 55.
It does appear that the human jigsaw case and the frozen body case are connected. The police are also investigating their connection. Naturally, the Meng siblings are within our scope of investigation.
Currently, Li Shui was showing Han Fei Meng Chang'an and Meng Changshi's information models. According to the system, Meng Chang'an, overall, was a good person, but Meng Changshi had a severe antisocial tendency.
I find that hard to believe.
Han Fei voiced his skepticism. The system rating went against Meng Xi's understanding of her own sons.
Of course, the system is not 100% correct. It is merely a reference. Actually, before we got permission to search Xian Lu's nature reserve, another unit was dispatched to investigate the Meng siblings.
Xian Lu law enforcement was effective. They operated like a well-oiled machine.
They came back with plenty of information about the eldest, Meng Changshou, and the youngest, Meng Chang'an. However, there is a gap in the middle son, Meng Changshi's data. He went missing soon after the human jigsaw case. Ever since then he has logged 0 digital trace. That is extremely abnormal. One would not do that unless he has a big secret to hide.
Li Shui scanned Meng Changshi's information model.
This man has been a loner since he was a child. He has low self-esteem due to the birthmark on his face. He was often the target of bullying. At his job, he received multiple complaints from his clients. Other than his wife and siblings, no one around him thought he was normal. But that does not mean that he has antisocial personality.
Han Fei still believed a mother's assessment more than a computer system's.
There are other clues as well. If you must know, there was another case lodged against Meng Changshi. The case was reported by his wife. According to his wife, Meng Changxi suffered from paranoia. This was around the time before he disappeared. He kept telling her there was someone out to get him, and that scared her enough to seek police help. During their home visit, the police found a lot of notes regarding the frozen body case, as well as animal and insect specimens under Meng Changxi's bed. That was the thing that pinned the suspicion on him. Have you considered the possibility that Meng Changxi was framed? The evidence found at his home was planted?
Han Fei provided a different perspective.
If Meng Changxi was not lying, then it was perfectly reasonable for him to go into hiding. Someone was trying to murder him. That person most likely was the one who framed him too.
The person who knew Meng Changxi the best in this world was not his new bride, or his non-biological siblings, but his adopted mother. Han Fei gathered the most crucial information from Meng Si herself. Even though Meng Changxi was not by any means a sunny, or even likable, person, he had a gentle heart. In contrast, it was Meng Chang'an who had the twisted heart. Whenever Meng Chang'an was lectured or scolded by Meng Si, he would torture insects or small animals to vent his anger and frustration. But all of these testimonies died with Meng Si. Meng Chang'an was, according to the system, a model citizen, and Meng Changxi, a sociopath.
As you said, the system is not 100% correct. Is it not possible for one to trick the system by fabricating a fallacious individual information model?
Han Fei was not a tech whiz, but he knew that human nature was much more complex and dangerous than a computer system could calculate.
Take, for example, Meng Chang'an. If he has been making careful and deliberate life choices for the past 10 years, is it not possible for him to fool the system? Can the system tell when a person is wearing a mask? Why are you so against Meng Chang'an?
Li Shui studied Han Fei for a while before she answered his question.
Theoretically, what you described is entirely possible. It was why I said the system's rating is mostly just a reference. That is all the more reason to keep a close eye on Meng Chang'an. I have my reasons to find him distrustful.
Han Fei said affirmatively. Even though Li Shui had no idea where Han Fei got his confidence, she decided to trust him. After all the tips given to her by this comedy actor had been proven useful so far. With Han Fei's words, Li Shui decided to make Meng Chang'an a person of interest. She would go beyond scanning his information model and have people look into his detailed schedule. Of course, all these investigations would require manpower and time.
Okay, I'll return to the station and discuss this with my teacher.
Li Shui stood to leave, but she was stopped by Han Fei again.
Is there anything else? After hearing what you said, I am actually panicking slightly. The crazed murderer might come after me, so I wish to learn some self-protective measures.
Han Fei eventually came out with the favor.
Do you mind teaching me actual fighting skills?
This skill would help Han Fei defend himself in real life, and it would also come in useful in the game.
You want me to teach you how to fight?
Li Shui regarded Han Fei with shock.
This is the first time I've encountered such a weird request. Your colleagues said you're the best fighter at the station, so why not learn from the best? Pretty please. Fine.
Li Shui glanced at the time on her phone. She had some time on her hands. She then led Han Fei to the rooftop of his building.
I'm doing this because you might be in actual danger. This is not within an officer's job scope, understood?
It sounded more like Li Shui was persuading herself.
Of course, you are merely helping a citizen look after his own safety. Then let's not waste time. Before we start with basic fighting skills, I need to explain to you the anatomical theories of the human body's 7 most crucial joints, as well as the vitals points on the human body. Li Shui gave a brief lecture, but Han Fei managed to memorize everything. The man had superior memory skills.
Normally, when a person faced down a criminal, they would curl back in to defend more often than to strike with offense. That is human nature. However, in hand-to-hand combat, offense is truly the best defense. So the first thing you need to do is to break down that innate fear and be courageous to go on the offensive.
Don't you worry about that. Even if I run into the dastardliest criminal, I won't feel a shred of fear. Tamping down one's fear is only the foundation. Building upon that, you have to ensure that you also do not lose your head. Hand-to-hand combat is not a brawl. You have to keep your head cool and take everything around you into consideration. Li Shui taught Han Fei some simple fighting and grasping skills. Unlike the flashy skills described in wuxia novels, these skills were practical and effective. After a half an hour of lesson, Li Shui was impressed by Han Fei's learning capability and physique.
Were you an action movie actor in the past? With what I've taught you, I'm confident that you can even take down an unguarded patrol cop.
I've always been a comedy actor.
Han Fei looked at his arms. He too noticed that his physical mobility and reactive speed had gained a stupendous improvement.
I merely maintain a daily, strict physical training like a good actor should.
Chapter 56.
An actor's physical training?
This was the first time Li Shui heard something like that. She found herself getting more intrigued by Han Fei. This man claimed that his dream was to be a comedy actor, but he unearthed many clues to an actual case by participating in a horror movie. He looked.
Do not use these skills unless absolutely necessary. When you're in danger, the first thing you should do is to call the police.
Seeing how serious Han Fei was in training, as if he expected to put these skills to use in real life, she quickly added in warning.
Of course. In any case, you shouldn't worry too much. The police will add surveillance around your place.
Li Shui decided to leave Han Fei to his training.
I'll depart for now. If there's a new update with the case, I'll inform you. Thank you.
Han Fei kept at his training. He wished to work these movements into his bodily instinct. Only then he would be able to survive in that hellish game. When noon arrived, Han Fei fixed up a casual lunch at home. At the dining table, a book was placed next to his plate. The time that he'd normally spend on gaming and watching videos in the past was now reconfigured into time for hardcore learning. He studied up on sleuthing, surveillance, and counter-surveillance. He was bitten by the learning bug due to his need for survival. Submerging in the ocean of knowledge, Han Fei never felt so fulfilled with his life. The joy he earned was different from a temporary rush. The skills and knowledge he gained would benefit him long-term, and that brought him elation one would get from achieving life goals.
I have to study hard and surprise all the bastards who want to kill me.
At 3 p.m., Han Fei received a call from Jiang Yi. The latter wanted to have a talk with Han Fei. To be honest, it was extremely rare for a director to call an actor, especially one as unknown as Han Fei. This showed how much director Jiang valued Han Fei. Han Fei arrived at the set for Flower of Sin at 4 p.m. To his surprise, he found the victims' families gathered outside the building. But this time, there was no argument. They merely stood there with their placards and mounted a silent protest. There were some reporters taking videos of this scene.
Sir, the police have reopened the human jigsaw case. I'm sure they'll come out with the results soon. You shouldn't tire your body like this at your age.
Wei Youfu had helped Han Fei multiple times in the game, so Han Fei wished to repay his kindness by looking after his family in real life. Furthermore, Han Fei did admire Wei Youfu's father. Like father like son, they were both people with a heart of gold.
Thank you for your concern, but this is the only thing left that I can do for Youfu.
The old man gripped Han Fei's shoulders. His milky eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he merely sighed.
Young man, thank you so much. I like the Youfu that you portray in the movie.
Due to everything Han Fei had done for the victims' families, which included using his body to block one of them from the danger of a flying pail, they treated him like family.
I promise all of you, the real killer will be apprehended soon.
Han Fei was just an actor. He had nothing to do with the case, but for some reasons, the families found comfort and assurance in his words. The way they looked at Han Fei softened. It was as if they could see the image of their loved ones on Han Fei. After he bade the family farewell, the floor manager led Han Fei to a room on the second floor. Once he opened the door, Han Fei was hit by a wall of cigarette smoke. Jiang Yi was seated at the table with two other middle-aged men. Several versions of the script sat on the table.
Xiao Han, the scriptwriters and I have worked many nights editing the script. Since you have a better relationship with the victim's family, I hope you can help me to convince them to accept this latest edition of the script.
The ashtray between them was stuffed with cigarette butts. The troublesome nature of multiple editing was evidenced by the two writers' graying and balding heads.
You're sending me to go persuade them? Yes, and tell them that this is the biggest compromise I can give them. If they still refuse to meet us halfway, I'll have no choice but to press on with the shoot.
Jiang Yi said with difficulty.
I may be the director, but I am not the person who really calls the shots when it comes to the movie production.
Han Fei picked up the script. It started very well, and the investigation process matched the one in real life, but it gradually became more and more fantastical.
The victim's family will not agree to this, and I will not persuade them to accept this script either.
Han Fei placed the script on the table.
The human jigsaw case is far more complicated than you think. Instead of running off with absurd fictionalization, why not reference and study the actual case further? How did you know we have not studied the case? Everyone's a critic nowadays.
The balding scriptwriter pinched his cigarette.
Director Jiang, I've worked on more than enough editing. To be honest, I've done my best by you. Furthermore, the contract that we've signed did not specify that our script needs to be approved by the victims' families anyway. That's right, this is the last edit we do. Young man, you're an actor, so take the script and do your job.
The other scriptwriter stood up and prepared to leave.
Listen, I agree that movies have societal responsibility, but we live in a capitalist society, not an idealistic one. Our most prior responsibility is to turn a profit. Director Jiang and Mr. Writers, I know that you've poured a lot of hard work into the script. In fact, another crew would not have gone so far in compromise. They probably would not have cared about the concern of the victims' families.
Han Fei opened the window next to the door to let air into the room to dissipate the gathered smoke.
But why can't you wait a little longer? The movie will soon have its real ending. Why must we wait for the real ending? Do you think the market will prefer the real ending? Have you ever studied the market before? Do you know anything about our target audience and our movie's particularity?
The balding writer grabbed his jacket and headed to the door. He reached out to shove Han Fei out of the way.
I might not understand the market, but I do know justice needs to be served.
Han Fei stood his ground, his eyes landing on the writer's neck and rib. The chill in his gaze froze the writer's arm in the air. In the end, the writer coughed awkwardly and pretended to flick an invisible dust from his jacket.
Director Jiang, if you see the movie as nothing more than a commercial machine, then go ahead and run with this script, but I won't be a part of it.
Han Fei stated matter-of-factly.
Even though I might be a mere extra, I respect my profession as an actor. I will not waste time on a meaningless flick.
Han Fei then left the room. Studying Han Fei's retreating shadow, Director Jiang sighed and took out his phone. His eyes wandered between the numbers of the executive producer and Ah Chung. In the end, he did not make the call to get Ah Chung to return, but instead he called the producer.
Sister Long, can you give me a few more days? You still need more time? How many extra days I've already given you? Your main actor is on strike, and the victims' families are still protesting. The movie has already received so much negative press before it even finishes shooting. And you want me to give you more time? 3 days? Just give me 3 more days. I found a new candidate to play the main character. In terms of acting and character, he is a million times better than Ah Chung. But mainly, he has a natural air of a detective about him. He fits my image of the main character perfectly.
Chapter 57.
Ah Chung, are you sure Director Jiang will call?
The female manager paced nervously in the room.
Why don't you call the director to apologize? What's the hurry? It's only been 21 hours and 36 minutes. Director Jiang needs me.
Ah Chung chuckled confidently, but his anxiety was belied by his fingers that scratched against the leather sofa.
Everything is within my calculation. Trust me, the crew is now in a pickle, and they'll come crawling to get me to save them soon. Really?
The manager took in Ah Cheng's twitching legs and wandering gaze. In the end, she sighed tiredly.
Then we shall wait some more. Jiang, do you know how much negative impact it'll cause to change the main character at this juncture? Do you know how much effort I've used to persuade the agency behind Ah Chung to sponsor this project? Do you really think there are sponsors out there lined up for this film? I'll try my best to cut down on the budget further. Furthermore, if you ask for my honest opinion, we're paying too much for Ah Chung to play this role. The money he gets doesn't match the work he puts in. In comparison, this other actor. That's enough. You're giving me a headache. Fine, I'll give you 3 more extra days. Use these 3 days to clear your mind and really see what's important here.
Sister Long then hung up the call. Director Jiang and the 2 scriptwriters were left in the smoky room.
Director, are we going to edit this script again?
The scriptwriter took out a cap to cover his balding head.
Everyone has worked extra hard for the past few days. We should take a short break for now.
Director Jiang then lit a cigarette and chased the rest out of the room. After Han Fei left the set, he stopped to chat with the victims' families. He wanted to gain more information to get to know his roommates better. After all, he shared the same roof with them. Through stories told through their loved ones, the ghosts in room 1044 took on color and life.
I am sure they will feel your love and adoration. They know that they are missed.
Sitting with the families, listening to their remembrance, a feeling which Han Fei never felt before rose within him. Flimsy as it was, there was a thread that connected the warm, real world and the eerie, hellish game world. The thread crossed the border between life and death, linking both together. Han Fei could not help but wonder if there was a higher purpose to the existence of this perfect life game. At 5 p.m., just as Han Fei was about to bid the families farewell, he got a call from Li Shui. After moving away from the others, Han Fei accepted the call.
Have you found anything on Meng Chang'an? Not really. More clues surfaced when we looked into Meng Chang'an, but they all pointed towards Meng Changxi.
Li Shui's voice drifted out from the phone.
Furthermore, the crime scene report at the Black House was just out. We found DNA traces of 2 individuals. One was Iyashikei, and the other Meng Changxi. Other than that, we pulled up the copy of the traffic cam from several years ago. We spotted Meng Changxi at the street adjacent to where Iyashikei died in the car accident. Now we suspect Iyashikei's car accident might not have been an accident after all. You think it was Meng Changxi who killed Iyashikei?
Han Fei pulled up the victim's relationship web in his mind.
He probably did it to silence his accomplice. Like what I suggested, they are both killers who might have exchanged each other's targets. After the deal was completed, to keep his evil deed a secret, Meng Changxi murdered Iyashikei. Is it possible that someone has framed Meng Changxi? Isn't it a bit convenient that everything points towards him? There's that possibility, which is why we have not put out a warrant for Meng Changxi yet.
Li Shui's tone changed.
To ensure that we do not get the wrong killer, we dig very deep into both Iyashikei and Meng Changxi's past. We did not find anything truly incriminating other than the ones we already have on Meng Changxi. However, Iyashikei was a different case. It was like we had opened Pandora's box. He was not a local. He was married and had his son before he moved to the city. We paid a visit to his former neighbors and went through a lot to search for his ex-wife. Ex-wife? That's right. Iyashikei was divorced. According to his neighbors, Iyashikei was a real model citizen before he was a married man. He was their village's prime bachelor. However, after his marriage was confirmed, his real persona was revealed. The man was a horrid gambler and wife-beater. It only got worse after their son was born. Iyashikei was born with a congenital disease. He was frail and weak. Iyashikei was not satisfied with his son, and he vented his anger on both the boy and his mother. Domestic violence was common. Eventually his wife could not suffer his wrath anymore and escaped from home. However, she did not bring her son with her. Iyashikei used Iyashikei's life to threaten his wife to return. He said he'd kill the boy if she refused. In the end, the wife had to go to the police. They got a divorce after that. After the divorce, there was a big argument over the estate settlement. Both parties wanted the house, but neither of them wanted the burden of the child. Some of their neighbors teared up talking about that boy. He had no friend, and he was always locked up at home. He grew up in fear. His parents took out their negative emotions on him. The sound of a boy crying had never ceased at their house. The neighbors often heard Iyashikei roar, "Boys don't weep. Stop crying, or I'll snap your neck." Perhaps because of his firstborn, Iyashikei developed an extreme hatred towards kids. According to his neighbors, Iyashikei could be perfectly normal at one moment, but go crazy the next if there was a child crying around him. In the end, both parties shared their assets evenly, and the boy was given to his mother. The tragedy did not end there, though. The mother did not want the boy. She only gave birth to him because Iyashikei wanted a child. So one day, she brought him to somewhere very far away for a game of hide and seek. When it was the boy's turn to hide, the mother abandoned him. Iyashikei's mother did her own hiding, taking all her money from the divorce. After the police found the boy, they had no choice but to bring him back to his father. You knew what happened next. News surfaced that a millionaire's son at Xian Lu suffered from kidney disease. When Iyashikei found out his son was a possible donor, he made a private transaction with the businessman. This whole tragedy started with that boy. If his family had showered him with some love, and learned to accept him, then perhaps the rest of the tragedy could have been avoided.
Li Shui told the story, and a particular person kept appearing in Han Fei's mind. The boy who lived in the room beneath his imperfect life, the boy by the name of Weep, the boy who stood alone by himself, the boy who kept up this game of hide and seek that had no ending in sight, the boy who lived in a house filled with nothing but the sound of crying. Perhaps I should spare some time to talk to Weep. The name He Yuhui echoed in Han Fei's mind. He planned to meet Weep that night. Chapter 58.
He Shui, who despised kids, somehow became the director of an orphanage? That just screamed suspicion. While managing the orphanage, he adopted many abandoned kids and babies. With the suggestion from several criminal psychologists, we went through the notes left behind by He Shui, and we did notice some problems. After He Shui's son died, it was like he changed into a completely different person. His tone, his hobby, his personality had a 180 change. He started to peruse books about philosophy and the mental world. He'd lock himself up in his office, and he was seen occasionally wandering out alone at night. It felt like he was looking for something or someone. We visited a few kids who grew up at the orphanage. Most of the kids had a very good impression of their director, and they appreciated his care. However, a small group of them thought the man was very weird because he would often ask them questions that were inexplicable. Questions like whether they had dreamt about someone standing beside their bed at night, whether they had dreamt about a black box, and whether they had seen a butterfly that would only land on people's heads. It sounded like He Shui was looking for a specific child, but he failed to find them. Therefore, he decided to create one that would fit his requirement, and that child was most likely the 8th victim in the human jigsaw case. What kind of child was he looking for? And why would a dead child fit his requirement? No one has the answer. It felt like he was conducting some kind of ritual, a ritual that was guided by his twisted mind. Throughout the transmutation process of his whole personality, a term appeared many times in his notes, and that was the butterfly. In the later half of He Shui's life, the butterfly was more than just a bug. It took on a symbolic meaning. This discovery reminded our officers of another haunting resemblance in the history of another person of interest. Yes, when we looked through the stuff left behind by Meng Changxi, like He Shui, it showed that he also had been studying up on the human brain and the butterfly. He too had been searching for the butterfly. This is the connection between Meng Changxi and He Shui, the butterfly.
At this point, Han Fei had no choice but to interrupt Li Shui.
Meng Changxi has been missing for so long already. These information that he supposedly left behind could have been easily planted.
Han Fei had met Meng Si in person. Through her, he knew for a fact that the person who was obsessed with those books and the butterfly was not Meng Changxi, but Meng Chang'an.
It's not easy to manufacture fake evidence. First, the culprit has to familiarize himself with Meng Changxi's handwriting, and then he has to know all of Meng Changxi's social account password, and ultimately, who would spend years to set up all these things. Simple, the real killer would. Meng Changxi is his scapegoat, so naturally he has to do all these things.
Han Fei lowered his voice to say. Just as Han Fei said that, he heard a noise come from behind him. He reacted quickly, but even so, when he turned around, he only saw an empty can roll down the street.
Who's there?
Han Fei was not reading those sleuthing books for no reason. Without a change to his expression, he whispered into the phone.
Li Shui, someone is following me. I suspect they have overheard our conversation. Where are you now? I'm at the entrance to the set of Flower of Sin. The families of the human jigsaw case's victims are all here. Don't go home yet. Come to Northern Street's Frontier Mall instead. There are crowds there. I'll go meet you there as well. Okay.
After hanging up as casually as he could, Han Fei wandered towards the mall. He did not take any public transport because that was not something he'd normally do. The feeling of being followed was not strong. Han Fei sauntered around the mall for a long time, but he did not spot Li Shui. It was not until dusk that he got a call from her. A few officers had been observing Han Fei through the mall surveillance. Everything was normal. Han Fei did not meet up with the police to explain his situation. Thankfully, the police did not lose their trust in Han Fei due to this incident. If anything, they all decided they needed to add more security detail on Han Fei. As a low-popularity actor, Han Fei had never been followed before. This time, He finally got to experience the life of a celebrity. However, it was not paparazzi who was tailing him, but a dangerous criminal. After purchasing a week's worth of groceries at the mall, as well as a few new locks, Han Fei returned home. Han Fei cooked a simple dinner and added the new locks to the door and window.
This should be safe enough.
He placed the weapons that he bought from the internet around him. He practiced a round of the fighting skill Li Shui taught him. Then he settled down to read through the books he bought online. These were the same books Meng Chang'an read when he was young. When it was almost midnight, he rubbed his eyes and put the books down.
Of all the questions that Iyashikei asked the kids, there are two that stand out. One is the dream about the black box, and the other is the sight of the butterfly that would only land on people's heads.
Li Shui did not know about the Easter egg of the black box in Perfect Life. However, Han Fei did know about the Easter egg from his conversation with Huang Yin.
Is it possible that the butterfly is also searching for the black box in my brain? But Perfect Life wasn't in existence when the human jigsaw case happened a decade ago. Or the black box has long been in existence, even before the game, Perfect Life? Iyashikei and his gang have been looking for abandoned babies and children. Are they looking for a suitable candidate who could neurologically support the black box?
Han Fei stared at the gaming helmet on the table. He possessed a piece of information that he had been keeping from Li Shui. He was also an orphan. However, he did not grow up at Xian Lu Northern Streets Orphanage, but at a place called Happy Orphanage situated in the Old City. The orphanage once gave him a feeling of home. The people around him were the walking definition of happiness. They would celebrate all the major holidays at the orphanage, but one day, everything changed.
Before I have the chance to make all of you laugh, I've lost my own laughter. Life really is full of surprises and ironies.
Connecting all the wires, Han Fei cleared his mind. Before midnight struck, he put on the helmet. Blood dripped, and Han Fei's world turned red. Chapter 59. Opening his eyes, Han Fei saw the clock point at midnight. Han Fei crawled up from the ground and studied the dark living room.
As moldy and dark as this place is, after you stay here long enough, it does feel like home.
The sound of static drifted into his ears. The television had been mysteriously switched on. The image slowly cleared on the grainy screen. The door of the innermost bedroom was opened. A child walked out with his head lowered. As if hypnotized, he dragged his broken body to the living room and plopped himself down on the sofa. Chui Tianqi. The boy's expression kept changing. Sometimes it was ghastly, other times it was innocent. It was like two forces were fighting within him. Han Fei was cautious to not get too close. The boy did not come after Han Fei either. Perhaps the boy had gotten used to Han Fei's presence, or perhaps it was some other reason. In any case, Chui Tianqi completely ignored Han Fei. Today is the day the victims will gather to watch television again. Han Fei knew the victims watched the television show not for the sake of entertainment. This was the only link back to their past, and the only way they could retain their last shred of humanity. That was what Han Fei gathered after spending time with his roommates. The fate of the victims was tragic. They had been resisting the monster within them. Should they lose their sense of self, they would be glued together permanently and terrorize this hellish world as a brainless monster. I hope they'll be able to revert to their old selves once the case is solved. The victims streamed out from the bedroom and came to gather before the television. Han Fei pulled over a chair and sat to the side. He watched his roommates with concern. The whole scene was strangely harmonious. They looked like a family. Han Fei sat with them until 3 a.m. He turned to look into the innermost bedroom. Wei Youfu is the most unique of all the victims. He retains the most memory. He should be my breakthrough to reach the other victims. Now was a rare opportunity. The victims filed out into the living room based on their time of death. Wei Youfu died at 3:04 a.m., so he was still inside the bedroom. Without the hindrance of the other victims, Han Fei believed he could gain more information from Wei Youfu. With that in mind, Han Fei slipped into the innermost bedroom. He found Wei Youfu and Gu Hua standing by the wall. Their pale skins were crawling with black veins. Their expressions suggested they were at the brink of madness.
Youfu?
Han Fei called out softly. Hearing his name, Wei Youfu's pupils bounced crazily in his eyes. Veins popped in his eyes as they bulged forward. At that moment, Han Fei feared for his own safety. Han Fei did not dare to push the man further. He slowly retreated out from the room. When he was at the door, he caught something at the corner of his eyes. There was a pile of laundry stuff behind the door. One of the clothes stood out to him because it was worn by his sixth-floor neighbor when he came to visit. The neighbor himself had disappeared, but his clothes remained. Han Fei swiped the clothes and sneaked away. I still can't communicate with them normally. Leaving his roommates to their peace, Han Fei placed the clothes of his former sixth-floor neighbor on the dining table. He spread it open to examine it further. He was curious if anything was left behind inside the pockets. His fingers just touched something when the robotic voice announced in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. You have discovered grade G blood red item. Human cocoon. Human cocoon. Blood red item, the cocoon of some kind of insect.
Han Fei opened his palm. A grayish-yellow stone about the size of one's thumb sat in the middle. It was tough to the touch and faded blood capillaries covered its surface. This is a cocoon? But if the name is human cocoon, how is a human a kind of insect? He stored the item in his inventory before he continued to search the other pockets. Looting is a crucial part of any game. How could I have forgotten about that? Right? I was too busy running for my life. After turning all the pockets inside out, Han Fei found nothing else other than the human cocoon. A crazed murderer only drops this one unknown cocoon after his death? This game is quite stingy. Han Fei pulled out the cocoon from his inventory. No matter how he studied it, the thing looked nothing more than an ordinary pebble with unique striations. Even though I am clueless about its use, this thing should be very important to my former sixth-floor neighbor. He shared the floor with the rest of the non-locals. Perhaps they'd recognize its value as well. To unlock the hidden profession, I have to eliminate 10 non-locals before I reach level 10. A plan slowly formed in Han Fei's mind. Since its original owner is already dead, as a kind citizen, I should return it to his friends. Perhaps I should call the big sister on the 5th floor to come along while I do them this favor. The plan rooted in Han Fei's mind. He toyed with the cocoon while he came up with the details of his plan. Suddenly, he felt a prick of pain from his palm. Studying the cocoon closer, he noticed there was a barely noticeable spine at the bottom of the cocoon. The spine punctured his skin and was sucking his blood. This thing feeds on blood. Han Fei was about to fling the disgusting thing away when he realized the color of the capillaries on the cocoon's surface deepened after it imbibed Han Fei's blood. This is why I hate bugs. I should return this to its lawful owner as soon as possible. Storing the cocoon back in his inventory, Han Fei walked to the anti-theft door, carrying his former neighbor's clothes. I still haven't completed the mission that required me to explore the 5th floor. I might as well attempt to finish it while I go and visit Su Qin.
After his unexpected trigger of the hidden mission, the corridor left a deep emotional scar on Han Fei. He now would observe the corridor for a long time before he stepped out the door. It's very quiet. There shouldn't be anyone around. Pushing the door silently open, Han Fei sidled up the stairs while sticking to the wall. Han Fei felt assaulted by an oppressive feeling. It permeated the whole apartment building. It appeared whenever he left room 1044. Han Fei was lucky this time because he did not trigger any hidden mission. He successfully reached the landing between 4th and 5th floor. The door to room 1051 was still open. The dark room yawned like a monster's jaw. The big sister sure is something else to have turned a room into her pet. Han Fei slunk over to the door of room 1052. He tapped on it lightly.
Big sister, are you home? I'm your neighbor from downstairs.
He waited for a long time, but the door did not open. However, the sound of bones sawing and meat slicing did come from room 1054. Standing alone in the dark corridor, listening to that horrid butchery, Han Fei's heart twitched. He waited for another 10 minutes before the door to room 1054 suddenly opened. Su Qin walked out with a black plastic bag. Her red jacket was brighter than Han Fei remembered. The morbid passion was still dimming in her eyes.
Big sister, I've prepared another small present for you.
Su Qin was not surprised to see Han Fei. Her red pupils regarded Han Fei's face before she stepped forward.
Do you know the implications when a boy keeps sending a woman gifts?
Su Qin had leaned in far too close for Han Fei's comfort to study the human cocoon he just retrieved from his inventory. He answered in a fluster.
What do you mean?
The blood-painted lips hooked into a soul-wrenching smile. Su Qin did not answer. She tossed the black bag into room 1051 and then used her bloody hands to open the door to room 1052.
Why don't you come in? Chapter 60. Han Fei followed Su Qin into room 1052. He looked on as Su Qin twisted open the faucet in the bathroom to wash her hands. The clean sink was immediately dyed red.
What are you in the mood for today?
With her head lowered, Su Qin was fully focused on cleaning her hands. She even went in to scrub out the blood stains between her nails.
Big sister, actually I'm here today to discuss something with you.
Han Fei placed the human cocoon on the dining table.
I found this among the dying possessions of our 6th floor neighbor. The people from the 6th floor? They are not our neighbors. They came from outside.
After washing her hands, she moved back to pick up the human cocoon to study.
This is the present you want to give me? It's called a human cocoon. It's an insect cocoon. I believe it is quite rare, so I brought it over to show you. Human cocoon? Well, I have not had that before. I wonder how it tastes.
Su Qin's pale fingers squeezed on the cocoon as her red gaze turned to Han Fei.
How do you think we should cook it? Big sister, temporarily, I have no intention of eating it. Instead, I have another plan for it.
Han Fei said with an innocent smile.
When the non-local from the 6th floor died, this was the only thing he carried, so this should be quite important to him and his friends. I'm thinking perhaps we can use this thing to lure the people from the 6th floor out from their lair. And then what do you plan to do after that?
A sick excitement entered Su Qin's eyes. She turned to Han Fei with some anticipation.
We will have a good chat with them about their blatant disregard for the apartment rules. We will show them how to be a good neighbor.
Han Fei's every word was civilized.
Are you sure that'll work?
Su Qin turned to study the table knife in her grasp.
How can you be sure that they'll even listen to us? If they refuse to listen to reason, then we'll press our numbers advantage. The minority has to follow the rules of the majority. We'll force them to change.
Han Fei sounded like he was mediating a common neighborly argument.
But we're the minority in this case. There are only 2 of us. Big sister, that's where you're wrong. If they refuse to sit down peacefully to chat, then there will only be one of them left.
Han Fei's innocent eyes turned to Su Qin.
This last remaining person will help us find more non-locals so that we can educate them.
The 2 pairs of eyes met. Su Qin's smile burned brighter.
Notification for player 0000. Su Qin's friendliness increases by 5. Forming a peaceful neighborly relationship is the first step to a perfect life.
The sudden system notification startled Han Fei. He had no idea why Su Qin's affection towards him had increased. Han Fei clicked into the mission interface and realized the mission to explore the 5th floor was still incomplete. He gave it some thought and realized that it was probably because there were still 2 rooms on the 5th floor which he had not visited. Now that he had stayed in this game for 3 hours, after he completed this mission, he could log out at any time. That would give him a lot more leeway to go after more dangerous missions. Without the get-out-of-jail-free card, my action will be heavily restricted. Su Qin might even look down on me. Han Fei calculated internally. He closed the mission interface and turned again to Su Qin.
When I arrived at the 5th floor earlier, big sister, you were in room 1054. Does all 4 rooms on this floor belong to you? Originally, only room 1052 was mine, but eventually my neighbors volunteered to give me rooms.
Su Qin bit on her finger and blood dripped down her lips.
To be honest, I don't know what I've done to deserve such generosity. That is quite weird.
Han Fei wiped away the cold sweat from his forehead.
Then what is inside room 1054 and room 1053? Have the original tenants left anything behind? Can I take a look inside them? Of course, there's no problem. As long as you believe you can stomach what you'd see.
Su Qin chuckled.
There was this one time when I helped the old lady from the 3rd floor with a small favor. She later came over to thank me in person, and when she arrived, I was inside room 1054. And then what happened? After she saw what was inside the room, she never came to visit me anymore. The elderly are less susceptible to new things, but I'm sure it'll be different for young people like me.
Han Fei stood up and headed to the door. Su Qin watched his back and licked away the blood on her lips. She picked up the knife and followed.
Do not stay too long out in the corridor. Be careful of being captured.
After they were out of the room, Su Qin spoke in a much smaller voice. The fact that Su Qin acted that way meant that there was something much scarier hiding inside the building.
Room 1053 is my storage room. I place my rarer ingredients and my homemade art projects here.
Su Qin opened the door to room 1053. It was filled with artistic projects made from sanded bones, as well as tons of weird specimens.
You made these all yourself? Yes. That's quite impressive.
Han Fei carefully walked into the Museum of Bones. He'd occasionally turn around to glance at Su Qin at the door. He was contemplating how to endear himself to this neighbor of his. Normally, to befriend a lady, you gotta know her first. To do that, one could always look into her hobbies, her pet, the items inside her bag, and the people she hung out with. In terms of Su Qin, her hobby was to eat ghosts. Her pet was a living house. She had no bag, but she had an impressive collection of knives. Her neighbors gifted her their houses just to avoid her. In conclusion, a woman like her was extremely rare.
Room 1054 is where I handle my food ingredients. Some of them struggled quite a bit, so the room is a bit messy.
After a tour of room 1053, Su Qin led Han Fei to room 1054. Pushing open the door of room 1054, he was hit by a chilling draft. Then it was followed by a thick scent of blood. The whole room was covered in red. A large chopping block sat on the ground. The walls were decorated with scratch marks. If not for the training he received from his roommates, Han Fei would be fainting right now. His heart pounded, but he moved into the room without a twitch on his facial muscle. The only good news was, he realized the scratch marks were not left behind by human hands, but more like the signs of a last struggle from various monsters.
The place is a bit messy. Big sister, I know how busy you are. If you don't mind, you should leave the minor jobs like cleaning up to me.
The red pupils turned to Han Fei. Su Qin imagined many scenarios, but he did not expect Han Fei to say these things after visiting the hell-like room.
You should focus on the things you love and work on your recipes. Your hands are blessed with unique cooking skills. So you should leave the miscellaneous jobs to me. You shan't dirty your hands with menial tasks.
Han Fei said those to draw himself closer to Su Qin so that he could be a dinner guest at Su Qin's place more often. She might come up with more food that could raise his attributes. But to his surprise, after he said those things, Su Qin's bloody red eyes zeroed in on Han Fei. It caused the man to chill.
Someone has once given me those same promises, but he turned out to be a liar.
Su Qin bit on her fingers anxiously as she studied the bloodied knife.
He disappeared from my life. He went into hiding. So where is he now? Why can't I remember anything about him? Notification for player 0000. You've successfully explored all the rooms on the 5th floor. Grade G mission. Explore the 5th floor completed. Obtain mission reward 1 free skill point. Friendliness with Su Qin increases by 20.
Chapter 61. Fresh blood flowed down the corner of the Su Qin's lips. Her finger was chewed until it bled, but the woman did not seem to feel the pain. Han Fei's words stimulated a memory buried deep in her mind. Her expression turned even more unhinged than usual. Staring closer at her face and listening to her repeat the same words, Han Fei was suddenly struck by an inspiration. The name Su Qin bounced around in his mind. He believed he had seen it somewhere before. When Han Fei was researching the human jigsaw case, he accidentally came across another case that happened around the same time. He tried to remember more details about it. The case got his temporary attention because it involved a staff from Immortal Pharmaceutical. The victim was the manager at Immortal Pharmaceutical who was responsible for clinical trials of new drugs. The victim's name was Su Qin. The victim's only family was her younger brother. The only family they had in life was each other. To look after her younger brother, the sister did not enter any relationship and basically married her work. All the neighbors thought the siblings had a very good relationship, so everyone was surprised to find out it was the brother who had poisoned his elder sister. The case was easily solved because the killer was too clumsy. The brother slipped the poison into the food, and his sister finished his cooking because she had never suspected her own brother to harbor any malintention against her. The evidence was stacked against the brother. The sister eventually died from food poisoning, and the brother was given the death penalty. A quite famous urban legend arose from this incident. It was said that if you made food delivery around the neighborhood where the siblings once stayed, you might run into a mad woman brandishing a table knife. She would cry harrowingly while coughing blood. Then she'd proceed to consume both the food and the food delivery man. Could these two Su Qins be the same person? Han Fei studied the woman before him. He still remembered the one statement that she gave him. Su Qin was the name she used only recently. The tenant of room 1052 might not be Su Qin. She might possess many different memories. In other words, she was an amalgamation of curses come to life, and Su Qin was merely one of them.
Big sister, are you all right?
Han Fei did not show fear due to the woman's loss of control. He walked voluntarily over to her.
If you don't feel well, you should go rest for now. I'll go lure the people from the 6th floor here.
Han Fei's real goal that night was the non-locals on the 6th floor. But now Han Fei also wished that he could use these non-locals to stabilize Su Qin's emotions. The bloodied lips trembled incessantly. Su Qin's bloodless hands went subconsciously to cover her face.
Someone is in hiding, but I cannot remember who. I have forgotten some important things. Since he could quit the game any time, Han Fei became more confident and courageous. He escorted Su Qin back to room 1052 and then walked up to the 6th floor alone. Walking down the corridor, Han Fei's smile gradually disappeared. He wanted to smile sincerely from within too, but he had lost that ability a long time ago. He could easily muster up a smile on his face due to his acting training, but none of them carried actual bliss and happiness behind them. Sidling up the steps, this was the first time Han Fei arrived at the 6th floor. This was a new breakthrough for him. The building manager used to stay at the 10th floor. There should be important clues left in his room. To get to know this place better, I need to figure out a way to get there as soon as possible.
Compared to the other floor, the 6th floor was extremely unkempt. Various trash littered the corridor, and broken flower pots were left haphazardly on the steps. These non-locals sure are inconsiderate. What if someone trips on them and falls down the stairs? Han Fei slowed his movements. He bent over to try to move the pots away when he noticed the wilted plant in one of the pots was tied with red threads. The ends of the threads were dangling with miniature copper bells. Red threads and copper bells? Aren't these commonly used to ward against evil spirits? Han Fei moved the pot closer to the wall, but the strange thing was no matter how hard Han Fei shook the pot, the bells refused to ring. It was as if the red threads and bells were unresponsive to living humans. I'm finally on the 6th floor. Standing amidst the piles of trash, Han Fei studied the 4 rooms on the 6th floor. He had no idea which room was occupied, so he chose the closest door of room 1064 to knock on.
Is anyone home? I'm your downstairs neighbor.
The knocking reverberated down the corridor, but no one came to open the door. I know for a fact that these rooms are occupied. The only reason they won't come to answer the door is because they're afraid or cautious. Han Fei had his own solution to this problem. Unlike the other neighbor, he was not afraid of raising a ruckus and making himself a target. For the first 3 hours of each gaming instance, Han Fei was extremely careful. His situation was like walking on thin ice, but after he gained the ability to quit the game at any time, there would be a glorious transformation in his mind. To put it simply, he had nothing to fear. Unless the ghost could follow him back to real life, which none was able to, he had the backbone to provoke anyone.
I'll just keep on knocking if you don't answer the door. I know you're at home. Don't just hide in there.
The air in the 6th floor corridor chilled. Han Fei's insistent knocking caused something to change in the apartment. It was like something had awakened. His 6th floor neighbors were probably extremely nervous. They'd pray that Han Fei would leave them in peace, but this Han Fei was recalcitrant with no concern for his own life, which was a dangerous combination. Actually, Han Fei was quite nervous too. He paid attention to the landlord's ring while placing his ears against the door to listen. Soon, a small voice came from inside room 1064. That was the confirmation Han Fei needed. When Han Fei heard that voice, he was like a shark who smelt blood. He opened his mouth wide and shouted,
My dear neighbor in room 1064, nice to meet you. I know that you are home. I can hear you. I happened to run into one of your friends, and he tasked me to return something to you. My neighbor from room 1064, were you the one who littered these trashes on the ground? But why were they tied with red threads and stained with blood? What is the purpose of those things?
Han Fei specifically mentioned room 1064 loudly and repeatedly. The tenants inside were probably feeling like frogs in a boiling pan. The other tenants of this building would remember this room number, and they'd have no chance of keeping a low profile anymore.
Tenants in room 1064, can you please open the door to communicate? You wouldn't want me to come here and knock every night, would you?
This final statement finally scared his neighbor. If this madman really came to raise a commotion outside room 1064 every night, disaster was bound to happen. The lock sprung, and the anti-theft door opened a gap. A bloodshot eye glared at Han Fei with tiredness and anger.
Excuse me? I'm here to do you a favor. How can you treat people like that? Anyway, has one of your friends recently gone missing?
Han Fei did not carry any weapon with him, and he gave off a weak presence. The tenant assumed he was a madman who yearned for death.
No, that's impossible. Your friend specially requested me to return this thing back to the tenants on the 6th floor.
Han Fei took out the human cocoon from his pocket. Chapter 62. After Han Fei took out the human cocoon, the eyes of the person inside room 1064 were instantly drawn to it. Naturally, Han Fei caught this. He purposely put the human cocoon away.
Perhaps I was wrong then. Wait, you were not wrong. This cocoon did belong to my friend. Give it to me.
The door opened some more. Then a thin arm covered in scars reached out from inside the house.
So this is a cocoon? I thought it was some kind of stone.
Han Fei placed the human cocoon back in his inventory. He regarded the tenant of room 1064 with clear suspicion.
But you said you didn't have a friend that went missing earlier, so this thing clearly does not belong to you. Do you think I'm so easily fooled?
A murderous glint crossed the tenant's eyes. He rarely reasoned with people. Tonight, this was an exception.
Was it a woman with a ruined face, long hair and a tattoo of a human-faced butterfly who gave this thing to you?
When he heard that, Han Fei was honestly startled. He remembered clearly the appearance of the murderer that died in his house. He definitely did not fit the description given by the tenant of room 1064. Seeing the lack of response from Han Fei, the tenant knew he had accidentally revealed things that he shouldn't. He quickly added,
If it's not her, then the person who gave you the cocoon should be a man with a big build that greatly needs a shower. There was a scar near his brow. That man is my brother. He went down the stairs a few days ago and hasn't been seen since. Yes, it was indeed this man who gave me the cocoon. He was being chased by something and had me temporarily look after this cocoon.
Han Fei thought back to his brush with death and took a deep sigh.
To be honest, he even saved my life. Without him, I probably would have been killed by a monster already. Now can you give the cocoon to me? This thing has no use for you. In fact, it'll only bring you bad luck.
The tenant of room 1064 was not in the mood for story time. He just wanted the cocoon.
I do not sense even a shred of concern for your close friend from you. You only care about the cocoon. I can't help but suspect. Are you two even friends?
Han Fei could quit any time. He was not afraid to push buttons.
I can't give something that he clearly valued so much to a stranger. He saved my life. I have to fulfill his last wish to my best ability. If you really want to repay him, then give the damn thing to me.
The tenant's voice hissed through his teeth. He was tormented by Han Fei, his muddy eyes colored with black and red veins.
If you can prove that you are really his brother, then of course I will return this to you.
Han Fei was not afraid of the man at all. Compared to his big sister on the 5th floor, this crazed tenant was like a cute puppy. The man's pupils turned slowly. It was clear that his patience was wearing thin.
I have a lot of his things in my room. If you don't believe me, why don't you come in and see for yourself? If you have the evidence, then why don't you get them to show me? Why should I enter your room? It shouldn't trouble you that much to go take something of your friend to show me, right?
Han Fei exclaimed loudly. He was fearless. It caused the man's eyes to twitch.
Fine, I'll go take one for you now.
Knowing Han Fei wouldn't be fooled into the room, venom crossed the man's eyes. He answered in an angry whisper.
Is your throat fine? Can you speak louder? Why are you still standing here, by the way? Aren't you going to take the evidence? Why are your eyes so bloodshot? Do you suffer from pink eye?
Han Fei bombarded the man with questions. It caused the man's temper to boil even further. The man's personal info was aired openly, and that was equal to summoning death in this world. The sound of teeth grinding came from behind the door. The man's arms that hid behind the door tightened, as if he imagined closing them around Han Fei's neck. The red eyes bounced in their sockets. The man's shoulders trembled. He bit on his tongue, and blood leaked out his mouth. Seeing this scary expression on his neighbor, Han Fei opened the menu. Staring at the lit-up quit button, he leaned closer to his neighbor and asked in a concerned and innocent tone.
My friend, are you all right? You look like you're suffering from epilepsy.
Unable to resist the provocation anymore, the man's arm lashed out from behind the door. Just as the arm was about to snake out from the gap, another person from inside the room held him back. A man about 2 meters tall walked out from the bathroom inside room 1064. He had been hiding inside the bathroom. If Han Fei entered the room earlier, he would be ambushed by this man.
Go and get the accursed picture.
The man had a surprisingly feminine voice. It did not match his size at all. The small, thin man, who almost lost his cool, turned away from Han Fei. He walked back into the room and took out a black and white picture from the bedroom. It was a group photo of about 10 adults. They were of varying ages, and most of their faces were ruined beyond recognition. The man about 2 meters tall stared straight at the cocoon. Han Fei squeezed the cocoon between his 2 fingers and continued to incense the tenants of room 1064. The cocoon was right within their grasp. The eyes of the 2 non-locals gradually became dominated by blood. Han Fei was interrupted by the imposing man.
Since my brother was willing to hand this thing over to you, that means that you have gained his approval. A friend of my brother is a friend of mine as well.
The dainty voice was like a snake's whisper. The man slowly reached his hand out of the door.
I have not seen you before. Did you just move here? Yes. This is a dangerous place. Having more friends to help look over your shoulders is never a bad thing.
The man stopped his hands before Han Fei for a handshake.
My name is Chong Lu. What about you? My name is... Han Fei just raised his hand when the man suddenly leaned forward. His hand reached for Han Fei's body. At the same time, the smaller man jumped out from behind the door. The cold steel shone in his grasp. The duo worked together seamlessly. Once the tall one apprehended Han Fei, his partner would deliver a fatal stab into Han Fei's heart. The two made their move suddenly, but Han Fei was prepared for it. He never trusted them to begin with. He was just playing a role. The stamina that he upgraded came into use then. Han Fei's reaction speed had an obvious increase. After narrowly escaping the man's grapple, he turned to race downstairs.
Go get him.
To acquire the cocoon, the 2 tenants hurried after Han Fei. The temperature in the corridor continued to drop. With the amount of noise they'd made, it had attracted the attention of some other stuff in the apartment. Han Fei raced ahead. The small man with the knife followed close behind. They soon arrived at the 5th floor. The man with the knife slowed down at the landing. It was not until he saw Han Fei enter the 5th corridor safely that he picked up his speed again. With his face twisting, the man chuckled wickedly. There's nowhere for you to run.
Han Fei and the man rushed past the open door of room 1051. The large man did not think much about it, but when he crossed the open door, pairs of dark hands suddenly reached out from the room. The invisible hands dragged him into the room. Hearing his roommate call for help, the small man stopped. He realized something was wrong. He was about to abandon his roommate to retreat back to the 6th floor when the door to room 1052 behind him opened. The color of blood flashed, and 2 stained table knives stuck into the man's ribs. Han Fei jumped on the man and closed the man's jaw to prevent him from screaming. What happened next was too gory to describe. Su Qin soon dealt with the small man, and Chong Lu was consumed by room 1051. Su Qin shut the door to room 1051 and glanced upstairs. Both she and Han Fei heard a strange footstep. It sounded like someone staggering down the stairs step by step.
Get in here.
Su Qin hooked her fingers through Han Fei's collar and dragged him into room 1052. As the footsteps approached, Su Qin closed the door. His heart throbbed painfully. The ring on Han Fei's finger chilled intensely. He knew there was something incredibly scary outside the door. He held his breath for 10 minutes before the chill dissipated. He was about to give a sigh of relief when he turned and saw Su Qin's red pupils glaring at him.
Why did you take so long? It has nothing to do with me. It was them. Han Fei stammered as he regarded the small man on the ground.
They wanted me to stay with them because they insisted on being my friends. The kind who would take 2 stabs to the ribs for me. Chapter 63.
Well, they did stick to their promise.
Su Qin extracted the knives out from the man's ribs. Single-handedly, she dragged the dead man's body into the kitchen.
Care to join me?
Han Fei shook his head. He noticed after the man's body was dismembered, black threads oozed out of his body. These threads wiggled inside the man's body as if they were alive.
What are those black threads inside his bodies? All of the non-locals have these black threads in their bodies. They appear to be some kind of curse.
Su Qin dragged the man into the kitchen. During this process, the man's body started to disintegrate, and the black threads vaporized into black smoke.
Curse.
Han Fei was reminded of something Chong Lu said. They carried an accursed picture with them.
Yes, these curses are like drugs. They stimulate the non-locals' already broken minds and make them even crazier, crueler, and madder. Therefore, you shan't show any mercy when dealing with them. If you do not kill them immediately, you'll be the one getting killed.
Su Qin then shut the kitchen door. In her way, this lady cared about Han Fei. Moments later, horrifying sounds came from inside the kitchen. But after listening to it for some time, Han Fei discovered a soothing rhythm to it.
Big sister, I'll leave you to your cooking. I'll return to the 6th floor to look around. Perhaps these non-locals might hide some goodies in their room.
Han Fei was worried that his loot might be stolen by others if he did not move fast enough.
I would not advise you to leave now. You heard the footsteps from earlier, right? The staggering footsteps?
Being reminded of that oppressive tapping sound, his spine tingled with apprehension.
Who is behind it? Is it our neighbor from upstairs? I've not seen the tenant in person either, but I suspect they might reside on the 9th floor. 9th floor? There's someone staying up there? I believe so.
Black blood dribbled out from the gap in the door. Su Qin's tone took on a hue of excitement, like a child on Christmas.
I wish to get to the 10th floor to meet the building manager, so I'll have to pass the 9th floor eventually. The meeting with the owner of the footsteps is inevitable. My advice is for you to abandon that thought. The 8th floor is a forbidden zone at this apartment, and if you value your life, do not get too close to the 9th floor.
The kitchen door opened a gap. To warn Han Fei, Su Qin walked out. Her eyes were startlingly red as if she tried to sear the fear into Han Fei.
Why? You only need to understand this. The building manager is the building manager not because he was well-loved, but because he was the only person who could traverse through the 9th floor freely.
Su Qin's morbid eyes stared at Han Fei. Her tone was sharp and cold. Worried about Han Fei, she placed heft behind her warning.
Don't worry. Before I am fully prepared, I won't do anything stupid.
Just as Han Fei said that, a bloodied arm reached towards his neck. The tapered fingers caressed his cheek softly.
If you're so intent on dying, I wish you'd come to me. I'll gladly help you with it.
Su Qin's words were definitely scary, but for some reason, Han Fei found a trace of concern in her scary promise.
Dying is not my intention. I still have very important things to do, like finding the most extreme flavor in the world with you.
Han Fei somehow had gotten an Iyashikei experience out of this hellish game. After hearing that, Su Qin's crimson lips curled into a smile before she turned to head into the kitchen. Several minutes later, Su Qin came out with a brand new doily.
It's a bit small, don't you think? The design is a bit too simple if you ask me. I heard from the non-locals that one of them has a man-faced butterfly tattoo. Man-faced butterfly?
Su Qin's interest was clearly piqued.
I'll come to you when I have a new clue.
Han Fei stayed in the room with Su Qin until 4 a.m., and then they both left room 1052 together. Su Qin dragged Chong Lu's body out from room 1051. Han Fei looted Chong Lu's clothes while Su Qin claimed the man's carcass. They both got what they wanted. Chong Lu was quite unique among the non-locals. Without Su Qin's help, Han Fei believed he would not have been able to defeat him. Rummaging through Chong Lu's clothes, Han Fei found two rather interesting objects.
Notification for player 0000. You have found Heaven Cinema's work ID. Heaven Cinema's work ID, grade G normal item, one of the prerequisites to trigger the celebrity profession. With this ID, you can enter Heaven Cinema freely.
Han Fei noticed astutely that the item description only mentioned the ID allowed the owner to enter the cinema freely, but not leave it freely. Han Fei predicted there were some problems brewing at that cinema. Either the staff were all cursed, or they were all murderers.
A place that's easy to get into, but hard to get out. That sounds dangerous, but I'm quite interested in the celebrity profession. I just wonder if the word celebrity here carries the same connotation as one in real life.
Perfect Life had no limitation to the amount of profession a player could undertake. However, to be an expert at a specific profession, one had to put in plenty of time and effort. A normal player would spend years to train a profession to its maximum potential. Han Fei had unlocked the mission for a hidden profession. He did not plan to give that profession up. He merely felt like he needed a normal profession to provide him with a front. If he ran into other players in this game, when they got to know each other, Han Fei couldn't possibly say he was a midnight butcher. That would give him away too easily. Other than the work ID, the other unique item Han Fei found was the black and white picture that he saw a glimpse of earlier. There were 17 people captured in the picture.
Notification for player 0000. You have found the accursed group picture. Accursed group picture, grade G blood red item. Every single person in this picture deserves a horrible death. That is my final wish.
Reading the item description, Han Fei had a sneaking suspicion that this heaven cinema was more dangerous than he thought, but that was a concern in the far future. He had not even explored the whole apartment yet. Why would he venture out of it? He did not have either the ability or the guts to do so anyway. After storing the two items away, Han Fei returned to the 6th floor alone. He entered room 1064 and saw pools of blood as well as broken bits of bones inside the house. A horrible stench permeated the room. He looked around and realized the stench that heaviest around the bedroom. He pushed open the door.
What is this?
The bed frame of the bed was hollowed out. It was stuffed to the brim with decomposing limbs. Among the decaying heap of flesh, Han Fei spotted a human cocoon that was almost blood red in color. Chapter 64. The surface of the human cocoon was wrapped in something that looked like blood capillaries. It was feeding from the broken limbs.
The non-locals escaped into this apartment to rear this thing?
The human cocoon in the bedroom was hugely different from the human cocoon Han Fei had. He did not dare to carelessly reach out for it. Instead, he found a broom and lightly knocked against the thing. The outer casing of the cocoon was extremely thin. It was basically transparent. When Han Fei's broom knocked against it, he could see a shadow inside wiggling in response.
It feels like the thing inside is about to break out from its cocoon soon.
To get to the bottom of this mystery, as much as Han Fei was wary of it, he had to place his hand on the cocoon for the system to examine it further. He gathered his courage and reached his hand into the heap of human carcasses. His fingers tried to evade the body parts. When Han Fei's hand was about several cm from the cocoon, a thin blood thread emerged from the bottom of the cocoon. The thread pierced into Han Fei's finger like a needle. Sensing the pain, Han Fei quickly pulled his hand back. The human cocoon in room 1064 had been carefully looked after. It was well nourished. The thing inside the cocoon was not only alive, it could sense the immediate outer world around it. The thing inside appears to possess intelligence. It is not a normal insect. Han Fei studied the wound on his fingertip. It was not big, but it was deep. It is of no use to me. If anything, its existence is a danger to me. Han Fei took out the lighter from his pocket. He carried this thing originally to light up the cigarettes.
Are you an insect or a ghost? Or something else completely?
A dancing flame flickered inside the cold room. Han Fei grabbed some waste paper, wrapped it around the end of the broom, and made it into a temporary torch. The man's shadow swayed along with the dancing flame. Han Fei held the lit broom in his right hand, while his left hand slowly approached the human cocoon.
I dare you to poke me again.
The flame casted its ray on the cocoon. Under the skein, the small shadow trembled anxiously, but it had nowhere to run. The blood capillaries charred from the flame. Han Fei could hear a wailing inside the room, but at the same time, it also sounded far away.
Was that you?
Regardless, Han Fei was unfazed. He placed the lit torch right above the human cocoon. His hand finally got the chance to touch the blood-red cocoon.
Notification for player 0000. You have found grade G blood red item, human cocoon. Human cocoon, blood red item, the cocoon for some kind of insect. It has feasted on a lot of blood and curse. It is in its final preparatory stage to break out from the cocoon.
Staring at the cocoon that sat on top of the decomposing heap, Han Fei hesitated. The thing was about to break out from its cocoon soon. If he removed it from this environment, he might disrupt its growth. Han Fei personally wanted to see what kind of monster would emerge from this cocoon. After all, these non-locals had spent so much effort to provide it with a warm bed. However, Han Fei had no idea how long this preparatory stage would last. It was unrealistic for him to wait here forever. What if his other neighbors decided to drop in for a visit? It was unlikely that Su Qin would be interested to come and do some bug watching with him either.
Those two are not the only ones staying on this floor. I've not explored the 3 other rooms yet. If I leave this thing here, it'll definitely be taken away by the other non-locals.
Several seconds later, Han Fei made a decision. He reached out to tear away the capillaries on the cocoon's surface. He yanked the cocoon off the bed and then shoved it inside his inventory. The moment he tore off the capillaries, the wailing intensified and strange noises came from the other rooms of the same floor.
I better leave this place soon. It'll be terrible if I get blocked up inside this room.
Han Fei did not want his loot to be taken away by others, so he left room 1064 in a hurry.
I've basically searched through the entire room. There's nothing else that is worth staying for.
After returning to the 5th floor, Han Fei knocked on the door to room 1052.
Big sister, I found another cocoon on the 6th floor.
When he was inside the room, Han Fei handed the cocoon over to Su Qin. Su Qin was surprisingly interested to witness the birth of the thing inside the cocoon. In the end, the two decided to keep the cocoon inside room 1051 for now. The thing inside the cocoon was very sensitive. It could sense the danger inside room 1051. It wailed miserably, but that only increased Su Qin's interest in it even further.
I believe a cursed ghost is trapped inside the cocoon. It is very unique.
Su Qin personally set the cocoon inside room 1051.
Don't worry, I will keep it well fed.
Han Fei then said goodbye to Su Qin and returned to the 4th floor. He did not log off because he had another task to do that night. Han Fei glanced downstairs. While he still had time, Han Fei wanted to have a talk with Weep. When he reached the 3rd floor, Han Fei noticed the door to room 1034 was wide open. A chill draft seeped out from it. Han Fei hesitated, sensing the ice from the ring. The last time he entered room 1034, he barely escaped alive. While he hesitated, the strange footsteps returned. This time, it moved even faster and it sounded like it was heading right for Han Fei.
Su Qin is right. I shouldn't stay in the corridor for too long.
Han Fei wasted no time and rushed into Weep's room. Closing the door, Han Fei felt like he had walked into a morgue. He looked at the broken furniture and torn talismans. He felt quite sorry. He stepped over to the ceremonial urn at the corner. When the footsteps in the corridor disappeared, he asked softly,
Weep, are you here?
There was no response. Weep, who wished for companionship and friendship, did not appear to want them from Han Fei.
We might have started this on the wrong foot. Let's start from the beginning one more time. Noticing the lack of response, Han Fei retreated to the door and said slowly, You should still remember the name. Iyashikei, right?
The moment Han Fei uttered that name, the temperature in the room dropped. The scattered talisman and paper money rustled noisily. The paper dolls quivered in fear. A thin arm reached out from the broken urn. It was followed by a flimsy shadow.
Weep. Han Fei voiced out the thoughts that were in his heart. Iyashikei is dead, but the crime he committed is not. Many souls are awaiting their justice, and they need your help. Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Just the mention of Iyashikei's name caused the shadow to twist. Children's faces appeared on its body. Weep scratched at its body madly. Black blood splashed onto the ground.
Calm down. All right, I won't ask any more questions. Please calm down.
Weep looked like he was in extreme pain. He was about to dig out his own flesh. The child appeared to possess intense hatred towards the body that carried Iyashikei's lineage. Han Fei could not imagine the despair the boy must have gone through to harbor such intense hatred towards his father even after death.
Weep, the man is dead. No one is going to harm you anymore.
After knowing Iyashikei's history, Han Fei couldn't help but pity the child. He resisted his innate fear and slowly approached the boy. The small shadow mutilated himself. No matter how hard Han Fei consoled him, he could not stop Weep from literally tearing himself apart. Stooping before the boy who was blind with self-contempt, Han Fei subconsciously committed to this action. He opened his arms and lightly pulled Weep into a hug.
Everything's okay now. I'm here for you, you hear me? I'm here for you.
The black blood splashed on Han Fei's body. They sizzled with pain, but the man did not let go. His body was frozen numb, but his heart was warm. He had no idea why he had done this. He was very afraid and very tired. But he knew he had to stop Weep from hurting himself. From his perspective, Weep had done nothing wrong. The one who should be punished was Iyashikei. After a few minutes, Weep finally calmed down. Han Fei was fully drained by then. He decided not to pressure Weep further. The past was too painful for the boy. Han Fei released his grasp, enveloping the boy. His arms were sore and paralyzed. It probably did him no good to have such close contact with a ghost. Weep kept his head lowered. His arms dangled weakly by his sides. He still refused to actually acknowledge Han Fei's presence.
If you ever feel lonely, I will come to visit you. I'll be your friend, the one who will stand by you.
Since Weep still did not give him any response, Han Fei gave a sigh and climbed up. He headed to the door. When he was about to reach the door, Han Fei turned around as if he was reminded of something. He looked at the small shadow at the corner.
You lost to me in the game of hide and seek. You remember our bet, right? You promised to help me do 3 things.
Finally, that got a response from Weep. Seeing Weep reacting to his words, Han Fei's face softened with a smile.
The first thing that I need you to do is to take good care of yourself. Don't blame and injure yourself anymore, no matter what happens in the future.
The eyes slowly raised. When Weep looked to the door, Han Fei had already left room 1034. Dragging his exhausted body to the stairwell, the robotic voice suddenly erupted in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness with He Yuhui increases by 5. Forming a peaceful neighborly relationship is the first step to a perfect life.
Chapter 65. Han Fei was quite surprised to hear that notification because he had not helped Weep with any mission. Weep's past caused him to block himself off deeply from the world. Han Fei initially thought Weep would be one of the hardest neighbors to befriend, but after some actual interactions, Han Fei realized Weep was not as scary as the boy portrayed himself to be. Iron ally, the ghosts in this world still retained the warmth of humanity. One day, I swear to return the smile to Weep's face. With that decision made, Han Fei felt a sense of buoyancy. He found it hard to believe that the game was able to isolate him so completely from his problems in real life. With just a slight improvement in his neighborly relationship, Han Fei was overwhelmed by satisfaction. I should carry this feeling with me as a reminder. Bringing people laughter, isn't that why I became a comedy actor in the first place? My dream hasn't changed, but on the way to pursue that dream, harsh reality has dulled my passion so much that I couldn't muster up my own smile anymore. Han Fei turned to look at the talisman-covered door. A trace of confusion bubbled up in his heart. How come I never felt this sense of gratification when I worked on the stage in real life? If anything, being on stage drains me, but here, bringing comfort to these dead people is greatly satisfying. Why? Han Fei never really gave this any thought because in real life, he was too busy earning money, pleasing the right people, and fighting for a chance to stay before the camera. Is it all just because of the constant threat of death? He stared down the eerie corridor, and the faces of all the neighbors he had met came up in his mind. None of these people were perfect. They either had physical imperfection or mental imperfection. To survive in this apartment, Han Fei would have to heal their pain, to help them regain their lost humanity. In a way, this is truly an Iyashikei game in every sense of the word. Han Fei had stayed in the game long enough that night. He was about to log off when the door to room 1031 suddenly opened.
Get in quick.
Mengxi appeared at the door.
Do you need help? Don't stay out there in the corridor for too long.
The old lady lectured like she was talking to her unruly grandson. Spotting Han Fei standing alone in the corridor, she quickly pulled him into her house.
Why did you go over to room 1034 again? Haven't I warned you about how dangerous that place is?
Mengxi's chiding belied a deep-seated concern for Han Fei. Han Fei found himself warmed even though he was being nagged at.
I knew something was not right when I heard the opposite door open. I've been waiting by my own door, preventing people from wandering cluelessly into that room.
Mengxi's house was lit up with red candles. Once bitten, twice shy, she was extremely cautious of Weep after what happened to Qin.
Young man, you are too brave for your own good. Other people couldn't wait to get away from that place, but you voluntarily rushed into it? Have you lost your mind?
Han Fei didn't know what to say in response to Mengxi's words.
Granny, actually Weep is not as bad as you think.
Han Fei relayed Weep's past and everything the boy had to endure before he died. After hearing Han Fei out, Mengxi was silent for a long time before she said,
The boy is pitiable, yes, but ultimately he is different from us. He is a ghost.
Surrounded by the red candles, Han Fei hesitated for some time before he chose to broach the subject.
Granny, do you really not remember anything? What do you mean?
Meng Si clearly had no idea what Han Fei was talking about.
Actually, holding her hands, Han Fei looked into the old lady's face and came out with the truth.
Granny, you and Chun Chun died 10 years ago.
Before Han Fei finished, half of the candles got snuffed out. In the flickering light, Meng Si trembled as she leaned on the dining table.
What kind of nonsense are you talking about?
For the frozen body case, the mother found out that her adopted son had murdered someone. To give that son a chance to surrender himself to the police, she helped him hide the body. That happened 10 years ago. I know, it was me who told you. The mother gave her son 1 week's time, but before the week was over, the mother was found murdered alongside her grandson. Their bodies were found inside a cold chain transport truck's freezer cargo.
Han Fei spoke hurriedly.
The murderer did not stop after killing the mother and her grandson. If he is not detained, more people will fall to his prey.
All the red lights in the room extinguished. The temperature dropped. The freezing sensation was different from anything Han Fei had felt in this game before. It was like he was locked inside a freezer, and the chill was slowing down his veins and heart. In the dark, Meng Si shook harder and harder. A face gradually emerged from the back of Meng Si's head. Han Fei did not expect his words to have such a drastic effect. However, he stayed. He did not run from fear. Instead, he gripped Meng Si's icy hands harder.
Tolerance will not make the murderer repent. It only gives him more chances to hurt others.
Too scary, wiry arms reached out from the old lady's head. Essentially, a monster was crawling out from Meng Si's mind.
The demon is probably out there targeting some other innocent child as we speak. He thrives on breaking up happy families. We need to capture him as soon as possible.
The temperature dropped to freezing point. The warm little house was encased in a frozen hell. The old lady's body quivered violently. Painful memories surfaced in her mind as her kind face gradually lined with deep regret. It seemed like with the appearance of the monster inside her head, some of Meng Si's memory returned as well.
The mother must have seen something before she died. She will not want her own son to commit more irreversible mistakes.
When Han Fei said that, the old lady's gnarly hands suddenly clenched around Han Fei's wrist powerfully. Meng Si's lips trembled like she was mumbling something. Han Fei had to lean in very close before he could make out the words, Donghuai's factory.
An ice factory? But based on the statement given by the mother's eldest son, Meng Si and Meng Chen's bodies were discovered inside a truck.
Han Fei had more questions, but suddenly the bedroom door opened. When Chun Chen saw his grandmother in this state, he cried immediately. Hearing the boy's wails, the monster's struggle to escape conspicuously slowed. Han Fei was flustered. He quickly disentangled himself from Meng Si's grasp to switch on all the lights in the room and relit all the candles. After the lights came back on, the monster slowly retreated back into Meng Si's head. Everything returned to normal. The old lady collapsed to the ground. Her face was pale. What was that all about? Han Fei carried the old lady to the couch and placed her gingerly there. He then started to think. Most of the neighbors I can communicate with at this apartment have forgotten about their own death. They cannot even recognize the fact that they are ghosts. Part of their memory is lost, but at the same time, it carried away their pain. Was the monster inside Meng Si's head the manifestation of that painful memory? Or was the monster the actual Meng Si? Studying the fainted old lady, Han Fei considered all the possibilities. Could this be the working of the former building manager? He sealed up these neighbors' painful memories to help them settle into this world more easily. But this does not solve the problem. The pain is still there. It is merely swept under the rug temporarily. The pain will not go away because it is not seen. Chapter 66. In the entire apartment, there were not many tenants that were powerful enough to tamper with other neighbors' memories. The mysterious building manager was one of them, so Han Fei's suspicion was not unfounded. After a few days of gaming, Han Fei could categorize the tenants into two types, the communicable ones and the ones who were dominated by pain and despair. They shared the same apartment and had some kind of connection between them. Han Fei had not discovered the whole truth yet. He had a feeling more would be revealed once he stepped into the building manager's house. 10th floor. I need to get there as soon as possible. After Meng Si's status stabilized, the exhausted Han Fei left room 1031. He returned to room 1044 and closed the anti-theft door. Meng Si on the third floor cares a lot about me, and I'm still trying to befriend the big sister on the fifth floor. Weep has begun to change his mind about me. Now I only need to help my roommates recover their sanity. Then I would have completed the small goal of forming a peaceful, neighborly relationship. After playing the game for some time, Han Fei's mindset also slowly changed. Initially, he investigated the cases for the sake of his survival, but as he dug deeper into them, Han Fei sincerely wanted to unearth the truth, to help bring justice to his neighbors. It's time to leave. The longer I stay here, the more authentic this gaming world feels. Pressing the quit button, the world was swallowed by red and Han Fei's consciousness flagged. Removing the gaming helmet, Han Fei laid in bed and refused to move. Compared to physical fatigue, the mental fatigue bogged him down even further. I doubt there's any acting job coming in soon. Thankfully, I have some savings that can sustain me for a while. Han Fei used his phone to log into his bank account. I see two possible ways to earn money in the near future. The first is to wait for Perfect Life to enter OB, but I doubt my collected items will have any sale value in the normal game world. The second method is to claim the reward money from helping the police solve the case. Han Fei's eyes swept to the picture of Meng Chang'an, but what he saw was 50,000 renminbi stuck on the wall. Well, it is still an honest way to earn money. This time Han Fei obtained a crucial clue from the game, Dong Huai's factory. The most painful memory for Meng Si happened at this place. This was news to Han Fei. He planned to visit the place in person the next day. At 10 a.m., Han Fei was woken up by his alarm. After a quick breakfast, he pulled out his phone to call Li Shui.
Are you free now? Can you accompany me to investigate a place of interest?
Even though Han Fei was not a detective, he had seen many detective movies. Conducting investigation without backup often led the main character into danger. He did not want that for himself.
Where's this place? In the frozen body case, the cold chain transport truck's cargo was most likely not the first crime scene. Meng Si and Chun Chin's bodies were planted there. We knew about that already. Then do you have any idea where the first crime scene is? Not for now. I'll bring you there.
Han Fei did not need too long to convince Li Shui. 1 hour later, Li Shui arrived at Han Fei's place. On her bike, they journeyed to Xian Lu's northern countryside together. Xian Lu City was extremely large. The upper class and middle class stayed at the intelligence city. Beyond that was the old city. Low-income citizens called this place home. Before the citizenry database was constructed, it was a hive of crime. Other than the intelligent city and old city, Xian Lu also had 4 country areas facing the 4 nautical directions. As the technology advanced, the people previously residing in the countryside surged towards the city, and Xian Lu outskirts became more and more abandoned. Currently, they were mostly populated by rotting flats and deserted factories. Dong Huai's factory was at Xian Lu northern countryside. It was a small-scale plant. It was built in the countryside because the utility bills would be cheaper and the lack of surrounding neighbors meant no chance of being complained. After leaving the highway, Han Fei and Li Shui weaved through the squalid flats. It was noon, but there was no one around. After about 10 more minutes, Han Fei finally spotted the signboard for the plant at the end of a small alley. The paint of the board was peeling and the words rusted.
It looks like this place has been shut down for a long time already.
The road that led into the plant was cracked and unkempt.
Even if this is really the first crime scene, what can we find after 10 years? Any evidence would be gone by now.
When Li Shui first heard the news, she was excited, but her mind cleared on the way here.
Also, Han Fei, how did you know this is the first crime scene? By using logical deduction.
Han Fei grumbled a random excuse. He studied the 2 meters tall cement walls. With a running start, he leaped upwards and his hands managed to grab the edge. He groaned as he pulled himself up to the wall. My stamina is indeed better than before. I used to get asthmatic attacks just from climbing a tree.
Don't rush ahead so blindly and do not stay too far away from me, understood?
Li Shui appeared beside him. She was clearly more experienced than Han Fei. Her action was quick and light. She made no sound at all as she flipped over the wall.
Okay.
The two lowered their voices as they moved along the walls towards the factory building. When they were inside the yard, the duo stopped communicating to make as little noise as possible. Instead, they trained their attention on clue searching. The plant was not big. A set of severely rusted ice brick maker and ice crusher sat in the courtyard. The simple sheds built around them had been reclaimed by nature.
Let's check out the main factory.
The two entered the dark building. The temperature here appeared to be lower than normal. It had been too long since the original crime was committed, so it was not surprising that they found nothing inside the factory. While Han Fei pondered if he had missed anything, Li Shui wandered about the place. Her pacing attracted Han Fei's attention.
What are you doing? An ice factory should have an ice storage or an ice cellar to keep the ice bricks, but we have not encountered such a place yet.
Li Shui stopped at the northeastern corner of the building. She kicked away the broken carpet, and it revealed a thin metallic slab underneath.
Let me help you.
Han Fei was about to walk over when Li Shui raised her palm to signal Han Fei to stay where he was. She walked cautiously around the metallic slab and switched on her law enforcement app. Then she pulled out a police baton. By then, Han Fei had noticed the discrepancy as well. Unlike the other objects at the factory, the slab was not covered in a layer of dust. That suggested recent use. There's someone down there. Li Shui made a gesture at Han Fei for him to grab something to arm himself. Then she reached out to grab a corner of the slab and slowly lifted it up. A rustling wind could be heard coming from the underground ice cellar. This cellar appeared to be connected to some other location. Taking out her phone, Li Shui rattled off a series of coordinates to her colleagues. Then she switched on the torchlight function and descended into the cellar alone. Chapter 67. Donghua Ice Factory was closed many years ago, but its underground ice cellar was surprisingly tidy, which suggested that it was cleaned often.
Stay up there and guard the entrance. We can't both go down there. What if someone tries to lock us up when we're down there? I've already called for reinforcement, so you won't be alone for long.
Li Shui used the flashlight on her phone to look around, and she soon discovered something.
What is that?
The light from the phone aimed at the corner. Li Shui spotted a ceremonial urn and a colored picture of Meng Si.
A photograph of the victim? Why would her picture be here? Someone has set up an altar for her here?
The underground ice cellar was small enough that one could capture everything in it in one glance. There was nothing to block one's sight either. It meant that the possibility of an ambush was zero. Li Shui walked towards the corner, but instead of messing up the evidence, she used her phone to record everything.
Did you find anything? I found a picture of Meng Si. Someone specifically made an altar for her here. Based on the ash inside the urn, this has been here for quite some time already. That's all.
Han Fei valued the clue given by Meng Si greatly, but Li Shui did not treat it as seriously as he did. After all, she did not know about its source.
How about we exchange places? I'll go up there, and you'll come down?
After helping Li Shui up, Han Fei jumped into the ice cellar. The moment he entered the cellar, a strange familiarity overwhelmed him. Claustrophobia, eeriness, and endless waves of darkness. His limbs numbed. Han Fei was instantly reminded of what he experienced at Meng Si's house when the old lady lost control. The feeling Han Fei had at room 1031 was similar to what he was feeling now inside the underground ice cellar. So that chill was a replication of how the lady felt when she died. He switched on the flashlight function on his phone and turned to examine the picture and the urn at the corner. Meng Si in the picture was still young. There was no white in her hair. Why didn't the person use a more recent picture of Meng Si? Han Fei thought. He probably couldn't get his hands on one.
Donghua Ice Factory should be the first crime scene, so the person who made this memorial probably knew about the truth of the case and is extremely close to Meng Si. The chances are it is one of Meng Si's 3 sons. The eldest has an altar at home, so there is no reason for him to purposely set up a second one here. So it is between Meng Changxi and Meng Chang'an.
A cold draft ruffled Han Fei's hair. Even though the ice cellar was built underground, it had surprisingly good ventilation. This drew Han Fei's suspicion.
Why does an ice cellar need good ventilation?
He followed the draft to a different room corner. The draft came from a sewer duct that was embedded into the ground. The duct cover had a gap in it, and there was where the wind came from. Han Fei squatted down and grabbed at the edge of the cover. As he suspected, the cover was an entrance, and it led into a tunnel.
It goes further down?
Han Fei hesitated as he stared into the thick darkness. The moisture in the air increased, and a light stench emitted from the tunnel.
Li Shui, the cellar's original drain has been hollowed out, and it connects to the city's underground sewer system. Should we go down to take a look? We should wait for reinforcement. Xin Lu used to employ a subsurface web-style pipe drainage system, but with the expansion of the city, it has been updated to the subsurface corridor-style drainage system. The former employed a convoluted web of buried pipes to facilitate liquid and solid sewage transfer, while the latter expanded the underground tunnel system to include man-made irrigation systems and to accommodate other underground transmission lines. The most iconic example is the Paris sewer system. Therefore, it is a literal underground maze down there, and will get lost without a map.
Li Shui was a former heavy crime detective. With her wealth of experience, she knew when to charge and when to hold back. They waited for 10 minutes before Li Shui's two colleagues arrived. They were different from normal civilian officers. They were from the investigation unit. One of them came with a temporary warrant to enter the city's drainage system. He pulled out the map, and they followed it as they ventured underground. A faded stench lingered in the air as the underground rivers gushed noisily. They walked down the paved corridors for the maintenance workers. Above them were the pipelines for water, fiber optics, and gas that were built decades ago.
Assuming Donghua Ice Factory is the first crime scene, is it possible that the killer used this underground tunnel to move the bodies?
Li Shui contemplated out loud while Han Fei pondered over every single word Meng Si had said to him. The other officers continued to study the map.
Sisterly, this area that we're at does not show up on the map.
One of the officers enlarged the digital map.
Someone has dug out a tunnel underneath the ice cellar.
The city's drainage map did not match the actual scene. Li Shui's group had entered an area that was not supposed to exist. They followed along the tunnel, and when it opened up, Li Shui and Han Fei could not believe their eyes. The underground room was filled with various pictures and stacks of documents about the human jigsaw case and frozen body case. Most of the documents were yellowed. They were here for a long time already. Someone had been collecting them for years.
Do not touch anything. Put on your gloves now.
But there were more surprises waiting for them. On the deepest wall of the cave, there was a collage of different individuals. Most of them had a circle drawn over their faces with black marker. 3 of them were the exceptions. The first was He Shui. His picture was crossed off with a red marker. The second of Meng Chang'an. His picture was circled with a red marker. The picture was also punctured at many places, pockmarking Meng Chang'an's face. The cave owner really hated this person. The last picture was also the most surprising. The picture was quite recent. It was probably taken not too long ago. The man in the picture was Han Fei. A black marker was used to draw a question mark over Han Fei's face.
The people with the black circles are all suspects in the 2 cases, but they have been cleared of their suspicion. The owner probably conducted his own investigation to come to the same conclusion. The red cross means his eliminated target. The red circle is probably his next target. Lastly, the question mark. All the officers turned to Han Fei. The latter shrugged.
I reported to Li Shui that I was being followed that one time. Could it be this guy who was tailing me?
That is very possible. But why are you given a question mark? Did you do something unusual that day you were followed?
Li Shui stared at Han Fei's picture.
I believe I had just left the set for Flower of Sin then. I was talking on the phone with you. I remember saying something along the lines of, compared to Meng Changxi, you should focus more on Meng Chang'an. He is more dangerous.
Han Fei's eyes widened.
Yes, I remember now. Right after I said that, I heard a sound come from behind me. Probably that statement struck a chord with my stalker. From all the information the police have so far, all the evidence points towards Meng Changxi. You're the only person who believes in his innocence.
Li Shui glanced at the stacks of documents inside the cave and made a judgment.
Could it be Meng Changxi who has been living in this underground cave after he has gone missing?
Chapter 68.
There is no modern device in the cave, at least none that requires internet connection. It is the perfect hideout. The ice cellar contains an altar for Meng Si, so that proves that the owner of this place is deeply connected to her. Overall, the chance of the owner of this place is Meng Changxi is very high.
Li Shui's analysis sent a tremor of excitement through her colleagues. Now the entire police force was searching for Meng Changxi, but they had 0 clue. But this was a giant breakthrough. Putting on the gloves, Li Shui plucked down Han Fei's picture.
This photograph was taken only a few days ago. See if the CSU can get any prints from it. Then try to analyze the buildings in the picture as well as the camera angles. After that, pull out the surveillance footage from the related areas. Wait a minute.
It was not until the picture was removed from the wall that Han Fei noticed there was something written on the back of it, the last prospect.
I am Meng Changshi's last prospect? What does he mean by that?
Li Shui pulled down Hishui and Meng Chang'an's pictures to see if anything was written on the back of them as well. The back of Hishui's picture was covered in bloody smudges while a date and time was written down on the back of Meng Chang'an's picture.
Wait, isn't that today?
Li Shui was the first to notice the problem. She looked through the stack of documents and noticed something unusual.
A fake identity card model? The structural layout of Immortal Pharma's Xian Lu branch? The map of Xian Lu's International Business Center?
When Li Shui found these things, she researched them on the internet.
Today at 1:30 p.m., there will be a big gaming convention at Xian Lu's International Business Center. Immortal Pharma and Deep Space Tech have been advertising it for weeks. The event is to unveil the world's newest and biggest space gaming hub. Assuming the owner of this cave is Meng Changshi, the reason he familiarized himself with the map of the convention is because he will be there in person. But the business center is in the intelligent city. There will be a surveillance camera every few steps. The moment he appears on the camera, he'll be discovered. Meng Changshi is not going to take such a huge risk for a mere game. He has his own reason to show up there.
Han Fei took out his phone to conduct his own research, and he soon found something.
The latest gaming hub is a joint project between Deep Space Tech and Immortal Pharma. Some higher-ups from Immortal Pharma will be present at the venue.
He turned his phone screen over to show the police.
One of them is Meng Chang'an. Meng Changshi is going there to murder Meng Chang'an.
The two officers were shocked. They were going to call in this update immediately. If an important personnel from Immortal Pharma was murdered in broad daylight, it would cause great public distress.
Calm down.
Li Shui scanned the documents in the cave.
Initially, I didn't quite believe what Han Fei said either. Various evidence suggests that Meng Changshi is the murderer, but now that we're here, I think the case is not that simple. Why would a murderer spend years to investigate a case he committed? Only someone who was framed would do that. Other than that, Meng Changshi is a very clever person. He is also extremely patient, so why did he choose this particular timing to make such a risky move? He has already waited for a decade, so why now? From what I gathered about the man, he is not one to do anything drastic unless he has no choice.
Han Fei turned to the two other officers.
Yesterday midnight, the station received an anonymous tip. The person handed over solid evidence that confirms Meng Changshi as the killer of the frozen body case.
One of the officers looked at Li Shui and then at Han Fei before he began hesitantly.
We have new evidence?
Li Shui was shocked.
How come I've not heard about this? You've been insisting that we should focus more on Meng Chang'an and use kitty gloves around Meng Changshi. That goes against the vein of our investigation.
The officer shook his head.
The evidence we received is a series of recordings. They record a young Meng Changshi burying different animal carcasses. There were mutilated birds, stray cats, and dogs. That is firm evidence of the man's twisted mind. Of course, that was not all. The last video was a stealth recording of Meng Changshi carrying a dead body.
Li Shui's other colleague spoke.
Sisterly, I'm sorry, but evidence speaks louder than subjective opinions. After the station received the evidence, the captain ordered to heighten the search for Meng Changshi. We have employed the latest technology to locate him. He probably sensed the danger and knew he'd be found sooner or later, so he had to take this risk. Are those recordings true? Yes, the tech has checked for their authenticity.
With that, Li Shui turned to Han Fei. She only insisted on Meng Changshi's innocence due to Han Fei's words, but now with this new evidence, her conviction also started to shake.
Something's wrong.
Han Fei claimed confidently.
The videos only show Meng Changshi burying the animal carcasses, right? Did they show him torturing and killing them? No, but that is not the point. One of the videos caught Meng Changshi on the camera trying to drag away a dead body. That is more than enough to convict him.
That silenced Han Fei. However, Han Fei knew the truth deep down. Meng Si told him personally that, as Meng Chang'an's actions got more demented, his elder brothers started to intervene. Meng Changsho helped Meng Chang'an register in counseling sessions while Meng Changshi helped Meng Chang'an deal with his horrible mess. In other words, the animal carcasses buried by Meng Changshi were Meng Chang'an's hapless victims. Meng Chang'an did not appreciate none of the things his elder brothers had done for him. If anything, He turned their kindness against them by silently recording the videos of Meng Changxi burying the animals. When he was so young, he already knew how to make use of his brother's love to his own advantage. The damning evidence of the dead man was probably taken the night Meng Si encountered the siblings at the abandoned bungalow. Meng Changxi was carrying a secret video camera on him that night. While he was being lectured by Meng Si, the camera recorded his brothers moving the dead drifter whom Meng Chang'an killed. Meng Chang'an had a handsome appearance that inspired confidence and trust, while Meng Changxi, who was born with a facial birthmark, would give others a bad first impression. Probably since the moment Meng Chang'an started his search for that butterfly, he already decided to use his brother as his scapegoat. At this point, something cleared in Han Fei's mind. Meng Si was the person who knew the three siblings the best. She was the only person who could absolve Meng Changxi's suspicion, so she would have to die. The evidence that the police found at Meng Changxi's home is definitely planted by Meng Chang'an. This devil has planned everything. He has been keeping this smoking gun on Meng Changxi. Once his position is threatened, he'd push Meng Changxi out to take his fall. But to the devil's credit, none of the evidence was technically tempered. They were merely framed a certain way. Meng Changxi was guilty, but the real sinner was Meng Chang'an.
Take a look at this.
The officer found a hand-painted map at the corner. It marked out the camera locations at the center and used that to plan a relatively safe route through it.
The fake ID is prepared for the disabled. Citizens with facial disfigurement or blindness can skip the facial recognition registration. We have no idea where Meng Changxi got that ID, but the system will not be fooled for more than 5 minutes. The alarm will ring after that. In other words, he only has 5 minutes to commit the murder after he enters the center. According to the route he mapped out, 5 minutes is more than enough to do that and escape without being seen. His plan is perfect.
After knowing the murderer's plan, the two officers launched into action. Han Fei did not follow them. Instead, he stayed to study the killer's supposed route. He placed himself in Meng Changxi's shoes. If he was going to do something like this, he'd memorize the route and then burn away the evidence. Why leave it behind to be discovered?
It feels like Meng Changxi purposely left these behind for us to find. He probably knew we're onto him. If that is the case, this route has to be false. On the other hand, the fact that Meng Chang'an will be present at the convention is suspiciously easy to find. He could have easily hidden away his names like some of the other higher-ups. So why didn't he? After sending the videos to the police, he knew it would place a great pressure on his brother, so why make an obvious target out of himself? Unless, of course, he has something else planned. This whole thing smells like a trap. Neither of the two siblings is dumb. They would have been able to guess the other's plan. But the pressure is on Meng Changxi. If Meng Changxi does not go after Meng Chang'an now, he'd lose his chance and eventually be captured by the police. He'd be condemned due to the overwhelming evidence against him. So in this situation, what can Meng Changxi do?
At this point, Han Fei turned to his own picture.
Why am I the last prospect for Meng Changxi? How do I figure into his plan?
Chapter 69. The killer might commit another murder. Li Shui's colleagues had to report this to their superior. They were cordial towards Han Fei as they politely but firmly escorted him out from the cave. In the name of protecting the crime scene, they guarded the cave entrance and talked into their phones. They effectively blocked Han Fei outside the cave. They had not fully trusted Han Fei.
Thank you for your help, but leave the rest to us.
The reinforcements soon arrived. Staring at his own picture, Han Fei realized there was nothing else he could do here without angering the law enforcement.
I'm glad that I was able to help. I'll be leaving then.
As a professional actor, normal people wouldn't be able to read his expression that easily. He gave a relieved sigh as he prepared to leave, but in reality, Han Fei already had something else planned.
Li Shui, can you drive me back? Sure.
The two who first discovered the cave were also the first to leave. Li Shui used her bike to send Han Fei back to the old city. Along the way, the duo did not exchange a word. It was not until Han Fei got down from her bike that Li Shui had to ask.
You still think Meng Chang'an is the killer, don't you? My suspicion towards him has not changed, but your colleagues aren't wrong either. Meng Changxi should not have tampered with the evidence. He was wrong.
Han Fei handed the helmet back to Li Shui and did not elaborate. After Li Shui left, Han Fei studied his home as he reached his hand into his pocket and curled his fingers around the taser. If you know you were being followed, You probably would have a hard time acting normal. You might even avoid going home to find somewhere else to stay for a few days, but Han Fei was different. The apartment that he called home might be dangerous, but he had been to a different apartment, which was 1,000 times scarier. Han Fei took his first step towards the stairs when his phone suddenly vibrated. After he read the phone message, Han Fei frowned in confusion.
Why would Wei Youfu's father message me all of a sudden?
After giving it some thought, the situation clarified for Han Fei. Since he was a person of interest, Han Fei's home would be heavily monitored. It was impossible for Meng Changxi to meet him at his place, so the most effective method was to gain help from a third party.
Assuming the person who followed me was Meng Changxi, then he must know I have a good relationship with Wei Youfu's father.
The message was short and simple. Wei Youfu's father wanted to see him. There was no explanation, thus no chance for Han Fei to read into it. Han Fei replied to the message instantly and hurried towards Northern Street. When he passed the set for Flower of Sin, Han Fei noticed the apartment was deserted, and the crew did not arrive for work. Director Jiang did not continue the shoot. He has decided to wait for the result of the actual case. This was good news for Han Fei, but it was not the time to dwell on that. He knew where Wei Youfu's father lived because he had visited him with Li Shui before. The old father lived in the same apartment as Meng Xi's family. Wei Youfu's father stayed on the 4th floor, while Meng Xi's son, Meng Changshou, lived on the 3rd floor. Without making any noise, Han Fei arrived on the 4th floor. He knocked on the door, and the door swung open easily.
Sir, are you home?
Han Fei walked into the room like he did not find the whole situation suspicious at all, even though every single nerve that he had was strung tight. The sound of faucet running came from the kitchen. Han Fei ventured towards it when suddenly the door to the bedroom opened. Han Fei leaped away from the door and pulled out the taser. Perhaps he had gone through too many scary things in the game. Han Fei was surprised by how calm he felt at that moment. A suspected murderer was in the room with him, but he felt no fear. He was completely at ease.
A normal person would be frightened when they see this face of mine, but you were not affected at all. I knew I got the right person. Your acting job is merely a front, isn't it?
The voice was hoarse as if nails were shoved down the man's throat. Hearing the voice evoked a sense of pain.
That's where you are wrong. I am a real actor, a comedy actor to be precise.
Han Fei looked to the bedroom. A man with serious facial disfigurement stood at the door. His face suffered from such intense burn damage that his facial features were indiscernible. However, his gaze was exceptionally sharp like a blade. While Han Fei studied the man did the same in reverse.
You appear to know that I would be waiting for you here.
The man with the ruined face revealed a scary smile.
There is a stench on you that I am all too familiar with. You just came from the sewer under Dong Huai's factory. I didn't think I had left any crumbs behind. So how did you find that place? You sure have many questions, Meng Changxi.
When Han Fei mentioned the name, Meng Changxi, the smile on the man's face disappeared. Han Fei felt no fear under the glare of the scary-looking man. Han Fei's composure inhibited the man so much so that Meng Changxi did not dare to act too rashly. After a long time, the man with the ruined face slowly raised his arms in surrender.
I have not heard that name in a long time already. Don't worry, I have no malice towards you. I know.
Han Fei slowly retreated to the living room.
Where is Wei Youfu's father? The gentleman is sleeping, I won't hurt him.
Meng Changxi pushed open the door to another room. Wei Youfu's father was sleeping in bed, his chest rising evenly. Seeing the old man, Han Fei sighed in relief. His minute reaction caught Meng Changxi's attention.
When I was tailing you, I noticed you share a good relationship with the families of the human jigsaw case's victims. Are you one of the victims' family or friends?
Han Fei was reminded of his roommate in the other world, and he nodded slightly.
I have my own reason to apprehend the killer. I unearthed the truth about Meng Chang'an through my own investigation. He is tied to the murder, but there is one question that still boggles me. How do you figure into the picture? Why did you choose to disappear several years ago? If I didn't do that, my wife and I would be the next to die.
Meng Changxi touched the scars on his face.
Big Brother and that animal have both lost their minds. It was too dangerous for me to stick around. Wait, your big brother? Meng Changshou.
Han Fei's eyes narrowed. This was someone he had fully ruled out as a suspect.
I can see the shock on your face. To be honest, One of the biggest reasons I chose to go into hiding is my big brother.
The scars on Meng Changshi's face twisted together.
There was a question that eluded my understanding in my mother's murder. Why would she bring Chun Chin to Dong Wai's factory? There was no reason for her to do that unless she did not bring Chun Chin there with her. But Chun Chin was used as bait to lure her there. Initially, I suspected it was my younger brother, Meng Chang'an, who was behind all these. However, one thing did not add up. Chun Chin was not close to my younger brother, but you know who he was close with?
There was no emotion in Meng Changshi's voice, as if he had lost touch with human emotions.
My big brother was a very honest and kind person. He was not that bright, so everyone thought he was a pushover. People took advantage of him, but he was always such a natural around kids. After the incident with my mother and Chin Chun, he became quite unlike himself. He would utter less than 10 words in a week. I became so worried about him that I brought him to the hospital for a checkup. And what did you find? I thought that it was the loss of our mother and Chun Chun that tipped Big Brother over the edge, but when I saw the result of his brain CT scan, I got the shock of my life.
Even though this happened a decade ago, Meng Changshi remembered it clearly.
The X-ray showed that Big Brother's pars orbitalis, frontal cortex, parietal cortex, and limbic cortex suffer from functional deficit. When you trace the outline of these impaired areas, they form the shape of a perfect butterfly.
AdSense still doesn't work for me. In this trying time, your donation will mean a lot to me. Chapter 70.
There is a butterfly inside Meng Changsho's brain. The doctor said Big Brother's brain suffered abnormal development, and it had caused permanent damage. It was a rare situation where biological influence could lead to potentially dangerous psychosis.
Meng Changshi's every word radiated with chill.
It was at that moment that I realized the animal was not the only sick individual in our family. The big brother who had been helping me and looking after me was equally insane. So Meng Changsho is the butterfly?
Han Fei gasped. Meng Changshi was shocked when he heard Han Fei say that.
Wait, you knew about the butterfly? What I know is that Meng Chang'an has been searching for the butterfly, but I have no idea what exactly this butterfly is. Until now, of course.
Han Fei paid full attention. He was going to memorize everything Meng Changshi said.
No, you got it wrong. Big Brother is not the butterfly. In fact, the butterfly is not even a person. However, it did manage to corrupt my younger brother through my big brother.
Meng Changshi elaborated.
When Meng Chang'an started school, his condition worsened. The treatments he attended had no effect at all. The counseling treatments were arranged by my big brother, who by then was already working. After the hospital visit, I started to suspect this whole arrangement. Digging through some old files, I found the information about the psychiatrist Big Brother supposedly hired. The doctor said he had no record of treating Meng Chang'an at all. So it turns out it was not a psychiatrist who had been treating my younger brother, but something else. Something else?
Han Fei noticed Meng Chang'an used something and not someone.
Yes, I don't know how to describe it. The thing is not like us humans.
Meng Changshi peeled back his sleeves. Scars were left on his arms. They looked like a string of numbers.
I'm sure I've seen it before, but for some reason, I cannot remember its face. To make sure I do not forget the last bit of information I have on it, I recorded everything on my body.
Seeing the scars on Meng Changshi's arms, Han Fei's eyes twitched.
You sure are cruel towards yourself. You have to understand that before I met you, I had no other prospects.
Meng Changshi pointed at his own face.
Nowadays, there are cameras everywhere and they are connected to the central computer. The moment a criminal's face appeared on camera, the law enforcement would be notified. To prevent capture, I had to do this to my own face.
Due to the layers of ghastly scars, it was hard to tell whether Meng Changshi was smiling or crying.
The thing would treat my younger brother only at night. It saw the human body as a receptacle for the soul. From its perspective, the soul is a life's true form, and it is the soul which transmutes the potential life energy within the body into physical reality. This process is also known as the creation of life. I have to be honest and admit that I do not understand all that. Can you give me a simple description about that thing? What stands out about it? I wish to capture it to avenge my friends.
Han Fei cut to the point.
Well, there is a tattoo of butterfly wings on that thing's arm. I cannot remember its face, but I do remember that tattoo.
Then Ming Changshi revealed something very important.
It is searching for a box that is filled with the human world's greatest tragedy, misfortune, and despair. The box is supposedly hidden deep inside one's soul. It searched for that box in my younger brother, but the box was not there. A box?
At this point, Han Fei could confirm that the butterfly's target was the black box in his own head.
The box would only appear within those born with the greatest misfortune. The butterfly spent years seeking for it, but it was to no avail, so it planned to create souls which were sick enough to foster the appearance of the box.
Meng Changshi removed his jacket.
10 years ago, the butterfly selected 3 candidates for this project. They were all murderers in the human jigsaw case. There were 3 of them. The first was the orphanage director at Northern Street, Iyashikei. The second was Meng Chang'an, and the third, my big brother. At least these are the 3 that I know of. Who knows if there are others out there? Do you have actual evidence to prove that they are the killers?
Han Fei wanted to help Meng Changshi, but he also knew that if Meng Changshi had actual evidence, he wouldn't have to go into hiding. The room sunk into silence. After about 10 seconds, Meng Changshi bit on his already broken lips. He looked at Han Fei and began slowly.
Can I trust you? Of course. You answered too quickly. You do not even know me. I've killed Iyashikei. I am an actual murderer.
Meng Changshi's scarred face matched perfectly with his wicked statement.
I've guessed that already, which is why I hope that you'll surrender yourself to the police after the real culprit is caught.
Han Fei had seen too many gory scenes to have a scared reaction even when he was in the same room as a killer.
I do not have actual proof, but everything I had, I collected and stashed at an abandoned neighborhood in the countryside. The place is called Happiness Neighborhood. All the evidence will be inside the bathroom of room 1044.
Meng Changshi slowly moved his gaze away.
The police will soon catch up to me. When Meng Chang'an committed those murder, he already decided for me to take his fall. I do not have much time left. The place you mentioned. Han Fei was startled when he heard the address from Meng Changshi. His home in the game was also room 1044.
What's wrong?
Seeing the first genuine expression on Han Fei's face, Meng Changshi was confused.
Nothing. I'm just surprised that you have researched into the human jigsaw case as well. According to the news I heard, the police merely received damning evidence on you for the frozen body case. If Meng Chang'an has evidence on you for the human jigsaw case as well, why not?
Han Fei was cut off before he finished. Meng Chang'an will not deign to do something like offer the law enforcement an anonymous tip. He was too clever to do that because interaction with the police might lead the trail back to him. Instead, he would have buried those incriminating evidence along the path of the law enforcement's investigation. He would make it so that the police came to their supposedly unbiased conclusion that I was the killer. Then who mailed them those recordings? If I have to guess, it was my big brother.
Meng Changshi's voice pained with the mention of Meng Changsho.
I have no idea what is the relationship between those corrupted by the butterfly, but compared to Meng Changsho, Meng Chang'an is the butterfly's more satisfied product. Therefore, if there is an accident, the butterfly will most likely order my brother to take the blame on Meng Chang'an's behalf. They always have a backup, which is why I am wary to come out with my collected evidence. But what do you plan to do after handing all your hard work to me?
Meng Changshi's statements sounded too much like his last words for Han Fei's comfort.
There is no need for you to know that. Just remember the address I gave you.
Meng Changshi's eyes stared at Han Fei.
If I die, hand over all the things you find there to the police.
Chapter 71.
Don't act too recklessly.
Noting Meng Changshi's tone, Han Fei immediately persuaded.
The police have been to Donghua Ice Factory. They know about your plan. Even if you go to Xian Lu's International Business Center now, you won't be able to get close to Meng Chang'an. It'll only deepen the police's suspicion on you. The plan was written for the police to see. I would update my plan daily, but I have never written the actual plan down on paper.
In other words, no one but Meng Changshi himself knew what his plan entailed.
Meng Chang'an and Meng Changsho are both killers, but the real culprit is that butterfly. Even if my brothers are brought to justice, the butterfly who caused this whole tragedy will still walk free. It is hiding behind the scene and has never shown itself. Then all the more reason for us to take it slow. We can start by apprehending Meng Chang'an. But I don't have time to take it slow.
Meng Changxi turned around to reveal the festering wounds on his back.
I carry the name of a mother killer. My life has been long and painful. Now I just wish for a satisfactory closure.
Han Fei could empathize with Meng Changxi, but he still wanted to stop the man, but Meng Changxi was adamant.
After you find those evidence, be careful of your own safety. You're not in a place to worry about me.
Han Fei countered.
Listen, you are too deeply involved in these cases, so the butterfly will eventually get to you. So you cannot be too careful. I've spent a decade hiding from it, but even so I've almost died from accidents several times. I'm sure they were all the butterflies doing. But you just said they are accidents. How is the butterfly involved? The butterfly is a master manipulator and planner. It is an expert at creating coincidences. Two supposedly unrelated events might combine together to be your death trap.
Meng Changxi warned Han Fei. After that, he pointed at the front door.
Leave this place and do not turn back. Pretend that this meeting has never happened. Hopefully that'll confuse the butterfly for a little while longer.
Han Fei stood unmoved. He knew this would be the last time he saw Meng Changxi. Seeing Han Fei's hesitation, humanity shone on Meng Changxi for the first time. He patted Han Fei's shoulders.
In the past decade, the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me is to meet you in my final days. If you really want to capture the butterfly, if you really want to avenge the dead, if you really want to find out the truth, then follow my instructions.
Meng Changxi forced a smile, but it was a ghastly one as it tore at the scars on his face.
Sorry about that. I'm sure it was not a pretty smile. I haven't smiled in years already, so that was the best I could do.
Meng Changxi's last statement touched Han Fei.
I hope your plan goes without a hitch. Good luck.
After that, Han Fei left Wei Youfu's father's home and hurried towards the address given to him by Meng Changxi. As technology moved forward, the city grew in size. Many people would rather squeeze in the hive-like high-rise than stay in the countryside alone. Traversing the barely used roads, Han Fei eventually found Happiness neighborhood behind an abandoned chemical plant. The place was deserted. Wild grass was everywhere. The walls were severely corrupted by rain, and a sign warning of dangerous structure stood at the entrance. However, even the sign was from years ago. It was rusted and could topple at any moment.
This building is also 10 stories tall, similar to the apartment in the game, but the layout is completely different. Most of the rooms have wooden doors instead of steel doors.
With open curiosity, Han Fei headed into the building carefully. A moldy smell lingered in the air. Trash and heavily damaged furniture littered the corridor. There was a thick layer of dust over everything. It appeared like even squatters stayed away from this place. When Han Fei arrived at the 4th floor and glanced at room 1044, a strange feeling overwhelmed him. It was like the real world and the gaming world had overlapped. He grabbed the door handle and with a slight push, realized the pivot was already broken. Han Fei shivered as he entered the room. It was daylight, but the room was eerie. Paper furniture decorated the living room.
It's like the place is meant for the dead.
Due to the way the room was built, sunlight was blocked from entering the living room. The paper furniture had rotten from inside due to the heavy moisture.
Meng Changxi told me the stuff is inside the bathroom.
Making his way through the paper furniture, Han Fei entered the bathroom. He noticed one of the tiles was arranged differently. Han Fei lifted up the tile and found a bloody envelope and a note by Meng Changxi. 7 addresses were written on the envelope. They corresponded to 7 rooms in this building. According to Meng Changxi, the 7 rooms contained the body parts of the 7 victims from a human jigsaw case. This appeared to be part of the ritual. After one connected the locations of the 7 rooms, it formed the outline for a pair of butterfly wings.
How much does the butterfly know about Perfect Life's cryptic world and the black box? Why would a building in-game mirror a building in real life so closely?
Han Fei memorized the room number for all 7 rooms and then opened the envelope. It contained more information about this building. As Han Fei read through the files, he realized it was not a coincidence that the killer had chosen this building to bury the chopped-up body parts. This building was a famed haunting spot. There were plenty of strange rumors surrounding this place. It was a famous suicide spot at Xianlu. Taking out his phone, Han Fei searched for Happiness neighborhood on the internet, and the results stunned him. The news articles read like a ghost story collection.
The butterfly placed the victim's body parts strategically inside this building, and then used their remaining flesh and the eighth victim to sew out the scariest human carcass. The cadaver fitted its requirement for misfortune, pain, and despair, but from the result, it does not look like they have managed to find the black box.
Han Fei continued to read the material left behind by Meng Changxi. Other than details about the human jigsaw case, there were also plenty of notes on the butterfly. He was about to dig in when his phone pinged with a hot news update. Normally Han Fei would have ignored these, but this time, it was different. The news was attached with the picture of Meng Changxi. He clicked on the link and it sent him to a live stream. A bare-chested Meng Changxi sat before the camera calmly and coolly regarded the people around him. He looked like he was at some kind of recording studio.
I will not harm anyone in this room, provided that you do not interrupt the signal or play any tricks.
It was unclear who he was talking to, but eventually he turned to face the camera.
Meng Chang'an, I know that even if I sacrifice my life, I won't be able to get close to you, so this is the only method of communication that I can think of. It is time for us brothers to talk.
Chapter 72.
When the virtual and the real have no difference, the human construct is no longer that unique. Every day, there are 4 million pictures uploaded and 32 million status updates posted to the web by at least 14 million active users. This sea of information is not lost. The photon computer collects them to manufacture unique and complex human character models. Boss, we have an emergency. Chill down. Haven't I told you that we have to be calm even in the most dire situation?
Kong Tiansheng lectured as he turned away from the mic.
There is a murderer who has held a whole broadcast studio hostage. He claims to be Meng Chang'an's elder brother, and Meng Chang'an is actually the killer for the human jigsaw case that happened 10 years ago. What the fuck? Where did you see this?
Kong Tiansheng glanced towards his phone and then whipped his head towards the location where the higher-ups from Immortal Pharma were seated. 4 of the 5 seats were vacated. A middle-aged man with dashing good looks was staring at his phone silently. The name tag on his lapel identified him as Meng Chang'an. 1,000 pairs of eyes at the convention stared at him. Meng Chang'an thought he could use himself to lure Meng Changxi out, but he was now put under the spotlight instead. If he left, that would suggest guilt, but if he stayed, who knew what else his brother would reveal?
That is Meng Chang'an, the murderer's younger brother? No, wait, the murderer is Meng Chang'an. But he does not look like one. What do you know? These kinds of people hide themselves very well. We need to report this to the main company immediately.
Kong Tiansheng left the stage in a hurry. The speakers broadcasted music in his stead, but the music was barely loud enough to overwhelm the exchange among the crowd. Similar situations were happening all over Xianlu. In this information era, any hot topic would be known by all in a matter of seconds. At that moment, many people were tuned into their phone, staring at the man with the ruined face and scarred body.
I wish to regale everyone with a story about love and death. A mother took in 3 orphans. 2 of them had mental problems, and 1 had physical disfigurement. However, the young mother still loved them with everything she had, but the repayment she got? She was brutally murdered by her own sons. Inside room 1044 at Happiness Neighborhood, Han Fei was tuned into the stream as well. He knew about Meng Changxi's past, and he understood how long the man must have planned for this day. So this is the swan song you've prepared for yourself? Meng Changxi revealed everything he knew on video. He did not hide anything, not even the presence of the butterfly. Meng Changxi knew that even if his siblings were apprehended, they would not give up the butterfly. Therefore, with his own life on the line, he decided to expose the butterfly. Some believed him and others did not, but that did not matter because the name, butterfly, was now out there. That alone might cause people to be more alert, thus lowering the number of potential victims. To avoid facial recognition, Meng Changxi ruined his face. To prevent himself from leaving behind any fingerprint, he burned off his fingertips. For this day, he was in hiding for 10 years. He carved his speech on his own body. Every single scar was part of a sentence. Even after the stream was taken down, people could continue to find evidence on his body via captured stills. From the frozen body case to the human jigsaw case, Meng Changxi admitted everything he experienced, knew, and investigated. He did not deny his wrongdoing. He admitted to the murder of Iyashikei and the tempering of evidence, but that was all he would confess to. He'd not take the fall for things that he did not do. Meng Chang'an had laid down an elaborate plan with both surface and hidden evidence to frame his brother. However, he underestimated Meng Changxi, for he was outplayed. Instead of entrapping Meng Changxi, his elder brother tore down the protective web that he had constructed around himself for the past 10 years before everyone's eyes. The live stream did not last long, and by the end, the stream started to flicker. No one knew what happened before the image went down, but they did hear an angry growl by Meng Changxi.
Does a lack of evidence really mean a lack of sin?
The stream was cut off, but its captured stills and highlights began to flood the internet. It sent the news once more to the top of online discussions. After watching Meng Changxi's video, Han Fei immediately called Li Shui, but her line was busy, so he sent her a few messages. Several seconds later, Li Shui replied,
All 3 Ming brothers are now in detention.
What is your next plan?
Han Fei trusted Xian Lu police, but it was hard to have them investigate an elusive butterfly. That alone sounded so preposterous. Meng Changxi's public exposure of the butterfly was probably also a measure taken to instigate public opinion to pressure the police to open this investigation.
The police will pour all their resources to investigate the frozen body and jigsaw puzzle case, including this butterfly mentioned by Meng Changxi. If you're starting an investigation into the butterfly, I can help you. I have some information on the butterfly with me. Are you still at home? I'm in Xian Lu countryside. I'll meet you at the station.
Staying inside the room filled with paper furniture, Han Fei felt uncomfortable and he wanted to leave.
Give me your address. We will go get you.
Han Fei caught the seriousness in Li Shui's tone.
I'm at a neighborhood behind a chemical plant in the northern countryside. The place is called Happiness Neighborhood. Han Fei actually had no idea whether he could help bring down the butterfly or not. If anything, he felt like the butterfly was already onto him, and it would be hard to put his plan into action.
The butterfly would have seen Meng Changxi's stream as well. This place is no longer safe. Chapter 73. A comedy actor accidentally found crucial clues to a real-life murder due to the research he did to commit into his role. That itself could be made into a movie.
Parts of the human jigsaw victims are hidden inside Happiness Neighborhood Block 1. I'd suggest you send officers over there immediately. Since the butterfly should have seen Meng Changxi's stream, it would take action to destroy the evidence. We have to move faster than it. The place has already been put under lockdown.
Li Shui's superior studied Han Fei, who sat by the table. His investigative instinct told him things were not that simple, but his instinct also told him that Han Fei meant no malice. The young man before him appeared to be eager to solve the case, perhaps even more than they did.
I've already told you everything I know. Can I leave now?
Han Fei needed to return to the game at night, so he couldn't spend the night at the station.
Do you have other things on your schedule? We are applying for a Citizenry Bravery honorary medal for you. Furthermore, you are applicable for the human jigsaw case's reward money considering the contribution you've given to the police.
Li Shui's superior knew his way around words. A simple statement, and he got all of Han Fei's attention.
How much is the reward money?
A calculative glow crossed Han Fei's eyes, but Han Fei quickly hid it away by lowering his head to take a sip of the water.
The amount does not matter that much, of course. I did what I did to help avenge the victims, that's all. I got to know the victims' families in the process of shooting the movie, and I empathize greatly with their suffering.
Han Fei was about to wax more stories when his phone suddenly rang. All the officers in the room turned towards him.
Jiangyi.
Han Fei had no idea why Director Jiang would pick this moment to call him. But to avoid misunderstanding, he accepted the call and put it on speaker.
Han Fei, did you see Meng Changxi's livestream? Now, I'm sure this case will be cracked wide open. Our patience is worth it after all.
Director Jiang sounded so excited. Due to the troubles from the main actor and the victims' families, he was under great pressure because the shooting was forcibly halted.
Yes, I did.
Han Fei continued internally. Hell, I even participated in it.
When will you come back to the set? This time our script will surely be satisfactory to the victims' families. Meng Changxi's live stream will definitely be written into the plot. Not only will it have a climactic effect, it has already helped us garner so much free promotion.
Director Jiang sounded like he had already started to reconstruct the new script in his mind. He sounded like a man who was given water after wandering for days in the desert.
I can't return to the set just yet, Han Fei said apologetically.
I'm currently at the police station. I'm helping the law enforcement with the case.
Wait, you are helping the police?
Director Jiang repeated in confusion.
I'll have the police explain it to you, Director Jiang.
Han Fei handed the phone to Li Shui's superior while whispering.
Sir, I have to skip several work days because I was too busy looking for clues. I know I have caused my director plenty of troubles. Sir, can you please put in a good word for me?
Li Shui's superior detailed Han Fei's contribution in the case to Director Jiang. The captain lavished such compliments on Han Fei that the latter blushed with embarrassment. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yi was stunned with disbelief. I told you study the character, but I didn't tell you to go and solve his murder. Han Fei was the one who found the key clues to help the police solve the frozen body and human jigsaw case. Jiang Yi took a long time before he fully digested this news. The tremor in his heart lasted for a long time before it settled down. When he spoke again, there was a tremble in his voice.
Mr. O, officer, you have to treat Han Fei nicely. He is the one carrying our whole movie. Han Fei has proven himself instrumental in the resolution of these cases, so we need him to stay a while longer to take his statements, but I'll be sure to not let that intervene with the shoot. Other than that, I hope that you'll be able to promote a good image of law enforcement in the movie's end product. Of course,
Jiang Yi said confidently. After a few more words with the captain and Han Fei, Jiang Yi made Han Fei promise that he would show up at the set tomorrow. After hanging up, Han Fei continued giving his statements to the police. He had no idea the impact this phone call had left on Jiang Yi and the rest of the crew. After ending the call with Han Fei, Jiang Yi immediately dialed a few other numbers. Not all of them were answered, so he called a cab and hurried towards a production company. While he rushed into the building, Jiang Yi still did not give up on his call. Finally, it was picked up.
Sister Long, I have something important to tell you.
With the receptionist notified, Director Jiang was led into the conference room where a few individuals in smart, formal outfits were seated.
Jiang Yi, you're here because of the Human Jigsaw Killer's livestream, aren't you?
Sister Long was seated at the front of the desk, and it was clear that she called the shots here.
We have already been notified. The case's popularity is now through the roof. It'll be immensely helpful to our movie. But this can be a double-edged sword. If we do not handle this sensitively, we'll be buried under public pressure. Sister Long, I am now 100% confident that I can make gold out of this movie. There is just one small thing that I need to notify you.
Director Jiang said seriously.
What is it? Why don't you come and take a seat first? Don't just stand there. I want to change our main character. Ah Chung is too green to play the role to its full potential. He is unable to carry the presence of a detective with at least a decade of experience.
Once Jiang Yi said that, the people in the room started to rustle.
Even though this movie is only a small-budget project, Hongguang Cinema and Yulong Culture are the main sponsors. Hongguang Cinema's condition for sponsoring the project is that we have Ah Chung as the main character. Once you fire him, you have to consider them backing out from the project as well. Furthermore, where are you going to find his replacement at such short notice? Even if you have a candidate in mind, where are you going to find the money to hire him? We already have an actor perfect for this role in our crew.
Jiang Yi did not budge. He took out his phone to show an actor's profile.
His name is Han Fei. Han Fei. I have not heard of him before.
Sister Long turned to discuss this with the other people in the room. They all frowned in response. Sister Long eventually stood up to face Jiang Yi.
This Han Fei is quite a looker. Is he a new actor being cultivated by some big agency? Han Fei is not really a new actor, and he is a free agent at the moment. Then, is he one of those serious actors who only take on art films? What award-winning movies has he participated in? He has none.
Hearing Jiang Yi's answer, Sister Long scoffed.
So, let me get this straight. You want me to take on a no-name actor with no background and no star power? Are you kidding me? Is he your nephew? Is that why you're recommending him? He's not my nephew, but he is the key witness to the human jigsaw case. What?
Not only Sister Long, Everyone in the room was baffled.
He is a key witness.
Jiang Yi looked into Sister Long's eyes unwaveringly.
In fact, he was the reason the police are able to solve the human jigsaw case. The law enforcement is going to hold a ceremony to award him with a Citizenry Bravery honorary medal. I have just confirmed that with the police. You want the person who solved the case in real life to play the character of the detective in the movie?
Sister Long was stumped. Even she had not encountered something as fantastical as this before. After a temporary silence, the conference room burst into contained chaos. Chapter 74. Inside a high-class apartment at Exine Lu's intelligent city, Ah-chung looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and silently counted the raindrops that splattered against the window. The phone that hung around his neck was quiet.
Ah-chung, you've been standing there for 2 hours already. There's no harm for us to actively reach out to Director Jiang since there is still no word from the agency. Even though the agency has financed this project, it was still quite uncivil for us to quit the crew like that.
His manager said carefully.
We'll invite Director Jiang out for dinner. I'm sure he'll offer you back the role if you just talk it out with it. It has only been 46 hours. I really don't understand why you are so worried.
Ah-chung turned to lecture his manager. Then he subconsciously reached into his pocket.
Where's my phone? Help me find it. I'm sure Jiang Yi is already calling me. We need to find my phone.
Yesterday night, to prevent himself from accidentally missing out on Jiang Yi's call, Ah-chung strung his phone around his neck. It had been there ever since. Seeing the state her star was in, the manager did not think it was wise to remind Ah-chung of that fact.
All right then, I'll go search for the phone in the other room. Han Fei left the station at 8:30 p.m. He stopped at a nearby stall and had a quick dinner before he hurried home.
All the potential murderers have been captured, but the actual culprit directing their moves is still out there. So now I'll have to be extremely cautious of the butterfly's revenge.
Han Fei stood before the wall of evidence and found himself too lazy to take it down.
Why do people like that exist in this world? They're the kind of people who should be treated to a free sample of perfect life. They're the ones who require the game's healing more than I do.
Han Fei glanced at the Iyashikei logo on the side of the gaming helmet and couldn't help but grumble.
If I can drag that bastard's consciousness into the game and have it meet my neighbors, then everyone will have a correct channel to vent their inner despair. The sacrifice of a madman can cure everyone, no matter how you look at it. That is a good deal.
Justice demands retribution. Han Fei thought that was fair. After completing a few rounds of physical training, Han Fei wiped away his sweat and sat down by his bed and picked up a book to read. In this era of everything quick, learning and reading were sanctuary for Han Fei's soul.
Personality disorders often surface at one's young age and stabilize around teenhood. It might persist for as long as one may live. Severe personality disorders are behavior statements that delineate a sociopath and a normal person in the study of abnormal psychology.
Time flies when one is having fun. Soon it was 11 p.m. Han Fei connected all the wires and put on the helmet. The world submerged into a red sea. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he was inside a chilly living room. It feels like I'm returning to my second home. Before starting this game, Han Fei had no friends at all. He was the kind who was destined to die alone. But now with the game pushing him, he started to learn how to be a better version of himself. Han Fei stood inside the living room and pondered about his complicated emotions. The murderers for the human jigsaw case had been captured. Even though the real culprit was still fluttering outside the net of law, Han Fei had fulfilled one of his roommates' wishes. He wanted to share this good news with his roommates. He sincerely wished that his roommates could slowly walk out from their despair. Han Fei did not anticipate for his roommates to suddenly be able to communicate with him. As long as they no longer lost control, everything that he had done so far would be worth it. Turning to glance at the innermost bedroom, Han Fei gathered his courage and walked towards it. Creak. The door swung open and Han Fei was greeted by his 7 roommates who sat facing away from him by the bed. No matter how many times Han Fei was greeted by this, the scene still shook the young man's heart.
Your murderers have already been captured. Those who hurt you have received their due punishment.
Han Fei walked into the room and described everything that happened in real life. However, none of his roommates appeared to hear them. They kept their heads lowered and their expression blank.
I am unable to back my words with evidence. If I can bring you back to real life, I would.
Han Fei took a seat on the bed and sighed deeply. Han Fei couldn't even drag someone into the game with him, much less bring people from the game out into the real world. Furthermore, he had no idea what kind of world he existed in. This cryptic world was isolated from the outside world. It was hidden deep inside the darkest ocean, and he appeared to be the only person who could traverse between the two worlds freely. Using pen and paper, Han Fei jotted down everything that happened in real life, and then he placed the notes next to Wei Youfu.
Youfu, when you feel like yourself, please read through these. I'm not lying to you. The murderers have been captured.
Han Fei sighed as he still got no response from his roommates. He turned to glance out into the living room. He frowned when he saw the television.
If only I can record the trial proceeding in real life, and then play it for you in this world. But the menu does not offer me that function.
Then Han Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes.
Wait, I remember the normal version of Perfect Life possesses the feature for its players to input videos they recorded in real life. Then, Perfect Life can simulate the captured videos in the game for the players to relive the experience again. Assuming this place is really Perfect Life's cryptic world, then I only need to bring my roommates to the surface world, and then they'd be able to witness the apprehension of their murderers through my eyes.
Initially, Han Fei only wanted to escape as soon as possible with his life intact, but now he wanted to bring all his neighbors with him. They deserved a far better afterlife than being trapped in a world of endless despair.
It'll be hard to find the door that connects the cryptic world and the surface world. By then, I would have made a lot more friends and neighbors. After all, the game has been urging me to be more social.
Han Fei feared that one day, he might cause a tremor that would affect both the gaming and the real world.
Will I be opening the Pandora's box then? Is it wise to suck the whole game into the world of the dead?
Shaking his head, Han Fei did not want to be the one branded as the crazy person who raised the dead. Prices had to be paid for crossing the line between life and death.
In any case, that is a worry for the far future. For now, I better focus on maintaining my survival.
Han Fei stood up and slowly retreated out from the room. Just as he closed the door, Wei Youfu reached out to take the notes. His pale fingers danced with black blood threads. When he saw the words on the papers, Wei Youfu's broken body trembled incessantly. Han Fei just walked into the living room when the robotic voice announced,
Notification for player 0000. You have successfully triggered the Grade F mission, Human Jigsaw.
Human Jigsaw, Grade F Blood Red Mission. 7 pieces of human jigsaw are hidden inside 7 rooms at this apartment building. You need to find all of them within 3 days. Warning: since the mission grade is unproportionate to the player's current level, completing the mission will award the player with additional, unique rewards.
Chapter 75. Reading the mission details. Han Fei was honestly a bit confused. What he had done since he logged in was have a single-way conversation with his roommates, and suddenly the system notified him that he had somehow triggered a Grade F mission. The biggest difficulty of this Grade F mission is to locate the 7 human jigsaw pieces. If one does not know their location beforehand, one would have to wander aimlessly around the building, which is filled with death traps, searching through the rooms one by one. Thankfully, I have already memorized all the 7 locations. That will save me a lot of trouble, so it is not impossible for me to complete the mission. Han Fei remembered the room numbers provided by Meng Changxi. When he took another glance, Han Fei realized that on the mission interface, there was a new mission beside the Grade F mission. It was a normal Grade G mission, explore the 6th floor. Exploring the entire apartment is probably the whole main plot for the entirety of the first part of this game. Currently, only 3 rooms are occupied on the 6th floor. If Su Qin is willing to help, it shouldn't be too difficult to clear the floor out. Now the only thing I need to be careful of is the stumbling footsteps roaming the corridor. Han Fei planted himself down on the couch. He planned to sit there for 3 hours. Of course, he did not waste these 3 hours doing nothing. He revised the studies he did in the day, and then took some time to further his combat training. Han Fei noticed that as bizarre as this hellish game was, his focus would be unusually sharpened whenever he was in the game. It helped tremendously with his studies and training. When I connect to the surface world, Perhaps I can open intensive self-improvement classes here. That's not a bad way to earn some extra income. After a fulfilling 3 hours, Han Fei picked up the cleaver and exited room 1044. The corridor was as quiet as before. It was as if there was no life inside the building. Han Fei did not close the door. Gripping the cleaver, he carefully moved up to the 5th floor. When he came to the landing between the 4th and 5th floor, he noticed all the doors on the 5th floor were all shut. Strange, even the door to room 1051 is also closed. Is Su Qin not home tonight? Han Fei knew that Su Qin would go for occasional grocery shopping. The building manager left her with the apartment's entrance key before he disappeared so that her shopping trips could continue unimpeded. If Su Qin is not with me, it's too risky for me to venture up to the 6th floor alone. Han Fei stopped to think. Still, I shall go and knock on the doors. If she's really absent, I'll go find Weep and spend some time with him until she comes home. With the plan made, Han Fei continued up the stairs. Suddenly hurried footsteps came from downstairs. When he turned back to look, Han Fei saw a scarred arm shut the door to room 1044. This is not good. 2 bare-chested men stood before room 1044. Their torsos had serious burns and multiple cuts. Both of them held sharp knives. It's clear that these 2 are coming after me. I don't know too many tenants in this building, and the only ones who have it out for me are the non-locals staying on the 6th floor. Han Fei's brain spun quickly. They probably were hiding on the 3rd floor waiting for me to exit room 1044. Since they dare to attack me today, it does suggest that Su Qin is away. Since she's not home, running upstairs is equal to trapping myself, so my best solution now is to run downstairs to seek help from Weep. The decision was made in a split second. The 2 non-locals moved towards the stairwell. One of them guarded the landing between 3rd and 4th floor to block Han Fei's escape, while the other launched an attack at Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei decided the best defense was offense. He used his cleaver and met the attack. When the cleaver collided with the knife, Han Fei staggered back 2 steps, but the scarred man stood his ground firmly. Damn, he is much stronger than I am. The non-local aimed to kill. Every wound on his body was like a split grin, and they were cackling noiselessly. The man's knife aimed for Han Fei's chest. Caught in the narrow stairwell, Han Fei could barely avoid the attack. If he was slightly careless, there would be new holes on his body. The 2 men could easily apprehend him after he was injured. Even though the 3 hours are already over, I have not completed any missions, so I can't quit the game yet. If I'm captured by these 2, who knows what they'll do to me? His adrenaline shot up. Han Fei decided he'd rather be consumed by ghosts than be kept as a torture victim by these madmen. I need to escape. Since I can't go down, then I'll have to go up. At worst, we'll all die together. Gritting his teeth, Han Fei rushed up the stairs. He slammed crazily on Su Qin's door. I need to make as much noise as I can. I need these ghosts and crazy murderers to fight over me. Then perhaps I can have the chance to slip away. The 2 non-locals easily guessed Han Fei's plan. They quickly gave chase after their prey. The knives brushed past his body. Han Fei used his physical training to dodge the dangerous slashes. To prevent himself from being cornered, Han Fei slipped away from Su Qin's door and continued to run up the stairs. When Han Fei came to the landing between 5th and 6th floor, what he saw drained his energy. There was a non-local standing in front of room 1062, blocking Han Fei's path. The person had a unisexual appearance, and they held a long syringe in their hands.
Don't be afraid, my child. You won't be feeling any pain soon.
The pair of eyes followed Han Fei like a snake. The voice was laced with resentment. Han Fei did not stop to listen to what the person had to say. Instead of slowing down, Han Fei picked up his speed, charging towards the person. The person also raised the syringe in response. The sharp needle enlarged in Han Fei's eyes. At the last moment, Han Fei lashed out his hand, and the cleaver swiped at the man's face. Just as the person leaned back to avoid Han Fei's sudden attack, Han Fei careened forward on his momentum and kneed the person right between their legs. Han Fei realized then the non-local was a male because he doubled over with a groan. Han Fei did not stop to continue the fight. There were still 2 more crazy men chasing after him. He caught this opening and hurried up to the 7th floor. Those lessons by Li Shui are definitely useful. The comedy actor charged up the stairs as fast as he could, but due to the interruption of the man on the 6th floor, the 2 scarred men were catching up to him. When Han Fei arrived at the 7th floor, He remembered Meng Xi's warning that he should never go up to the 8th and 9th floor. Han Fei rammed into the first door he encountered. To his surprise, the door to room 1074 was not locked and it opened easily. Beggars can't be choosers. Han Fei fled into room 1074. The first thing that Han Fei saw was a full-length mirror that was placed facing the front door. Chapter 76. The mirror was placed right in the middle of the living room, and it was the first thing one see after opening the front door. Han Fei's reflection was conspicuously missing from the mirror, but instead the following was written on its surface: "Stay or die." A mirror that shows no reflection? And why is it aimed right at the door? Han Fei had not encountered this kind of interior design before, because facing a mirror towards any door was a huge taboo in feng shui. In the study of feng shui, the entrance is where the air of prosperity and luck enters the house. If you place a mirror facing the door, you're basically reflecting the good aura back out. The warning is for me to stay inside this house, or it goes as far as banning me from even moving an inch of my body. In any case, Han Fei didn't have time to ponder the ambiguity of the term. He needed to lock the front door to ensure his own safety, but when he tried to do so, he realized with dawning consternation that the bolt was broken. Damn it! Han Fei leaned his body weight into the door as his pursuers slammed into it. He knew he wouldn't be able to hold the bulwark much longer. They can easily corner me inside this house once they get in. He was physically weak compared to one of them, much less three. He watched with increasing desperation as the doors slowly pried open. I don't think it's safe for me to venture deeper into room 1074 either. The only solution I can see now is to make use of the opening when they crash into the room to sneak out. Han Fei gritted his teeth. When the door was pushed open a palm wide, he voluntarily took a step away from it. Bang! The heavy anti-theft door slammed against the wall. Han Fei's sudden retreat caused the three non-locals to tumble forward from their inertia. They rolled into the room. Han Fei's original plan was to make use of this opportunity to sidestep the three murderers and escape, but he forgot to account for the trio's collective size. The three of them formed such a large wall as they careened forward that Han Fei would have to step deeper into room 1074 or he'd be crushed under their weight. When Han Fei did so, his back accidentally knocked against the mirror that sat in the middle of the living room.
Notification for player 0000. You've successfully triggered Grade G Hidden Mission, the Mirror Gods game. The Mirror Gods game, Grade G Hidden Mission. Once this mission starts, your reflection in the mirror will mimic the first action you do. After that, he will add a new action that you'll have to mirror. This goes on back and forth between you and your reflection. If the game manages to last for 10 minutes without any mistake, the mission will be successful.
When the notification rang in his mind, Han Fei did not know to cry or laugh. If he could finish this mission, then he'd be able to leave the game, but the problem was there were three madmen beside him. That Huang Yin has to be lying to me. These hidden missions are everywhere. After Han Fei accidentally knocked into the mirror, four figures slowly appeared inside it. They were blurred out, but they corresponded to the four persons currently inside room 1074. With the warning from the mission details, Han Fei did not dare to make any drastic move. However, the caution was not reflected in the three non-locals. Seeing Han Fei freeze to the spot, they immediately lunged towards their prey. After they made the first step, their reflections in the mirror did the same. However, their reflections halted after they took the first step, and then they all lifted their heads to look out the mirror with their dead gaze. The man with the syringe was the first to notice the problem. He too halted in his movement. One of his friends, though, was completely overtaken by bloodlust. He only had Han Fei in his mind, and strong was the desire to chop Han Fei into pieces. He growled wickedly. He ignored the strange mirror and aimed his knife at Han Fei's neck. But when he was 3 steps away from Han Fei, pairs of gray arms reached out from inside the mirror to grab the man's body. No matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to shake loose. Slowly, he was dragged towards the mirror. Ding! The non-local's knife dropped to the ground before Han Fei. The man disappeared into the mirror like he was never there to begin with. Silence blanketed the room, and the remaining players did not dare to make any more sudden moves. This is one hell of a scary mirror. Han Fei shivered. The non-locals were stronger than he was, but that meant nothing when he violated the mirror's rules. He only lasted for several seconds before he was consumed by the mirror. Meng Si told me the real dangers are on the 8th and ninth floor. But this one mirror is scary enough if you ask me. The mirror was bizarre, but it had a clear weakness. It was not mobile. Furthermore, the mirror came with a warning, so a normal person wouldn't voluntarily come into the room seeking death. It was pure accident that Han Fei had awakened the mirror. Neither Han Fei nor the non-locals knew about the mirror's terrifying nature. They say ignorance is bliss, but this time their bliss could cost them their lives. The three inside the room did not move. About 10 seconds later, the gray arms reached out from the mirror again. The non-locals' reflections stared at their real counterpart with malice. The feminine man frowned as he observed his surroundings. When he lifted his eyes to meet his reflection's gaze, the gray arms that were about to reach him disappeared.
I need to mimic the action of my reflection?
The man was very smart. As he saw the gray hands disappear, he said in the way of explanation. The scarred man who remained caught the hint. He too lifted his head to glare at his reflection. The murderous intention was still thick in his eyes. The gray hands that reached towards the two non-locals shrunk back into the mirror. But the arms around Han Fei increased in numbers. Looks like you can't stay in a fixed pose for too long either. If you do not commit to the next action within 15 seconds when it is your turn, the gray hands will appear. It was Han Fei's turn to do something for his reflection to mimic. Han Fei took a tentative step towards the anti-theft door. His reflection did the same thing, and then Han Fei inside the mirror bent over to pick up the knife on the ground. When Han Fei saw this, a very bad feeling rose within him. If his reflection decided to plunge the knife into his heart, wouldn't he be forced to do the same thing? This game sounded so simple, but it could also be incredibly harrowing.
The gray hands will only emerge if you do not do anything 15 seconds after your turn starts, so please take this slow.
Han Fei told the two others inside the room. Naturally, it was not out of concern that he shared this tip. Han Fei only wanted to buy more time. In any case, the two non-locals did not heed Han Fei's advice. They adopted their own strategy to play the game. The scarred man moved towards the mirror while the feminine man approached Han Fei.
You want that blood-red cocoon, don't you? I'll give it to you. I have no use for it. This is not the time for us to fight between ourselves. There are two of you and one of me. You can easily overpower me. There is no reason to risk your lives in the process.
Han Fei worried that he'd be surrounded by the two men while in the middle of this mission, so he used his silver tongue to persuade them to focus more on surviving the game than to kill him.
We are neighbors living in the same building. We should put down our differences for now and try to leave this room alive. If all of us die inside this room, then everything will be for naught.
Taking in Han Fei's persuasion, the feminine man gradually slowed down. However, the scarred man had a different goal in mind. His face etched with intimidating determination as he took deliberate steps towards the mirror. When it was his turn to do an action, the man raised his knife and thrusted it heavily towards the mirror. Chapter 77. The sharp knife stabbed into the mirror. Cracks crackled on the previously smooth surface. To make things stranger, blood oozed out from the cracks. The mirror inside room 1074 appeared to be alive. The scarred man was stunned that the stab made with his most powerful swing only managed to cause a few cracks on the mirror. Before he could make his next move, an arm holding a sharp knife reached out from the mirror. Just like how the man had stabbed at the mirror, the arm spared no mercy as it thrusted the blade into the man's body. But that was not all. Just as the man struggled to push the mirror back, endless pairs of gray arms reached out to grab him. They tore mercilessly at the man. Blood flowed like rivers as the man cried out for help. However, both Han Fei and the other non-local instead silently moved towards the front door as if they had discussed this beforehand. Without communicating, their thoughts went to the same place. Unfortunately, the scarred man was only able to hold on for less than 2 seconds before he too was dragged into the mirror. A chilling presence came from behind them, and Han Fei stopped moving immediately. This is bad. Even with the sacrifice of 2 friends, we've bought ourselves less than 1 extra minute. 4 people entered the room, and in less than 3 minutes, only half remained. This seemingly normal hidden mission was rampant with death traps. In the mirror, only Han Fei and the feminine man's reflections remained. As the rounds of mimicry went back and forth, their figures inside the mirror gradually clarified. Staring at himself inside the mirror, Han Fei even had a moment of hallucination where he believed he was the one trapped inside the mirror world. Rubbing his eyes, Han Fei noticed the room around him had blurred. Han Fei inside the mirror also rubbed his eyes, and then a wicked smile appeared on his face. The hidden mission is called Mirror God's Game. Who is this mirror god? Is it this mirror? But what does it gain by mimicking and consuming ghosts as well as living humans? After Han Fei copied his reflections action, he moved backwards towards the entrance. The feminine man was on the same wavelength as Han Fei, but he was closer to the entrance than Han Fei was. Naturally, he reached it before Han Fei did. After the man mimicked his reflections action, he grabbed the door handle and pulled the door open. Now it was his turn to repeat his reflections movement, but the man did not stop. After the door opened, he rushed out the door without any hesitation. The moment he violated the game's rule, pairs of hands emerged from the mirror. They bound around their target like a lasso. The man tried to cut at the hands with his knife, but it was pointless. He could only watch on helplessly as he was dragged back into the room. The feminine man was pulled back until he was right before the mirror. To Han Fei's surprise, the hands did not drag the man directly into the mirror. Instead, the hands planted him right before the man's own reflection. The gray hands will only appear when one violates the rules. In other words, it plays the role of the game master. But the punishments it gave the scarred men and this feminine man are different. The murderers who wanted to harm the mirror and the game were consumed by the mirror, while this person who just wanted to escape was dragged back and placed right up to the mirror. This mirror appears to have a mind of its own. The purpose of this game is not to kill. However, why would it come up with a game that allows it to repeatedly mimic a human's actions? Is it possible that it wants to be a human too? Han Fei had no idea what kind of ghost, if any, lived inside the mirror, but the mirror appeared to be using this strange exercise in mimicry to attempt to assume or perhaps regain humanity. There really is all kinds of neighbors inside this building. Han Fei thought it was already strange enough that one of his neighbors kept an actual room as a pet, but now there was this new neighbor who was a living mirror. No wonder. There are no living humans on the 7th floor. Probably no one will appreciate waking up to realize they have been trapped inside a mirror. As this thought crossed his mind, Han Fei had to ponder a darker possibility. Wait, there might be other tenants on the 7th floor in the beginning, but they have all been consumed by this mirror. In any case, Han Fei decided to play along and finish the hidden mission first. When it was his turn, he deliberately tossed the sharp knife in his hand out the front door. I will eventually remove all sharp objects from this room. If his own reflection wanted to use the knives to harm himself, then he'd have to move out from the room to pick them up first. Honestly, that was not a bad idea, but what happened next caused Han Fei to shiver in cold sweat. The feminine man who was placed before the mirror had correctly guessed the game's rules by now. He did not struggle pointlessly like his friends did, but obediently resumed the game as he stood before the mirror. When it was his turn, he took a cautious step back. His reflection did the same, and then the man in the mirror did something absolutely mind-boggling. He raised his finger and pushed it right into his left eye. Seeing this ghastly image, both Han Fei and the feminine man were dismayed. Han Fei soon overcame his shock, but the color drained from the other man's face. He slowly raised his finger, but he couldn't muster the heart to poke his own eye out. The timer of 15 seconds was soon over. Pairs of gray arms crawled out from the mirror. Their grip tightened around the man. Faced with certain death, the feminine man finally made the decision. He followed the rule and plunged his finger right into his left socket. Hearing the sound that came from the man's face, Han Fei's scalp numbed. The enormous pain caused the man's hands to involuntarily fly towards his left eye. The reflection in the mirror smiled wickedly as he did the same thing. And then he proceeded to poke out his right eye. 2 bloody holes were left on his face. If the man became fully blinded, then he would not be able to see and mimic his own reflection's actions anymore. This was essentially a death sentence for the feminine man. Since he was cornered by the mirror, the man decided to make a run for it. He pretended to move his finger towards his right eye, and then he turned to race towards the door. As if anticipating this final struggle, the gray hands appeared just as the man made his first step. The man's only eye glared venomously at Han Fei. Before he was pulled into the mirror, he shouted angrily,
This is all your fault, but don't worry, you'll be sure to join us soon.
Han Fei was now thankful that the 3 murderers followed him into the room. They had used their lives to buy some time for Han Fei. The room quieted down, and there was only one reflection remaining in the mirror. Before the hidden mission is completed, I need to abide by the game rules and try to slow the game down as much as possible. Compared to the three madmen, Han Fei was as obedient as a child. He cooperated fully with the mirror. He did everything his reflection wanted him to. However, Han Fei was not dumb. After seeing what happened to the feminine man, he knew the only way to survive was to win at the mirror's own game. The feminine man lost because he was unable to mimic the action made by his mirrored reflection, so all Han Fei needed to do was to come up with actions that his reflections in the mirror would not be able to copy. Han Fei actually had a great plan in mind. He kept his actions small but delicate. To his knowledge, most ghosts and monsters were consumed by negative emotions and shackled by despair. Therefore, they would have a hard time understanding and replicating pure bliss and happiness. So instead of focusing on high-difficulty physical acts, Han Fei turned towards his acting skill to depict emotions of extreme joy and warmth. Through expert manipulation of his facial muscles, Han Fei churned out expressions that radiated positive energy, kindness, and euphoria. Chapter 78. Thus the strangest scenario appeared inside room 1074. In the grim room, a young man smiled and laughed at his reflection in the mirror. It looked like he was giving himself the greatest pep talk in the world. The man's reflection in the mirror appeared to enjoy putting on these unusual expressions as well. It wanted to experience the range of emotions humanity had to offer. Only then would it become more real and humane. With a great foundation in acting, Han Fei emoted many different expressions. They included joy, happiness, dream, anticipation, and so on. His reflection in the mirror kept up the mimicry. However, when Han Fei expressed that he was emotionally touched, his reflection's expression became awkward. As a monster, it had true difficulty in expressing the feeling of having one's heart touched. After all, it was supposed to be heartless. It was unclear what kind of torment it had been through, but in its heart, there was nothing left but fury and resentment. The reflection attempted for a long time before it managed to force out a broken smile that was relatively affected by gratitude. My plan is working. Now that Han Fei knew what to do, he threw his whole energy into it. The man was a professional actor and he had been applying all his skill points into acting. Normal humans might find problems expressing themselves, but Han Fei's face was essentially a living emoji. From anxiety and pain to despair and resignation, these were the emotions familiar to the reflection. However, the challenge was just starting. Han Fei's face then brightened with hope, as if he saw the light at the end of a long tunnel. After a difficult struggle, he finally found salvation. His reflection was unable to mimic the sense of redemption evoked by Han Fei. The mirror might have consumed many people, but before Han Fei arrived, none of the citizens in this world had experienced true redemption and salvation. The face of his reflection in the mirror contorted as it tried to copy Han Fei's facial expression. Have I gone too far? Han Fei thought worriedly as he watched his other self try to assume this positive human emotion. For those without formal training, expressing one kind of emotion was hard enough, much less trying to imitate Han Fei, who went through a whole emotional roller coaster in one go. Expression was the manifestation of one's soul. The reflection in the mirror could easily replicate one's actions, but its expressions were always tinged with pain and hatred. Han Fei's reflection took a long time to master Han Fei's expression, but as it continued to put in the work, the figure inside the mirror gradually coalesced. Under Han Fei's tutelage, it became more and more like an actual human. Han Fei had no idea whether this was a good thing or not. He had no time to think about that. He just wanted to finish the mission and then escape from this room. The time ticked by. The reflection eventually emoted something akin to salvation, and at the same time, Han Fei received the notification in his mind that the hidden mission had been completed.
Notification for player 0000. Grade G Hidden Mission. Mirror God's game has been completed. Obtained basic reward, 1 free skill point. Obtained a unique reward from completing the hidden mission, Mirror God's Blessing. Mirror God's Blessing, unique passive skill, cannot be upgraded. User possesses extra 30 points resistance to mirror-type cursed objects. Warning: the new unique passive skill has been activated. This skill is only obtainable by players under level 10.
When he heard the notification, Han Fei's gaze changed. It sharpened immediately. An extra 30 points resistance to mirror-type cursed objects? Han Fei knew there were many cursed objects in this world. For example, the table knife at Su Qin's home. These objects were the only weapons that could be used to injure a ghost, but utilizing them would drain the user as well. If I gain maximum resistance against a cursed object, does that mean I can use it without taking damage myself? Unfortunately, Mirror God's Blessing is only usable on mirror-type objects. If only it was meant for blade-type objects. Despite the small internal jab, Han Fei was quite thankful. Then he narrowed his eyes at the mirror before him. Well, wasn't there a mirror-type cursed object sitting right before him? But how am I supposed to use it in a battle? Carry it on my back. Han Fei studied the mirror silently, and his reflection did the same. Their eyes met, and the greed was reflected in each other's gaze. Currently, I'm still too weak to wield this mirror. I should come back when I'm a lot more powerful. Han Fei resumed the game. He did not hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to play with the mirror while moving little by little towards the anti-theft door. When his reflection was stumped by the emotion of compassion, Han Fei responded with a smile.
I'll return one day to teach you the true meaning of salvation.
With that, Han Fei charged out from room 1074. Before the gray arms appeared, he clicked the quit button. Blood froze before his eyes, and Han Fei yanked the helmet off.
That was too close. You really can't be too careful in that game.
Han Fei assumed as his relationship with his neighbors continued to grow, his life inside the apartment would slowly ease into normalcy. The ambush by the non-locals was a real wake-up call. There was not a moment of reprieve inside the game. Once he let his guard down, his life would be gone.
The NPC in this game has to be the most cunning and cruel characters I've ever encountered. I mustn't underestimate them.
After the close brush with death, Han Fei collapsed in his bed, fully exhausted.
After I have enough money, I should consider purchasing the gaming hub. A good one costs about 300,000 renminbi. Well, after I help the police with another 5 more cases, I should have enough. Thinking about the comfort of a future gaming hub, Han Fei drifted off to sleep. Sunlight filtered into his room. Han Fei felt like he had not slept for that long when he was awakened by his ringing phone.
Director Jiang?
Can you come to the set? I have something important to tell you. Okay.
Hearing the serious tone in Director Jiang's voice, Han Fei did not dare to waste time. After a simple morning ritual, he rushed towards Northern Street. Munching on an egg sandwich he bought from a roadside stall, Han Fei walked into the set. Many crew members greeted him affectionately when they saw him. Han Fei nodded shyly back. He was still not used to being under the spotlight.
Han Fei, this way.
The floor manager jogged to meet up with Han Fei. He led Han Fei to a room on the 2nd floor.
Why are you dressed so casually today? But this is how I'm dressed every day? Give me the sandwich and hurry in.
Without explaining further, the floor manager snatched away his sandwich and sent Han Fei into the room. 5 people were seated inside the small room. Director Jiang was one of them.
Han Fei, let me make some introduction. This is Sister Long from Yulong Culture. She is our producer and the CEO of our main sponsor. The lady next to her is the main female actor for our movie, Mian Yin. Han Fei was confused as Director Jiang went through the introduction.
Actually, the reason we called you here today is because we wish to offer you a different role in this movie.
Sister Long did not look down on Han Fei due to his casual dressing. If anything, she was quietly impressed that the man did not seem to be the kind who'd be hard to please.
A different role?
Han Fei was startled. What role? We want you to play the male main character for the Flower of Sin.
Chapter 79. After hearing what Sister Long had to say, Han Fei accepted it calmly, but an emotion slowly surfaced in his mind. Starting from his graduation, to his days working behind the camera, and then from having his own stage to losing everything, the memories floated up in his mind. Han Fei slowly raised his finger to point at himself.
Me? The main character? Yes, after considering everything, we've decided that you're the most suitable candidate to play the movie's main character.
Director Jiang nodded affirmatively. Then he patted Han Fei encouragingly on his shoulder.
When you reach the height of stardom, don't you dare forget about me.
His lifelong wish was fulfilled in that moment. It all seemed like a joke. When Han Fei poured every bit of his soul to fight for the spotlight, he ended up losing everything. However, just as he considered taking a break from acting and decided to focus on crime solving, The role of a main character fell right into his lap.
This is the script that we've specially written for you. Take a look at it.
Sister Long handed the script to Han Fei.
You are the main character in this movie. Basically, you'll be playing yourself.
Han Fei was not blinded by the sudden joy. He looked through the script seriously, and everyone else waited for him to finish. After about 10 minutes, Han Fei put down the script and said,
This script is too fictional. I'm not as remarkable as it makes me out to be. Honestly, the main reason the human jigsaw case can be solved 10 years later is all thanks to the Xian Lu law enforcement and Meng Changxi. Meng Changxi?
What Sister Long and director Jiang knew of Meng Changxi was through the live stream that the latter did.
He is the elder brother of the real murderer. The key evidence that I gave to the police came from him.
Han Fei sat down and summarized the whole story for the group.
In this case, I am more like a middleman. If there has to be a main character, I feel like they should be either Meng Chang'an or Meng Changxi. One of them is light in the darkness, and the other is darkness in the light.
A normal actor would not have intervened so openly with the script, but Han Fei was a unique case. After all, he had participated in the solving of the murder himself.
Personally, I'd suggest for Meng Changxi to be the main protagonist and Meng Chang'an to be the main antagonist. That will be the closest adaptation to reality.
Han Fei stared at the script and shared his thoughts.
We also wish for the movie to be as close to the real event as possible. But can you hold up the role of Meng Changxi? This character is incredibly complicated, and we don't know too much about his background.
Sister Long was an experienced producer. She too voiced her concern.
If there is a person who can truly understand Meng Changxi in this world, it'll be me. I've seen the man without his disguise, and I've heard all about his childhood from his mother as well.
Han Fei was confident that he would be able to bring Meng Changxi to life on the silver screen.
Okay, but who is there to play Meng Chang'an? These two characters will be in direct contradiction against each other, so if one's acting skill is too disproportionate to the other, then it'll cause the movie's flow to become severely imbalanced.
Sister Long shook her head.
Running through the available actors that we currently have, I do not think there's anyone in the crew who can really act out the deeply hidden, twisted mind of Meng Chang'an. Perhaps I can play the role of Meng Chang'an as well. You want to play two roles? I wish to give that a try. After all, I believe I am the only person who knows the real versions of these two individuals the best.
Han Fei thought back to everything he had researched on Meng Chang'an, drawing inspirations from the books that the young Meng Chang'an read, as well as the stories told by Meng Si. His facial expressions changed rapidly as different characters flashed across his mind. First, Han Fei took on the expression of the blood-crazed murderer from the 6th floor, and then came the unbridled desire and sickness observable on Su Qin's face. After that, he manifested the sadistic brutality of the two scarred men, before ending with the venomous glare of the feminine man. In a short amount of time, Han Fei went through the performance of 4 sick individuals with distinctive personalities. It stunned everyone in the room. But that was just the beginning. Neither of these 4 personalities really matched Meng Chang'an's. The latter was a very rational and talented criminal. He was a good citizen and a good worker. No one questioned his qualification as a manager at a company as big as Immortal Pharma. No one would have tied him to the terms crazed or murderer. However, Han Fei was privy to his real nature. Meng Chang'an grew up torturing small animals to vent his frustration. This was a man who would stop at nothing to search for his obsession, the butterfly. His madness and lunacy might be evident when he was young, but as he grew older, Meng Chang'an knew how to better disguise them. Fury, bloodlust, desire, suppression, these emotions cultivated a demon inside the man's heart. The frightening expressions on Han Fei gradually faded away, but the demon grew as he feasted on these negative emotions. The more normal he appeared on the surface, the crazier he was inside. When the last trace of ghastliness disappeared from Han Fei's face, the demon inside his heart had assumed a total takeover. His eyes flew open and Han Fei studied everyone in the room. A unique kind of oppressive tension swept through the room. The others felt like they were being sucked into a dark abyss. Taking in a light breath, this was the first time Sister Long encountered such a scary actor in her career. Han Fei acted so well, it was beyond even her wildest imagination.
Remarkable.
Sister Long grabbed the script and tossed it into the trash can. She walked towards Han Fei.
I rarely see such impressive acting skill, much less in an actor so young. We are right to choose you as the main character. Young man, you are destined for stardom.
Han Fei needed some time to extricate himself from Meng Chanan's character. When he did, he said,
This is my first time carrying such a big role. I promise not to disappoint, but I hope that the producing company will try to respect the truth and those who have been wounded by this case. No problem. We promise to stick as close to the facts as we can.
Sister Long turned to Jiangyi.
Go and get the scriptwriters. Han Fei, you'll be part of the script writing process as well. When the new script's done, resume the shoot as fast as possible. We're seriously lagging behind in schedule due to the long break we've taken. Of course.
Director Jiang took out his phone to call the scriptwriters. Sister Long had the female actor come over.
Han Fei, this is a new actor who has just joined our company. I'll be honest, we are sponsoring this movie mainly to promote her. I hope that you'll give her pointers in terms of acting.
Studying the female actor's slender arms, Han Fei slowly stood up.
She's supposed to be a female officer in this movie? Yes, in the original script, she would be helping you with crime solving. You two were supposed to be partners. Knowing how to act is indeed important, but compared to that, Li Shui's image appeared in Han Fei's mind. He walked towards the female actor and asked, Do you know how to fight?
Chapter 80, it was clear the actor had never been posed that question before. She did not know how to answer, so she turned her pleading gaze towards Sister Long.
Mian Yin graduated from Xian Lu Movie and TV Acting Academy. She is a very good dancer, but she has not attended any fighting classes before.
Sister Long answered on the girl's behalf.
That won't work. Nowadays, too many media products portray law enforcement, especially the female officers, as mere decors. That is simply not the case in reality.
Han Fei remembered his first encounter with Li Shui. The former heavy crime detective was punished because she accidentally broke a suspect's ribs while apprehending him. The suspect had to be sent to the ER before he could be processed by the police.
I've interacted with many professional female officers in real life. They are experienced and determined. Some of them even fight better than their male counterparts. Other than that, they benefit from their natural attention to details and can often provide a unique perspective to cases.
With Li Shui as the model, Han Fei studied Mian Yin as he tried to overlap the two females' images in his mind's eye.
If you can master the role of the female cop, I guarantee you'll obtain many new fans, but the premise is that you can bring this character to life.
Han Fei tried to teach Mian Yin some simple combat gestures.
These are some of the basic fighting skills a police officer would know. Here's a tip. When you are faced with a criminal, do not lose your focus. Aim for the fatal points and strike like it is the last chance you have. Wait, you even have a background in combat?
Sister Long was impressed. Based on her research, Han Fei was supposed to be a comedy actor. So how did he pick up all these impressive skills?
I merely studied them for self-defense.
Han Fei's lesson for Mian Yin stopped at these combat stances. He did not comment on the girl's acting skill. After all, he did not know her that well. As a fellow actor in the same movie, it would be impolite for him to do so. Mian Yin, who had not studied combat before, thought Han Fei was being quite absurd. She thought he was merely showing off, but after she saw how Han Fei managed to flip the stunt double over easily with a few simple maneuvers, her attitude changed.
We do not have much time left for training, so try to revise these stances whenever you have the chance.
Everything Han Fei did was for the greater good of the movie. He did not bring his personal emotion into it. About half an hour later, the balding scriptwriter arrived. He was grumbling when he entered, but with one glance from Sister Long, he shut up immediately. The pertinent parties stayed to discuss the plot. By noon, the foundation for the new script was emerging.
As meaningful as the name, Flower of Sin, is, I do not think it suits our movie that well anymore. Before this, the main goal of the movie is to show that love is able to bloom even in the darkest abyss of sin. However, now that the focus has moved away from that storyline and towards the conflict between the two brothers, the name does not fit anymore.
The balding scriptwriter frowned.
Does anyone have a better name in mind? How about Twin Flowers? It is an evergreen, often bearing a pair of fragrant flowers. The flowers compete with each other not only in beauty, but also in nutrients and water. In flower language, the twin flower bears the meaning of an inescapable bond that will last until one party is dead.
Han Fei added.
Even though Meng Changxi and Meng Chang'an are not biological brothers, they grew up in the same family. They are like twin flowers of the same stalk. One has to shrink for the other to thrive.
Han Fei's suggestion was approved by all. After a simple lunch, they continued to work on the script when Han Fei received a sudden phone call.
I'm sorry, it's a call from the police. Perhaps there's a new update with the case. Go and answer it then.
Han Fei's reason was so justified that no one even considered stopping him. Han Fei left the room to answer the call.
Li Shui, is the case closed? After plenty of investigations, and combined with the evidence provided by Meng Changxi, we have more than enough to charge Meng Changshou and Meng Chang'an. That's great. Don't hang up just yet. I have something else to discuss with you. The government plans to release an official commendation on the internet for your bravery. Give me your social account. We'll wire you the reward money when it's available. When the law enforcement official website comes out with the commendation, remember to share it on your social account. Also, you'll need to do an interview with reporters from various publications, so clear your schedule. Do we really have to do so many things?
Han Fei was startled.
It can't be helped. This is now a big current event. If the law enforcement does not take this into our own hand, you'll be harassed by paparazzi instead. The publications we invite are at least filtered by us beforehand. You'll have to understand that some people will do anything to get their news. My social account ID is Han Fei. Just search for it.
Han Fei sidebarred the call and opened the social account that he had not used for a long time. His account did not have an official profile picture. He had no fans, no followers, and no status update. The only thing available was the identification of him as an actor at the introduction bar. A click on the actor pulled up a pop-up list. The Photon computer provided a list of the top 10,000 most influential actors based on factors like their popularity, wealth of work, and so on. Han Fei was not on that list. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Han Fei saw his fan number had grown from 0 to 1. September Snow is now following you.
Han Fei, are you sure you're an actor? This is the first time I encounter an actor's profile, which has 0 fan.
Li Shui's voice drifted out from the phone.
Well, you might not know this, but I actually have many fans, but you're just the first one to follow me online.
Han Fei added self-deprecatingly to himself. In fact, I have so many dying fans that they literally will not leave me alone even after death.
I've already forwarded your account to my boss. By the way, you should be more active on social media. As an actor, you need a stronger online presence.
Li Shui then hung up. Studying the singular one shown on his page, Han Fei chuckled to himself. He was about to put his phone away when more notifications came from the social platform.
Xin Lu's Internet Security Unit's official page is now following you. Xin Lu Old City's Happiness Streets Police Station is now following you. Officer Zhang Xiaodian is now following you and giving you a like. Xin Lu Law Enforcement Old City Division's Investigation Unit's official page is now following you and left you a comment. Brave, intrepid, and righteous. A model citizen.
Noting the rising number of followers, Han Fei was quite happy, but his list of followers was undeniably quite unique and different from what you'd expect from that of a normal celebrity.
Oh well, some followers are better than none.
Han Fei switched his phone to silent mode and returned to work with the scriptwriters. At around 4 p.m., a ruckus erupted from outside the set. It sounded like some kind of conflict.
What's going on?
Han Fei moved to the window to get a better look. He saw the victims' families and a bunch of reporters surrounding the apartment.
Han Fei, look at your phone. The Xin Lu police has just released the official commendation for everything you've contributed to the case.
The floor manager rushed in with the news. He patted Han Fei proudly on his shoulder.
Brother, your big break has finally come.
Chapter 81. To put it plainly, Han Fei was famous. A comedy actor caught his break while shooting a horror film due to his bravery helping the police solve a cold case the movie was based on. The fame came so suddenly that Han Fei was blindsided by it.
There's Han Fei.
When Han Fei appeared beside the window, the reporters recognized him immediately. The cameras flashed, and some were audacious enough to trespass into the set. To prevent these reporters from destroying the set, Director Jiang hurried to descend the stairs. Han Fei followed behind him. Director Jiang and the floor manager ushered the crowd away from the apartment.
Please, if you have any questions, pose them one by one. Han Fei will be here soon.
Director Jiang and the floor manager tried to maintain the order. The reporters and the paparazzi rushed forward as Han Fei arrived. Flashes erupted before his eyes, but Han Fei turned away from them. He sought specific faces among the crowd, and once he did, Han Fei slithered through the mass of people. He eventually reached his target.
Sir Yofu. That was all Han Fei could say when the old man gripped Han Fei tightly by his arms. After a decade of waiting, the real culprit was finally caught. The old man's eyes were red. He was too overwhelmed for words. He held Han Fei, and for some reasons, he could see his son's shadow on the young man in that moment.
We've seen the official statement given by the police. Thank you, Han Fei.
Gu Hua's big sister, Shui Tianqi's parents, Xiao Qing's big brother, the family surrounded Han Fei. Their words of appreciation touched Han Fei. Perhaps the wandering souls were stuck inside that game for all these years because they still had these people keeping them in mind. Many families cried. The pressure and pain they had experienced for the past 10 years were only understandable by each other. Han Fei was flummoxed. He didn't know how to console them. He stood inside the crowd of humans, but all he could think of was the ghosts inside the apartment. If only I can bring them out of the game to meet their families. The thought buried itself in Han Fei's mind. The man did not notice this himself. Han Fei did not accept the expensive presents the families brought for him. He only took their words of thanks and a banner they made for him. Human beings are very complicated creatures. Some of them derive the sickest joy from hurting their own kind, while others hold on a hope for as long as a decade simply due to a bond to their loved ones. Eventually, after the families had given their thanks, they left Han Fei so he could resume his work. Seeing this opportunity, the media swooped in. They surrounded Han Fei before he could escape. When he fielded the questions, Han Fei did not hog the praise. He shared most of the merits with the police and Meng Changxi. The police because they were crucial in this case, and they did most of the legwork. Meng Changxi because the man had been through a lot, and he should be acknowledged for his suffering and sacrifice. Blinded by the cameras and flashes, Han Fei eventually felt a bit dizzy. He was still unused to this.
Guys, we're in the middle of a shoot. I'm afraid now is not a good time for questions. When the movie is out, there will be plenty of time for interviews.
Han Fei found an excuse and escaped back into the apartment like his life depended on it. Wiping away the sweat from his forehead, Han Fei saw Sister Long and Director Jiang smiling at him.
Is there anything on my face?
Nah, it's just unexpected to see that a cool and professional actor like yourself be so easily flustered by some reporters.
Director Jiang chuckled.
But don't worry, Han Fei, you'll soon get used to this. More and more people are talking about this case. We can save a lot of money in promotion.
Sister Long took out her phone.
Remove the earlier movie posters as soon as possible and replace them with some new ones that have Han Fei as the main character. Do not waste time, get it done today.
Sister Long left with a satisfied smile. Director Jiang led Han Fei back to the second floor.
Now, no one will dare to complain about you getting the main role anymore. After you prove your acting chops to the world, your future will only get brighter.
Director Jiang sent Han Fei into his dressing room. When everyone was ready, he shot a short video with Han Fei, and then he had Han Fei pose for the new promotional posters. Meng Chang'an and Meng Changxi stood back to back while light and darkness collided in the background. Meng Changxi with the ruined face stood in the dark, pain weighed him down, and people viewed him as a monster. However, even in the deepest darkness, he held onto a ray of light in his heart. Behind Meng Changxi stood the dashing and handsome Meng Chang'an under the sunlight. He enjoyed the world's adoration and praise, but a mist of darkness curled around his heart, where even the strongest light could not reach. Twin flowers, a flower representing the most extreme of duality. After the script was set, Han Fei needed to hurry home for his game. So when the shoot was over, he rejected the offer to join the crew for dinner and went home alone. After a whole day of bustling around, even his body was at its limits despite its improvement. After a simple dinner, Han Fei crawled into bed.
Today is indeed a memorable day. My dream finally came true.
Han Fei tapped into his phone to check the articles online before he logged into his social platform. In just one afternoon, without any promotion, his follower number skyrocketed. Perhaps because his profile was so inactive, some questioned whether it was really authentic. Questions like that popped up in the comments. In the end, the Xianlu law enforcement had to come out with a statement to verify Han Fei's identity. And then, things in the comment section changed, not exactly for the better. His fans started to discuss the human jigsaw case. Those not in the know would assume this was a social platform for the police.
I wonder if any other actor has the same kind of fan activity as I do. Li Shui's comment eventually drifted into Han Fei's head. He needed to have a stronger media presence as an actor. He decided to post some pictures online. That was what celebrities do, right? He opened the photo album in his phone to find something to share, but after a long time, the man had to admit that he was a very boring person. Just as Han Fei was about to surrender and close the album, his eyes caught something. It was a normal picture, a picture of himself lying in his bed wearing the gaming helmet. When his eyes first landed on the picture, Han Fei did not feel anything, but 1 second later, his blood froze and his hairs stood on end.
This is impossible.
The man jumped up from bed to grab the fruit knife from the table. He looked around his room with alarm. According to the timestamp, the photo was taken on the second night after he got the gaming helmet. Han Fei was sure he was alone at home that night, but if that was the case, who used his phone to take this picture? Someone has been inside my house. Wielding the knife, Han Fei switched on all the lights in his room, and he checked every nook and cranny.
There's no one around. Chapter 82. Even after he pulled the picture to its maximum amplification, Han Fei still could not tell what that shadowy blur was supposed to be. He stared at the picture, and his brain clocked over time. There has to be a reason why this picture is taken and then left inside my phone. It is definitely meant for me to find. But who would do this? And why? Is it because it is unable to communicate with me normally, and this is the only way it can reach me? Han Fei was confused. The picture chilled him. The joy from earlier dissipated. My phone can only be unlocked with my fingerprint. This means that whoever this is, it has interacted with my body, but it did not harm me. Furthermore, I am completely vulnerable to the threat in the real world when I am in the game, so it could have easily killed me if it wanted to back then. Could this be the doing of the cemetery custodian who sold me the gaming helmet? Han Fei had a feeling that things were not that simple. Perhaps he was spared because the culprit needed him to be alive. He was after all the receptacle for the precious black box. Many parties are searching for the black box. The founder of Perfect Life created the black box, and it attracted the attention of this mysterious butterfly. I will probably run into more unusual characters in the future. The black box was inside Han Fei's brain, so if they wanted to get the black box, they would have to perform cranial surgery on him. Balling up his fists, Han Fei was reminded of the warning the system gave him when he first exited the game. He was told to explore the game as fast as possible. The black box is stuck in my head, and it is not something I can just remove easily. Ignoring the game won't help me either. All I can do now is level up and explore the game. Perhaps the truth is hidden inside it. Han Fei stared transfixed at the gaming helmet when knocking came from his door. It caused the man to jump. He hid the fruit knife behind him and sidled to his front door. He spied through the peephole and saw Li Shui standing outside. Putting the knife away, when Han Fei opened the door, his expression had returned to normal.
Why have you decided to pay me a visit? Has your superior allowed you to return to the heavy crime unit? I wish, but the boss has given me a new mission instead.
Li Shui entered the room and closed the door.
He said that before the butterfly is captured, I am to patrol your neighborhood heavily. So he wants you to protect me? I suppose so. You are now a key protected individual. Things around here might still look normal to you, but your place is now being heavily monitored. If the butterfly dares to show up, he'll fall into the net.
Li Shui picked up the glass and gulped down the water.
I'm here to inform you about that. Other than that, a new surveillance system has been installed at this building. If you run into any danger, just rush towards any camera available and wave. The officers on duty will come to rescue you immediately. Thanks.
After the scare Han Fei had gone through with the photo, this was welcome news.
We're just doing our duty.
Li Shui informed Han Fei about the camera locations inside his building, and then she left. Having police protection solves one of my problems. At least now, I don't need to worry about my real-life safety when I am in the gaming world. Han Fei glanced at the clock. It was still early, so he picked up the books on the table to read. When it was almost midnight, Han Fei started to remind himself of the layout of the apartment building in the game. When I last quit, I have already left room 1074, so after I log in, I need to keep my head low and rush down the stairs as fast as I can. Han Fei played a few dry runs in his mind. After memorizing every corner, he connected the wires and put on the helmet. Blood descended. Before the notification arrived, the moment Han Fei could open his eyes, he dashed down the stairs like a jaguar. He ran all the way back to room 1044 without turning once around. He only gave a gasp of relief when he was inside the room. The mirror on the 7th floor didn't camp for my return. It's a reasonable neighbor. After shutting the anti-theft door, Han Fei entered the front bedroom and crawled into bed. I should rest for an hour first. Then I'll use the second hour to revise all my studies and the third hour to practice my combat skills. Han Fei closed his eyes not to sleep, but to think. There were too many questions that needed to be answered. After spending 3 hours inside the haunted house, Han Fei checked his character profile. He added the skill point he gained from the hidden mission to acting before he turned to the mission interface. I still have 2 days left to complete the grade F mission, Human Jigsaw. If I can accomplish it, I'm sure it'll be of tremendous help to me. Han Fei took out the landlord's spare key from his inventory. I have the master key to all the rooms, but unfortunately none of the keys is marked. If I am going to try them one by one, that'll take too much time. And I know staying too long in the corridor will be too dangerous. If only I can persuade Su Qin to come with me. Other than that, I still have the other mission, Grade G mission, explore the 6th floor. Based on my calculation, most of the non-locals should be dead by now. I should focus on completing this mission first before I attempt to search for the human jigsaw pieces. Han Fei knew how to use the game's rules to be his best advantage. He would not take unnecessary risk. Completing the easier mission first meant that he would be able to quit at any time when he attempted the second mission. After he was ready, Han Fei exited room 1044 quietly. Perhaps it was his illusion, but the apartment felt quieter. Half some of the neighbors moved away when I was gone. Han Fei stuck to the wall as he moved to the 5th floor. To his disappointment, Su Qin was still not home. I hope nothing has happened to her. She hasn't been seen for 2 days already. Han Fei got no response when he knocked on her door, so he had to travel to the 6th floor alone. Almost all the non-locals on the 6th floor had been preyed upon in their goal to hunt Han Fei, so the floor was relatively safe now. I had to visit all 4 rooms on the 5th floor to complete the mission. Explore the 5th floor. It should be the same in this case. Han Fei took out the landlord's spare keys. He controlled his breath and tried them out one by one. Throughout the process, Han Fei made no noise. Perhaps it was his high luck point. Han Fei found the correct key to 1061 only after a few trials. He entered to a room that looked more like a torture chamber. Su Qin is right. These people are barely humans. Using roughly 10 minutes, Han Fei cleared room 1061 and room 1062. He swiped everything that the system could identify, including the poisons that the feminine man concocted and the blood bags used to keep the human cocoons fed. Han Fei had been to room 1064 already, so now he only needed to enter room 1063 and the mission would be completed. Everything went smoothly, but as he arrived at the door to room 1063, the strange footsteps returned in the corridor and it appeared chillingly close to Han Fei. Chapter 83, It's Those Footsteps Again. Han Fei immediately stopped what he was doing, turned and scurried into room 1062. He leaned into the wall next to the door and glanced through the peephole. Even Su Qin refused to encounter the owner of those footsteps. I can't imagine how scary it must be. The footsteps picked up in pace. Han Fei's ring reacted with a piercing cold. The thing was coming. Holding his breath, Han Fei froze. His eyes stuck to the peephole. He wanted to take a gander at this thing. The footsteps stopped on the 6th floor. The chill from the ring almost frosted Han Fei's finger off. Han Fei knew the thing was outside the door, but he could see nothing through the peephole. The corridor was dark. Not even a shadow could be seen. An invisible neighbor? To be honest, though, this kind of unknown presence was even scarier than a known threat. I wonder if it's looking at me through the peephole as well. Han Fei was frightened by his own thoughts. He quickly shrunk away from the peephole and made himself as small as possible. It was very quiet outside the door. If not for the landlord's ring, Han Fei would assume the thing had left. The thing is still waiting for me outside the door. This stalemate continued for another 15 minutes before the footsteps returned once more. The thing departed. Just what kind of thing it is? It's invisible, but I'm sure it's real. After all, there are those footsteps to account for. After the chill disappeared, Han Fei silently eased the door open. With no time to lose, he hurried to open the door to room 1063. After he finished searching all the room on the 6th floor, the robotic voice appeared in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. You have completed Grade G main mission. Explore the 6th floor. You've obtained basic reward, 1 free skill point. Notification for player 0000. You have successfully reached level 5 and obtained 1 free attribute point.
Han Fei sighed in relief hearing those notifications. He added the attribute point to stamina and the skill point to acting. Now his stamina was at 8 and his acting skill, intermediate level 7. Soon he'd reach the level of advanced acting. After the increase in stamina, my various physical capabilities should improve as well. I'm probably quite a competent fighter now, right? Han Fei tried a few punches. My speed is almost as fast as the scarred men who ambushed me, but my overall strength is still weaker than them. However, after I level up my stamina further, they'll be the ones who will need to run and hide in future encounters. After the main mission was completed, Han Fei was ready to search for the human jigsaw pieces. The most difficult part of this Grade F mission was that the player was required to search for the pieces hidden throughout the entire apartment. In Han Fei's case, though, the mission was slightly easier. At least he knew where the jigsaw pieces were thanks to Meng Changxi. He easily located 3 jigsaw pieces. These pieces were actually the missing body parts of the human jigsaw victims. Based on the system's identification, other than a surprising amount of curse and resentment, these jigsaw pieces possessed some kind of unique sentiment. I found all the simple ones. For the remaining 4 pieces, 2 of them are on the 8th floor and 2 on the 9th. Neither of these floors I've visited before. If I quit the game now, I'll only have the last day to finish this mission. I don't think it's possible to find all 4 pieces on both the 8th and 9th floor in one day. Han Fei took a deep breath. If I don't want to fail this mission, then I'll have to find more pieces today. The system promised lucrative rewards for completing this mission. Han Fei did not want to give up on it. While he could still quit the game freely, Han Fei decided to venture to the 8th floor to take a look. Meng Si did warn me about the landing between 7th and 8th floor. Apparently, going there at midnight, you might end up at some other location and witness some special things. Han Fei sneaked carefully up to the 7th floor, and he noticed the door to room 1074 was closed, but not locked because he remembered the lock was busted. Who closed this door? The owner of the mysterious footsteps? It too did not want to deal with the mirror? Why? This might be its weakness. Maybe the mirror can reflect its real appearance. Han Fei took down this detail. For now, he couldn't do anything about it. Han Fei was sure that if he appeared before the mirror now, the gray hands would spare no mercy on him. There's still time to befriend this neighbor. I shan't hurry a relationship. Going up the steps between 7th and 8th floor, Han Fei couldn't help but notice that there were plenty of blood stains on the staircase. Just how many people have died here? Similar to the stairwell on the other floors, there were strange doodles on the walls as well. When he reached the landing, Han Fei did not feel anything out of place. The only change was the smell of blood and the air thickened. Dong! Suddenly a sound entered his ears. It was followed by a shrill cackle. Wait, the sound came from behind me. Like usual, Han Fei backed himself against the wall as he climbed up the stairs, so logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone behind him. When he turned his head back to look, Han Fei's face blanched. He was standing in front of a doodle which depicted several youngsters pulling on the limbs of a middle-aged man. Where did the laughter come from? From inside this doodle. Han Fei narrowed his eyes at the painted people on the mottled wall. The youngsters were smiling as they yanked on the middle-aged man's hands and legs. The painting was grotesque, but that was the overall theme of this game. Han Fei could not tell if the painting was the source of the mysterious laughter or not. In any case, Han Fei abided by the philosophy, seek no trouble where there is none. He did not stay to scrutinize the painting lest trouble came from it. However, Han Fei swore the moment he turned his gaze away, one of the young men in the painting turned to glare at him. Han Fei's heart stopped, but his face belied none of the anxiety he felt. He pretended he did not notice the living painting and hurried up to the 8th floor. The houses are already haunted, but now even the stairwell is haunted. Not even the walls and corners can be considered 100% safe anymore. After Han Fei exited the stairwell, the smell of blood cleared. When he turned back to look down the stairwell, grotesque doodles still decorated the walls, but the one that he saw had disappeared. The youngsters and the middle-aged man vanished. Could there be actual ghosts living inside the wall? They're the one responsible for the blood stains inside the stairwell? But why would they only roam the space between the 7th and 8th floor? Han Fei was lucky this time, but he could not guarantee his fortune would last forever. It's too dangerous to leave such a threat inside the stairwell. Perhaps I should consider burning down the wall coating. I wonder if there's stuff like petrol to be found inside this building. While pondering a solution, Han Fei sought his way to room 1084. One of the jigsaw puzzles was hidden inside this room. Han Fei grabbed the handle and pushed. Wait, it's not locked. Han Fei was surprised, but before he could understand this situation, the strange footsteps returned. This time he heard it clearly. The sound came from right above him, from the 9th floor. The thing was moving very quickly, so Han Fei had no choice but to get into room 1084 to hide. Chapter 84 Chill engulfed Han Fei. Once Han Fei ran into room 1084, he immediately shut the door. The footsteps first appeared at the 9th floor. This means the thing probably lives there. Leaning against the door, Han Fei was in a very dangerous situation. The 8th floor was completely different from the 6th floor. Particularly scary things occupied the rooms on this floor. The tenant inside room 1084, if there was one, still had not shown themselves, but the footsteps were approaching. Han Fei's heart couldn't help but race. If there's no other choice, I'd just log off. Sensing the frost from his finger, Han Fei slowly squatted down as he scanned his surroundings. The room had been remodeled. The decor was much more luxurious than any of the other rooms Han Fei had visited in this building. There were 2 bedrooms visible from Han Fei's vantage point. A grand piano sat inside one of them, and the other was probably a girl's room. It was designed in princess style. It had a pink theme with cute dolls on the bed and on the ground. These things did not exude any horror, but for some reason, Han Fei felt uncomfortable being inside the house. Meng Si did warn me to stay away from the 8th and 9th floor. After some time, the chill from the ring finally receded. Han Fei adjusted his breathing as he reached towards the peephole. Leaning on the door, Han Fei glanced outwards. Some things appeared to be blocking the peephole of room 1084. All he could see was a blur of something red and black. He adjusted his vision angle, but the sight did not clear. That looks like a blob of blood. Han Fei made an educated guess. Just as he wondered who had done this, something surfaced among the splotch of blood. Stuck in the peephole, a bloodshot eyeball blinked at Han Fei. What the fuck? Han Fei staggered back immediately. He was not expecting to come into such an intimate contact with an eyeball. I only looked through the peephole after the owner of the footsteps left, so the eyeball inside the peephole probably does not belong to it. The urge to escape deepened as the feeling of discomfiture amplified. Han Fei reached for the door handle, but was distressed to find out that the door refused to budge. It's not locked, so why won't it open? Fear tingled down his spine. Han Fei knew he has been targeted. Now that the door is locked, even if I log out now, I'll relog back into this room. The situation will not have changed then. Gritting his teeth, Han Fei understood the only way left was forward. He was not one to surrender easily, or else he would not have survived until now. At that moment, Han Fei did something a normal person wouldn't do. He inclined his body towards the door to peek through the peephole again. He wanted to see if he could find any answer from that eyeball. Han Fei was ready for a staring contest, but when he glanced through the peephole again, the eyeball had disappeared. The door is still locked, but the eyeball is now gone. Han Fei turned around and reclined against the door. Using his superior memory, he memorized the location of all the furniture and objects inside the house. There's nothing outwardly horrifying like talismans, black and white photos, or ceremonial urns. There is not even a drop of blood visible. If I have to point out something that's rather unusual, it's the number of dolls gathered inside that girl's room. There didn't seem to be any specific arrangement to the dolls. Some were sitting, others were tipped over. Not all of them looked new either. In fact, some of them had obvious traces of wear, with yellow cotton oozing out from their cut bellies. Are there ghosts living inside these dolls? Han Fei had no particular penchant or hatred towards dolls, but at that moment, these human-like objects appeared so terrifying. Chapter 85. The words on the board numbed Han Fei's skull, because that mirrored exactly what he was feeling at that moment. Something had been looking at him since he entered this house. He could feel the thing's gaze on him, but he could not tell where it came from. Other than the eerie proclamation, more things were written further down the board. To get to the bottom of the truth, Han Fei held the fruit knife and crawled deeper into the space under the bed. Compared to the overall neatness and order of the house, it was a different world under the bed. Bloodstains smeared the wooden board. Someone scratched out the last moments of their life with nails.
The eye has returned. The moment I close the light, it will be staring at me. Damn, what the hell is it? I can't escape, no matter where I hide. The eye will always be looking at me. Am I mad? I am mad. It has shown up at the bottom of the cup and between the freezer compartments. Why would it stare so vengefully at me? What have I ever done to it? There is more than one eye. There is more than one. There are eyes everywhere inside this house. I'll open my eyes to more eyes. Whenever I wake up, that is the first thing I'll see. It hides in the gap between the closet, behind the bookshelf, even between the bed frame. They are everywhere. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I know how to make them disappear. Why? 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 Why even after I lose my eyes, I can still see them? Is it because they are now inside my eye holes?
Initially, the handwriting was pretty legible, but it soon turned extremely untidy. That was a perfect representation of the writer's deteriorating state of mind. After they gouged their own eyes out, the unsettling records stopped. Instead, they were replaced by bloody and random scratch marks. By then, the person probably had completely lost their mind. The room looks so normal on the surface, but who would have thought such a horrifying detail will be left under the bed? The eyes inside the house were like a ghost, but also a curse. Even blinding oneself would not spare one from their constant scrutiny. Replacing the pillow, Han Fei plopped his head down on it. He wanted his experience to be as authentic as possible so he could enter the poor victim's state of mind more easily. This was something he'd do when he was reading for a new role. Curiously, compared to the spacious room, it felt safer under the bed. I wonder where the eye that drove the house owner mad would appear next. Han Fei held the knife in one hand and purposely left his other empty so he could reach out to touch the eyeball. The house was silent as a tomb. Han Fei did not spot any eyeball, but he could feel it stare on him. Han Fei looked around him. Since he had memorized the location of all the furniture, he'd be able to tell immediately if something had moved. Wait, that's new. Han Fei, who was hidden under the bed, noticed there was an additional doll on the corridor. Are all the dolls ghosts? Or the ghost is hiding among the dolls? What should I do now? Cut all the dolls up. Everything was a mystery. The previous house owner left not much useful information behind. They did leave behind plenty of nightmare fuel, though. While Han Fei was thinking, the doll on the corridor toppled over without warning. It landed on its side, and its two eyes stared right at Han Fei under the bed. In that moment, Han Fei's back chilled with fear. He turned around subconsciously and saw a blood-red eye looking at him from the gap in the bed frame. Compelled by extreme fear, Han Fei's hand that held the knife lashed at it. But just as he moved his arm, the eye disappeared like it was never there to begin with. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei turned back around, and the doll on the corridor had disappeared as well. I do not appreciate this game of hide and seek. Han Fei knew one of the dolls had exited the bedroom, but now it had vanished. It won't be under the bed with me, would it? The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. Han Fei flipped the board over and scurried out. There was nowhere safe inside this house. Like the previous owner claimed, the eye would be following him no matter where he hid. Therefore, the only way forward was to find more clues to solve this puzzle. From the words on the bedboard, Han Fei understood that the previous owner was not murdered by the ghost, but instead they were slowly tormented until they wasted away. The ghost inside room 1084 possesses heavy resentment. These are the scariest ones. But this is, questionably, good news for me. If the ghost preferred slow torture, then it meant that Han Fei would have more time to seek his escape. If it was an aggressive ghost, then Han Fei would have no choice but to log off to preserve his own life. I mustn't panic. Han Fei tried to clear his mind of the eyeball and the dolls. He focused on clue searching. He decided to start inside the bedroom. He walked towards the bookshelf. Among the books, Han Fei spotted a sketch pad. He pulled it out and opened it. It contained plenty of childish doodles. Most of the drawings surrounded the theme of family. Sentences written in both Chinese characters and pinyin adorned the drawings.
We moved into a new home. This place is bigger than our old home. There is a piano and many dolls. Daddy is my daddy. Mommy is my mommy. They are not other people's daddy and mommy. This is now my home. Daddy, mommy, and the dolls are all mine. Why does she like to take things from me? She lost her own daddy and mommy, so she wants to take my daddy and mommy. I have figured out a way to get her out of the house. She can't see, so she won't find her way home. How did she get home? I hate her so much. I hate everything about her. I hope she'll disappear forever. Hee hee, she is a blind girl. As long as I keep quiet, she won't know it was me who killed her.
The paintings were incredibly colorful, but the sentences that accompanied them were spine-chilling. There was once a little girl who stayed here, and she killed another girl with a sight problem. Pieces of the stories were falling into place. Han Fei continued his search. He found 2 certificates at the bottom drawer of the study table. There was a death certificate and an asset inheritance certificate. The death certificate belonged to the parents of a girl by the name of Ingyu. Ingyu was young when her parents died. Since she suffered from a congenital eye problem, she could not take care of herself. Therefore, she was taken in by her father's younger sister. The asset inheritance certificate detailed that in the event of her parents' passing, Ingyu would inherit room 1084. However, Ingyu was still too young when her parents died, so it had no force of law. I think I get it now. Ingyu was the girl with the eye problem. This house should belong to her. But after her parents died in an accident, her aunt's family moved in here to take care of her. Chapter 86. This house, the piano, the room filled with dolls belonged to Ingyu, but clearly that was not the end of the story. The feeling of being scrutinized increased. Han Fei found a diary in another drawer. The handwriting was cursive, which suggested the author was female.
January 1st. We finally moved into our new home today. From today onwards, I'll be the mother of 2 daughters. I promise to raise them as best as I can. January 10th. Ingyu and Ming Mei are always arguing. This is such a headache. Both of them are my daughters. I hope they'll be more understanding to each other. January 15th. Ming Mei wants to get a pet, but Ingyu is allergic to animal fur. How much more different can they be? But I love them equally. January 20th. Ming Mei and her father have voiced complaints about Ingyu. But she is ultimately my brother's daughter. I won't turn her away. I love her. February 20th. Today the police came. Apparently Ingyu got separated from Ming Mei when they went for a walk. Thankfully the police found her and brought her home. I wouldn't know what to do if I lose Ingyu. April 18th. It will cost a lot to cure Ingyu's eyes, but no worries. I am close to my goal already. May 4th. Ingyu is acting stranger and stranger. Today she refused to let me brush her hair. That won't do. I am so close to amassing the necessary amount already. June 1st. Today is Children's Day. It has been so long since the whole family of 3 went out to celebrate a holiday. It was a happy day.
A quick read through the diary might amount to nothing, but a closer read at it would reveal the scary details. Every entry exuded love, but there was a sinister side to this love. The entry that jumped out at Han Fei the most was the one recorded on June 1st. They were supposed to be a family of 4, but in the diary, only 3 of them went to celebrate the holiday. So who was the one left out? What happened to that person? Han Fei opened the last drawer and discovered a doll sitting inside it. The doll was about the size of Han Fei's thumb, and it was weaved from hair. A piece of white paper was stuck on its back. It had Ingyu's name and birthday date on it. A nail pierced through its body. When Han Fei touched the doll, the robotic voice echoed in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. You have discovered grade G cursed object, Ingyu's doll. It is braided from Ingyu's hair. It possesses the most vicious curse. Ingyu's doll. Grade G cursed object. Why aren't you dead yet? This is no longer your home. Don't you know that? No one here loves you. Every day we pray that you'll fall dead.
The doll had no eyes, but it radiated an extreme chill. Just holding it caused Han Fei to shiver involuntarily. He could feel the curses crawling through his body. The story is coming together. The diary entry on the April 18th mentioned the heavy medical bill to cure Ingyu's eyes, but the mother claimed she was close to her goal already. She was not talking about a financial goal, but something else. This was substantiated by the entry in May. She noted that Ingyu refused to let her brush her hair anymore, and that disrupted her goal. So the thing that the author was amassing was not the money for Ingyu's treatment, but Ingyu's hair. From the start, the mother never wanted to help Ingyu with her eyes. She just wanted Ingyu out of the way. Han Fei arranged the information he obtained so far. This family of 3 basically took over Ingyu's home and somehow caused her death. But if that was all, it wouldn't have caused such a deep collection of resentment in this house. They probably have done something worse. The eyeball appears in every nook and cranny of this house. It should not be a mere coincidence that Ingyu's eyesight problem was referenced in both the mother's diary and the daughter's paintings. Did Ingyu spend every moment of her life having her every move scrutinized by this family? For someone with a sight problem, she could sense the curse behind the gazes leveled at her, but she could not tell where they came from. She only knew that there was no place that was safe inside her own home. No matter where she hid, there would be vile eyes glaring at her. It clicked for Han Fei then. The experience he was going through now was a replication of what Ingyu felt when she lived with her aunt's family. Helplessness, fear, inescapability. She was trapped in a malevolent panopticon. The girl's sketch pad, the woman's diary, and the man's will under the bed. That makes a family of 3. Ingyu has plotted her revenge on this family. She would subject them to the same pain and despair they placed on her. But there was only the will left by the tormented person under the bed. Assuming that was the father, then what happened to the mother and daughter? Did they manage to escape? Could that be the reason why Ingyu is still so gripped by hatred? Now that Han Fei knew why room 1084 was the way it was, the solution surfaced as well. Mengxi mentioned that a very dangerous girl lives on the 8th floor. She should be talking about Ingyu. It would be hard to resolve Ingyu's resentment overnight. Han Fei did not expect that he'd be able to perform that miracle either. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a first step. He had to do something. He decided to place himself in Ingyu's shoes to understand her pain. The feeling of being stared at grew stronger. The eyeball felt like it was blinking closer. Ingyu is mostly likely still here. I need to summon her out and talk to her in person. Exiting the room with the piano, Han Fei checked the kitchen, bathroom, and living room. He searched all these rooms, but did not find any trace of Ingyu. However, he did find many other things that caused the hairs on his skin to rise. There were 3 holes on the shower curtain. Each of them was just large enough for an eye to peek through. All the locks in the house were ruined, so none of the doors could be locked. In spite of the age of the house, all the door and furniture hinges were surprisingly well oiled. They noticeably made no noise when they opened and closed. 4 pairs of slippers sat inside the shoe rack, but 3 of them had not seen any use based on the thick layer of dust on them. This suggested that 3 members of this family often walked barefooted at home. That would prevent the sound of slippers slapping against the ground. Other than that, Han Fei found many auditory-impairing drugs as well as bloody earplugs stuffed inside various drawers and cupboards. For those visually challenged, they leaned heavily on hearing, but this family was adamant to deprive Ingyu of that clutch. The only room left is also the most problematic one, the princess room. Han Fei's jaw was set as he stepped into the girl's bedroom. The room had a pastel theme. Cute marine-themed wallpaper decorated the walls. Cartoon fishes were printed on the tiles. Even the lamps had an aquatic design. With the lights on, it created the illusion that one was in the Little Mermaid's world. The room is fit for a mermaid princess, but I only have that drowning feeling when I'm in here. Stopping beside the bed, Han Fei whipped his head around. He saw something stare at him among the dolls that sat on the ground. Ingyu's parents must have loved her dearly to have gifted her so many dolls. Unfortunately, they were all taken away from her. I wonder if Ingyu is hiding in one of them.
I am your neighbor from downstairs. I'm sorry to have barged in without your permission. I mean no harm to you. If anything, I am willing to help you punish those who have hurt you.
Inside the bedroom, Han Fei told the gathered dolls.
You have designed the house this particular way to punish them, right? I will help you figure out a way to lure them here.
Chapter 87. Han Fei tried to initiate a communication, but he got no reply. He pulled up the menu. As he fixed his eyes at the exit button, he searched through the bedroom for clues. He checked the dresser, the pillows, the bed. When Han Fei reached for the bedside table, he felt a stinging unease coming from his back. Turning his head around, Han Fei noticed all the dolls inside the bedroom were staring at him. The dolls assumed different postures. Some laid on the ground. Others leaned against the wall. but all of their heads were turned towards Han Fei. The eyes, which were made from buttons, plastic, and metal, appeared to reflect pain and despair. Even for Han Fei, who had been through a lot, the experience of being stared at by a bunch of dolls inside an inescapable room was hair-raising. He pinched himself hard on his arm, and then answered with a perfect smile.
I believe there is a misunderstanding here. I feel sorry about what happened to you. I want to punish those who have hurt you. I am not just saying that. I really want to help you take revenge and return to you the justice you deserve.
To make his argument more persuasive, Han Fei took out the doll with Ing Yu's name out from his inventory. When he did, the temperature in the room almost dropped to freezing point and the ring around his finger chilled.
You shouldn't torment yourself anymore. The real culprits are the ones who have hurt you.
Before the girl went berserk, Han Fei slowly eased the nail out from the doll. He plucked the paper with Ing Yu's name and birthday date off, folded it, and placed it gingerly inside his pocket. He stood up to leave the princess room. Han Fei entered the adjacent bedroom to grab the woman's diary and the child's sketch pad. He tore out a few pages from the sketch pad. He folded a simple paper doll out of them. Then he wrote down May's name on the back of the doll. The House of Dolls stared quietly at Han Fei. Even the ghost had trouble understanding Han Fei. Han Fei raised the nail which was previously stuck in Ing Yu's doll and pierced it harshly through the paper doll with May's name.
This whole family has committed terrible sins. We shan't let them get away. It is only fair that they should have a taste of what they've put you through.
And then Han Fei tore out a few pages from the woman's diary and folded another paper doll.
Can you tell me the woman's name? Please let me help you.
The nail was removed from Ing Yu's doll, and now it was drilled through the doll, which carried the name of the person she hated the most. The chill in the room eased. The dolls still kept their eyes on Han Fei, but the venom in their eyes was mainly gathered around the paper doll he was holding. Han Fei sighed surreptitiously in relief. His plan to distract Ing Yu was working. The temperature slowly rose back to normal, but the chill from Han Fei's ring kept increasing. The scariest ghost in this house was coming. Without any fear, Han Fei faced the House of Dolls sincerely.
Please, let me help you.
Perhaps because she had not met this kind of neighbor before, room 1084 began to change. The previously closed closet swung open a gap to reveal a blood-red eyeball. But that was just the beginning. Behind the bookshelf, between the sheets, beside the curtains, even the eyes on the portraits started to blink. The eyes inside the house winked open. The thing in slumber was awakening. The chill from the ring already surpassed the level yielded by Han Fei's ninth-floor neighbor. But to Han Fei's consternation, the chill was still rising. When the cold was at its thickest, all the eyes began to bleed. At the same time, the robotic voice uttered,
Notification for player 0000. You have successfully triggered Grade G Hidden Mission, the House of Eyes. The House of Eyes, Grade G Hidden Mission finding you, and leave room 1084 alive.
There was no time limit, and the mission goals were direct. This latest hidden mission was distinct from all the hidden missions Han Fei had encountered in the past. Han Fei felt suffocated as more eyes blinked opened inside the house. The power balance between them was too one-sided. Ing Yu was close to claiming Han Fei's life just by announcing herself. This is the type of ghost that lives on the 8th floor? Then just how scary the ghosts on the 9th floor can be. With no place to hide, Han Fei powered forward to continue the mission. This mission is split into two parts. The system wouldn't have arranged them this way for no reason. To leave this place alive, I need to first locate Ing Yu. The ghost had fully awakened while Han Fei was just starting his mission. The bleeding eyes stared at Han Fei. A girl's cries rose from a corner of the room, and then it reverberated all throughout the house. What does this mean? Are these echoes of Ing Yu's past tears? The helpless weeping tore at Han Fei's heart. He could hear a girl calling for help underneath the cacophony. With the inability to see, Ing Yu's world was shrouded in darkness. She was surrounded by malice and antagonism, so it is only natural that she would cry for help and hope for someone to come to her rescue. Han Fei extended his hand. He tried to use the landlord's ring as a compass to find the girl's location. Unfortunately, while the ring could sense supernatural presence, it could not pinpoint their exact location. Ing Yu should be inside the princess bedroom because the chill is strongest here. Perhaps she is hiding inside one of the dolls. However, there were too many dolls inside the room. Han Fei had no other option but to squat down and inspect the dolls one by one. When he picked up a large puppy plushie, Han Fei noticed it was much heftier than the others. Pulling down the zipper on the back, Han Fei discovered an arm covered in tape inside it. When he saw the arm, the first thing that came into Han Fei's mind was an entry from the woman's diary.
January 15th. Mingmei wants to get a pet, but Ingyu is allergic to animal fur. How much more different can they be? But I love them equally.
Mingmei wanted to get a pet, but she couldn't because of Yu's natural allergy. The woman wouldn't be crazy enough to blame Yu for something that she could not control, right? Han Fei sucked in a cold breath. He realized he shouldn't underestimate the darkness in people's hearts. After all, there was a reason why an arm was found inside a pet dog's plushie. Could this be the way the woman expressed her rancor towards Yu? She chopped the girl up into pieces and stuffed them into animal plushies. That is sick. With trembling fingers, Han Fei sought out all the animal plushies. Then he undid all the zippers. This was the one time Han Fei hoped that he was wrong. Pulling off the tape carefully, inside the room dotted with eyes, Han Fei slowly pieced together a girl whose eyes were forever closed. Chapter 88. Han Fei found Yu. She looked about the same age as Weep, and they both came from pitiable backgrounds.
Can you hear me?
Holding the broken girl, Han Fei's sympathy won over his fear. After knowing about the girl's past, Han Fei was even more determined to survive. He needed to live to provide salvation for this poor girl. The chill from the ring almost froze Han Fei's finger off, but the man still did not let go. If anything, he hugged the dismembered girl tighter. After her parents passed away, no one had given her a sincere hug ever again.
You might not believe me now, but I will use my actions to prove myself.
Scrutinized by the bleeding eyes, Han Fei promised earnestly. The eyes could not tell whether he was lying or not. Han Fei sighed inwardly as the image of Weep overlapped with that of the girl in his arms. Children were one of the world's most vulnerable parties. They should be protected and cherished. Gradually, pieces of the girl started to respond. Her bones contorted. Her human form dissolved to take on a more monstrous appearance. What is happening? The hatred and pain inside the girl's heart hacked at her humanity. The bone chips pierced through Han Fei's skin, but he still did not let go. Black capillaries broke out on the girl's body and face. The pair of lips on her ghoulish face started to tremble. A voice squeezed out from the girl's body.
That is my birthday present. Birthday present? You have already taken everything. Can't you leave this for me? It's the last thing I have from my daddy and mommy. Yu, what is this last birthday present your parents have given you?
Han Fei decided to play along to see if he could draw out more information.
That is mine. Yu's expression tightened. The black blood capillaries pulled her broken bodies together. Following a heavy thump of the dead heart, Yu's eyes flew open. Two dark holes stared eerily at Han Fei. The only place that should have a pair of eyes was missing them.
Mine, that's mine.
Her misshapen arms grabbed at Han Fei's body. Yu's neck cracked noisily as her head detached from her shoulder. Her head rose to Han Fei's eye level. The angry declaration was the only thing that came out from the girl's mouth. Yu had completely lost her mind. The hollow eye sockets slowly approached Han Fei, as if they were trying to suck Han Fei's soul into them.
Yu, I won't be able to help you if you kill me.
Han Fei shouted loudly, but it landed on deaf ears. Yu was too consumed by hatred and resentment to be reasoned with. Her body morphed into a smear of shadow. The hollows on her face were shown to contain many caged souls. Wails echoed around the house. The bloody eyes cried vehemently. If Han Fei did not leave now, his eyes would end up as another pair of decorations on the wall.
I really wish to help you, young lady.
Han Fei knew he had to leave now. Facing the advancing hollows, he revealed a gentle smile. Han Fei moved his heavy hands to pat the girl's head and ruffle her hair softly. Just as a sense of tearing gripped his eyes, Han Fei clicked on the quit button. Red Sea swallowed him. Han Fei removed the gaming helmet, his heart still palpitating from what he experienced. He could not even start to imagine the horror Yu must have been through to turn into such a monster from a plain little girl. Despite the lethargy, Han Fei went to his computer to search for information on Yu. He hoped a case had been lodged regarding her death, but what he found instead was a missing persons advert.
Have you seen this girl about 7 years old, wearing a red dress? She has a sweet and innocent smile. She suffers from ocular disease and was last seen at the old city's northern street. The advert was placed a long time ago, but it was not answered. The missing person's website still carried Ing Yu's related information. The user who posted the advert is someone called Iyashikei. That should be Ing Yu's aunt.
Han Fei's expression darkened as he stared at the screen. She looks like she's living quite a good life for herself.
Han Fei wished to drag the woman into perfect world so Ing Yu could exact her vengeance, but he did not know how to do that. After giving it a long thought, Han Fei decided to leave this to the police. He calculated the time of the murder and collected all the information he managed to glean from the House of Eyes and sent an anonymous tip to the police. I should keep a low profile for now. After ensuring the law enforcement had accepted his email, Han Fei crawled into bed and slept. Soon, he was woken up by his alarm, and he hurried to the set after a quick wash-up. Thankfully, my stamina is much better than before, or else I won't be able to survive a life like this. Han Fei got into his characters easily. He mastered the complexity of the character emotions. Basically, his scenes were all completed with just one shot. The crew and director Jiang looked at him like he was some kind of monster. Han Fei's perfect performance placed a huge pressure on the other actors. Their flaws would be hugely amplified when they were in the same scene as Han Fei should they fail to pull their own weight. Han Fei's acting skill that was honed at the edge of life and death completely won over Zhang Ye and Mian Yin. This new main character was completely different from the previous one. Han Fei's Meng Changxi felt so authentic. It was as if the man had personally experienced the same madness and despair Meng Changxi had been through. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time for noon break. Mian Yin and Zhang Ye wanted to sit down with Han Fei to get some pointers from him, but they noticed Han Fei was busy talking on his phone. He didn't even have time to take a bite of the boxed lunch the crew had prepared for him.
Li Shui, the Happiness Street station you're posted at is responsible for the security of Northern Street, right? Did any new murder case open this morning? You mean the toy plushie case? Wait a minute. How would you know this? Are you the anonymous tipper? Can you keep that detail to yourself for now?
Han Fei lowered his voice.
I'm mainly calling to check on the update, and also I need to ask a favor from you. I need you to help me check something. If you must know, Iyashikei's daughter suffers from mental illness. When the police visited them this morning, some problems were plainly visible. Now the pair of mother and daughter are in custody. However, Iyashikei's husband has gone into hiding probably because he was spooked.
After giving a brief update, Li Shui concluded.
The case is not that complicated, so what do you need me to check? What is the last birthday present Ing Yu's parents gave her? That, I'm not sure. But I do know that Ing Yu's parents have left her with a rather unique present before they died. Ing Yu's mother was still conscious when she was rushed to the emergency room. During the last moment of her life, she signed a certificate at the hospital, donating her and her husband's cornea to their daughter for transplant after they pass away.
Chapter 89. Han Fei was touched that Ing Yu's parents would leave such a surprising and wonderful present for their daughter. Now he understood why Ing Yu would still remember that birthday present even after lunacy had claimed her.
Li Shui, do you know what happens after that? Why didn't Ing Yu get the transplant? After a cornea is removed from the body, they can only survive for a maximum of 6 weeks inside a nutrient vial. At the time, the doctors suggested for Ing Yu to undergo the transplant immediately. Since both of Ing Yu's parents had passed away, the decision fell on Ing Yu's temporary guardians. They decided to delay the surgery for some reasons. Was it due to the high surgical fee? I have no idea, but that shouldn't be any problem, because Ing Yu's parents left their daughter with a huge amount of inheritance. In any case, Ing Yu's guardians took their time to make their decision despite the urging from the doctors. Eventually, the 6 weeks passed, and Ing Yu's parents' corneas couldn't be used anymore. The doctors thought this was such a huge waste, so they admitted to violating the law and slid the vial containing Ing Yu's parents' cornea to the little girl. They knew it wouldn't help much, but that was the least they could do under the circumstance. Then what happened to that vial? Do you know? I'll call the interrogation room to ask. Wait a minute.
Li Shui called back a few minutes after she hung up.
According to Iyashikei's daughter, she mistook the vial for an aquarium cleanser, so she poured the whole vial down their home aquarium. When she realized the mistake, She quickly refilled the vial with the water from the aquarium. That little bitch. That was no accident.
Han Fei cursed, but he soon calmed himself.
Is there going to be punishment for Qingmei's daughter? Both the mother and the daughter have pushed the murder onto the father. If there's no surprise, the father will receive the death penalty. What about the mother and the daughter? Will they escape unscathed? Of course not. We suspect this is a premeditated murder. All three of them are accomplices.
Li Shui warned Han Fei.
Please leave the case to us. Don't do anything out of line. Don't worry.
Han Fei promised gently. However, if he had the chance, he would not hesitate to invite the pair of mother and daughter into perfect life to play with Iyashikei.
Humanity can be as bright as the sun or as dark as the abyss. I've encountered many horrible incidents in my career. The correct thing to do is to submit these criminals to the judgment of law to prevent these people from harming more innocents.
Li Shui advised Han Fei before she added.
Wait, shouldn't you be busy with the movie shooting? Where do you find time to investigate this case? The two are not mutually exclusive. Acting is my main gig, but I can have many side gigs.
Han Fei finally finished the boxed lunch, and he then glanced at his watch.
The break is almost over. I have to return to work now. See you later.
When he hung up, Han Fei only noticed Zhang Ye and Mian Yin who were waiting for him.
How can I help you? Teacher Han, we wish to get your opinions about our characters.
No matter what kind of outfit Zhang Ye wore, he had that air of a comedic actor.
I still have trouble mastering my character. I can't seem to jump out from my usual comedic personality, but you're different. You are able to snap into the different characterizations with ease every time. How do you do it? Well, you first have to. Han Fei patiently shared his experience with Zhang Ye and Mian Yin. Then he threw himself into work. Twin Flowers had many scenes that involved Meng Chang'an and Meng Changxi, so Han Fei had a heavy workload. Considering the fact that he needed to keep his night free to play the game, Han Fei worked extra hard, so that he would not be required to stay overnight at the set. Han Fei finished all his scenes for the day by late afternoon. Han Fei's great efficiency meant that the crew would wrap up early as well. That endeared the young man greatly to Director Jiang and his team. After his job was done, Han Fei bade farewell to everyone and left the set on his own. He stopped by a roadside stall to have a simple dinner. Normally, the crew from the opposite street would come out to snicker at Han Fei, but less and less of them showed up these days. They probably found out through the grapevine that their agency had accidentally let a very talented star go. However, they consoled themselves with the fact that Han Fei was just a nobody, no matter how talented he was. In this business, popularity and fame meant everything. In fact, Han Fei had none, so the agency wasn't kicking themselves for firing him. Han Fei set the alarm and took a quick nap after he reached home. When he woke up, he took a shower and planted himself before the computer.
Today is the last day for me to complete the Grade F mission. Based on my current progress, the chance of completing it is very low. My imminent goal is to save my own hide and escape from room 1084.
Before Iyashikei got consumed by madness, she repeated the term, birthday present. Maybe I can use that to reach out to the lingering humanity within her. After I log into the game this time, I should hurry towards the aquarium which I saw in the living room and see if I can find the present her parents left for her.
Han Fei had no guarantee if he could survive that night. He studied the picture of Iyashikei he had pinned on the wall.
If I can't reason with Iyashikei, then I'll probably be stuck in room 1084 forever as a pair of eyes.
The thought of it caused Han Fei to shiver, but he had no way out. The game's rule was that he had to stay for more than 3 hours and complete at least one mission before he could quit the game. Currently, he was trapped inside room 1084, and the only mission he could get was the hidden mission, Escape Room 1084.
Iyashikei lives on the 8th floor. Further up is the scary 9th floor, and then the 10th floor where all the secrets are hidden.
Han Fei was curious about the 10th floor. He wanted to know what was hidden inside the building manager's room and whether that was related to the black box's secret or not. But now he was still too weak. Furthermore, he knew nothing of the game world beyond the apartment building.
I need to live. I need to at least survive until I get to the 10th floor.
After making sure he had everything done, Han Fei's heart started to race as the time ticked towards midnight. When the clock chimed at 12, Han Fei put on the gaming helmet. Blood covered everything. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he realized he was still sitting inside Yu's room. The frost engulfed him. Endless eyes blinked open to greet him. All the dolls lifted their heads, their gaze focused maliciously on the stranger inside the room.
Yu, I found the present your parents left for you.
The plushies rolled together to form a giant shadow. An arm shot out at Han Fei's head. Without wasting any time, Han Fei climbed up and flew towards the living room.
The aquarium. The girl dropped your present inside the aquarium.
Instead of heading towards the front door, Han Fei used every bit of his strength to lift up the sizable aquarium.
Look, I'm not lying to you.
The giant shadow loomed over the living room. Han Fei raised the aquarium to block before him. The chill caused cracks to crackle on the surface of the aquarium. 2 goldfish hidden at the bottom of the aquarium swam out from the commotion. Initially, neither Han Fei nor the shadow paid the goldfish any attention. But when the shadowy monster struck forward to shatter the aquarium to grab at Han Fei's head, something happened. When Yu's hand reached the aquarium, the 2 goldfish did not swim away from fear. Instead, they fluttered closer to the glass, as if to kiss Yu's fingers. Chapter 90. Yu was basically a monster who had lost her humanity and mind. But even in the face of such a vicious threat, the 2 goldfish showed no fear. No matter what Yu turned into, they would always be by her side. The arm that was intertwined with strong hatred ultimately limped against the aquarium. Yu's arm that leaned against the aquarium crackled with black threads. The giant shadow was dwindling. The bloody eyes receded from the room. When the last eye closed, the monster inside room 1084 disappeared, and in its place was a little girl in a red dress. With her eyes closed, she held the aquarium with both hands. On the other side of the glass, 2 small goldfish swam in circles around her fingers. Even though there was no actual contact, both parties could sense the other's presence.
Yu, your mommy and daddy wanted to be your eyes. They want to be with you forever.
Han Fei slowly placed the aquarium on the ground. He knelt down on the side opposite from Yu.
I am your parents' friends. Do you know what their final wish is?
The girl with the closed eyes slowly lifted her head. She looked cute and innocent, a perfect replica of her picture shown on the missing persons advert.
Your parents wish that you'd grow up safe and healthy. They wish for you boundless happiness, and they hope that you will be able to witness the wonder of the world on their behalf.
Han Fei sidled close to Yu.
I will accompany you to apprehend those who have hurt you. After they got their due punishment, how about we go and explore the wonders of this world together?
The 2 hands held the aquarium tightly. The goldfish wiggled their tails happily, sending ripples down the surface. Han Fei sighed in relief. He tried to smooth out little Yu's hair.
Girl, I'll be your family from now on.
Inside the haunted house, the kind and warm neighborly big brother consoled the blind girl who had lost her parents. It was a plot straight out of an Iyashikei story. The room with the heaviest negative energy was the princess room. To neutralize that, Han Fei carefully moved the aquarium and placed it inside the princess room. He hoped that would help calm Yu down and help her connect more with her human side. Once Han Fei entered the princess room, he noticed the handicraft that he made last time was still there. The nailed Yu's doll was placed beside the pillow.
Looks like you appreciate these little things I made.
Han Fei noted with a smile, but in his mind, he was planning something else.
I will bring that girl who bullied you here. Those who did wrong should be punished. That is only fair.
Hearing the promise in Han Fei's voice, the little girl who stood next to the aquarium suddenly turned her face towards Han Fei. Then she nodded lightly.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness with Yu increases by 5.
When the robotic voice announced that, Han Fei knew he was temporarily out of danger. It'll be difficult to draw a living human into perfect life, but I still need to give it a try. Perhaps the answer will be found on the 10th floor. After all, the old man managed to trick me into the game somehow. Yu squatted on the ground, and her full attention was occupied by the aquarium and its inhabitants. Han Fei did not disturb her and returned to the living room alone. The feeling of being scrutinized had disappeared. The temperature also rose back to normal. I should be able to leave now, right? He walked towards the front door. He grabbed the handle, and the door eased open with a slight push. A chilling gust surged into the room, and Han Fei got another system update.
Notification for player 0000. You have completed Grade G Hidden Mission, House of Eyes. Friendliness within you increases by 20. Obtain basic reward, 1 free skill point. Warning: different completion rates of the hidden mission will garner different rewards. You have not only escaped from the House of Eyes, you have also eased Yu's pain and helped her regain part of her humanity. Mission completion rate is more than 90%. You have obtained a unique reward, personal passive skill, Pied Piper. Pied Piper, personal passive skill, cannot be upgraded with skill point. You have a natural affinity with children. You can easily gain their trust and be part of their group. You'll be their friends, families, and even a life mentor.
After seeing the details of his new passive skill, Han Fei was startled. Despite the seemingly innocent skill description, the Pied Piper is famed for his story of casting a spell over hapless children, right? What is the game trying to suggest here? Once he gave it some thought, Han Fei realized he indeed seemed to share a good relationship with the children. The first surprise he got in the game was from Chin Chun, and then there was that encounter with Weep, and now he had just healed Yu. The children inside this building did have a good relationship with Han Fei. In any case, with this passive skill, I should focus on trying to befriend more young ghosts in the future. Han Fei did not hurry to leave the 8th floor. Instead, he stayed to search for the 2 human jigsaw pieces. He eventually found them. Now I only need the 2 remaining pieces from the 9th floor. Then I'll complete that Grade F mission. That was easier said than done. Tonight is the last night. If I fail to find all the pieces tonight, the mission will be deemed a failure. Han Fei did not want to surrender that easily. He knew the location of the last 2 jigsaw pieces. Maybe I should go visit Su Qin and get her opinion on this. When he reached the 5th floor, Han Fei noticed Su Qin's door was still closed, but the death characters on her door appeared to have grown in numbers. She went grocery shopping for 3 consecutive days? That seems unlikely. I hope nothing bad has happened to her. The 3 hours limit wasn't up yet, so Han Fei did not want to take too much risk. He went down to the 3rd floor to visit Ming-Si. Han Fei wanted to get more information about the 9th floor from her, but Ming-Si had not been to the 9th floor before. She just stressed repeatedly that those who went there had never been seen again. Without any new information, Han Fei said farewell and went to visit Weep. He wanted to use Weep to try out the new skill, but he got a surprise reward instead. Perhaps it was the Pied Piper's skill showing its effect, or maybe Weep himself had taken a shining towards Han Fei. They had a rather peaceful evening. Weep had completely put his guard down around Han Fei. When Han Fei expressed his intention to visit the 9th floor, Weep, who had been showing a leveled emotion, suddenly had fear enter his eyes. He pointed at the empty room and raised his still recovering arms. His expression was scary.
You mean to say you've been to the 9th floor?
After much guesswork, Han Fei finally understood the boy. In the previous game of hide and seek, after he failed to find Han Fei, Weep trusted Han Fei's words and sent out his friends to disturb the other neighbors. Some of his friends went up to the 9th floor and never returned. Eventually, Weep went to the 9th floor to investigate. He only got to the landing between the 8th and 9th floor when he noticed something was wrong. The 9th floor was enshrouded in an extraordinarily thick haze of hatred. It only allowed entry and not exit. Weep did not venture to the 9th floor. He merely stopped at the landing, but even so he had to pay with the loss of his 2 arms before he could escape. Chapter 91. Hearing Weep's story, Han Fei was pained, but beyond that, he was more interested in what Weep saw that day. With his patience, Han Fei continued to dig. Weep gestured back and forth with Han Fei before the former eventually broke out in tears due to the latter's stubbornness.
Please don't cry. It's not that I wish to tear into your painful past. I simply wish to know what is there on the 9th floor, because I plan to go there tonight.
Hearing the conviction in Han Fei's voice, Weep gradually slowed his tears. He stared at Han Fei for a long time. Then he grabbed Han Fei's palm and wrote down the following on it. Remember yourself.
Remember myself?
Han Fei naturally had more to ask, but Weep had disappeared into his ceremonial urn. This boy sure is unique. Han Fei did not leave room 1034 despite the disappearance of his host. Sitting amidst the pile of talismans, Han Fei's mind wrestled against itself. The last 2 human jigsaw pieces are on the 9th floor. If I am unable to complete the puzzle tonight, I'll fail the mission and my effort before this will all go to waste. I wish to save my roommates, and to do that, I need to patch back their bodies. I wish to find out the secrets of this apartment building, and to do that I need to reach the 10th floor. In other words, I'll have to go through the 9th floor sooner or later. Han Fei knew the 9th floor was dangerous, but he also understood the rewards from completing a grade F mission would be very worthwhile. I'll head up the stairs for now. If I sense any danger, I'll run into Ying Yu's home to hide. If all else fails, I can still quit the game. With the timer for the grade F mission reaching its final countdown, Han Fei exited room 1034 and headed up the stairs. The strange footsteps did not return, and Han Fei arrived at the 8th floor without any problem. Han Fei stopped to greet Ying Yu and left the door to the House of Eyes open. Should there be danger, he could skip the step required to open the door and rush into it directly. After doing all that, Han Fei still did not make his way up. Instead, he leaned against the banister and tried to look up through the gap. There was nothing too unusual that differentiated the 9th and 10th floor. It looked just like the other floors, a part of an old apartment building. However, Han Fei knew this normalcy was just an illusion. Ghosts could attack him from any corner, so he could not let his guard down at all. Holding the banister, Han Fei scanned his surroundings while keeping his eyes on the quit button. Time to go up and see. When he took the first step up to the 9th floor, nothing particularly disparate stood out to Han Fei. There was no strange smell or inexplicable sounds in the air. Han Fei eventually arrived at the landing between 8th and 9th floor without running into any danger. This was the location where Weep lost both of his arms. Standing on his tiptoes, Han Fei leaned his head as far as he could to peer at the 4 doors on the 9th floor. The 4 anti-theft doors looked unassuming. The 4 doors were painted with their respective room number. There was nothing unusual. Han Fei took another 2 steps before he noticed the first thing that was slightly out of place. There was a ceremonial brazier placed before the door of room 1091. Half-burnt paper money sat inside it. Next to the brazier was a picture frame, and it contained a black and white picture with a faceless man. Something doesn't feel right. The picture sent a chill down Han Fei's spine. When he took a closer look, Han Fei understood why. The person in the picture was wearing the same outfit as he did. His legs took an involuntary step back, but when he did, Han Fei turned around to realize the steps behind him had disappeared. All that was left was a suffocating darkness.
Notification for player 0000. You have found all of the building manager's remains. You have satisfied the condition to trigger the Grade F Manager mission. Building Manager. Building Manager. Grade F Manager mission. The basic responsibility of a building manager is to understand and have a handle over all the tenants. Eliminate all safety hazards. Mediate neighborly conflicts. Aid the vulnerable parties, and most importantly, kill everyone else who wants to become the building manager. Warning. Since the mission difficulty is too high for the player's current level, the system will provide the player with additional hints. In this world, every building or infrastructure will house a most dangerous, cunning, crazy, and oppressive presence. Some citizens of this world refer to them as the managers. Now you only have 2 paths before you. Become the manager or be killed by one. Warning. Each manager mission is manufactured and constructed from the previous manager's memory and past. In other words, during this mission, you will enter the manager's memory. There is no death penalty here, but with each death, you will lose part of your own memory. Warning. If you end up forgetting who you are in the process of doing the mission, then you will be permanently trapped inside the manager mission and become part of the previous manager's memory. And it will use your body to regain a new lease at life.
The sudden pings of notifications froze Han Fei to the spot. Grade F Manager mission? Grade F mission is far more difficult than a Grade G mission, and it appears like Manager mission is more difficult than a common mission as well. I can't imagine how impossible a Grade F Manager mission will be. The way back was swallowed by darkness. The stairwell had completely vanished. Han Fei tried to walk into the darkness, and his life points plummeted. Now he finally understood why no one had ever returned from the 9th floor. It was because there was literally no way back. Han Fei had no choice but to move up to the 9th floor. Then he encountered something even more bizarre. He tipped his head upwards, and all he could see was the ceiling. It was as if the 10th floor did not exist, and the 9th floor was the very top. Based on the mission description, all manager missions are based on the memory of the previous manager. In other words, I am now dragged into the memory of the previous manager? Only by getting his approval that I can complete this mission. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei tried to calm himself. But when he pulled up the menu, his forced composure shattered. Next to his character name, there was a new statement. Due to the unique status the player is currently in, the player is temporarily unable to exit Perfect Life. Wait, I can't leave. Han Fei understood what this meant. If he was unable to finish this grade F mission, he'd be trapped inside this game forever. Anxiety and apprehension gripped Han Fei. He took a long time before he settled down again. He knelt down before the door of room 1091. By then, the person inside the black and white picture had fully taken on Han Fei's appearance. Everything's still fine. I only need to complete the mission and then I can leave. I can do this. Han Fei stared at his own death portrait. In the picture, he was smiling brightly. The man himself could not remember the last time he had such a genuine smile on his face. At this cryptic world, the difficulty level increases from normal mission, hidden mission, and finally manager mission. Accepting manager missions will apply a unique status on the player. Does this mean that the manager missions are closely related to the core of the cryptic world itself? If I am able to complete these unique missions, maybe I can gain a deeper understanding of the cryptic world. Everything had its pros and cons. Han Fei did not let the challenge weigh him down. He knew that in this game, the risk was always proportional to the reward. Chapter 92. After I finish this manager mission, I will become the new building manager. Han Fei repeated the positive reinforcement in his mind. Initially, he studied these psychological tricks to help his neighbors out, but as fate would have it, he ended up using them on himself first. The mission does not give any detailed description. I'll have to do the exploration on my own. He glanced at the brazier, picture frame, and black and white photo. This looked like it was prepared for Tu Chi, the 7th day after a person's death, when said person's soul would be expected to return. This whole setup gives me the chills. Han Fei tipped over the picture frame, so he would not need to keep looking at his death portrait. He held the handle to room 1091. When he tried to push the door open, the robotic voice said,
Notification for player 0000. You need to kill all the ghosts and save all the humans inside this room.
The door swung open. Before Han Fei even stepped through the threshold, a girl's head fell from the top of the frame and lashed itself onto the back of Han Fei's neck. Pain surged through his body. Han Fei gripped at the head, but no matter how hard he pulled, he was unable to shake the thing loose. Blood blurred his sigh. His trachea shattered, and air wheezed out intermittently from his mouth. The voice died in his throat as his energy drained away. Pain came from everywhere. Han Fei collapsed to the ground. His consciousness wavered, and the last thought on his mind was, so this is what death feels like. His eyes flew open, and Han Fei found himself standing before the door to room 1091. The young man himself smiled brightly at him from the picture frame, which was righted again. That was considered one death. Everything happened so quickly. Han Fei then realized the aim of this mission was to strip the players of their memory. Han Fei wiped away the cold sweat and reminded himself of the system warning. There was no death penalty when he attempted this mission, but every death would result in a memory loss. When the player forgot his own identity, the previous manager would be reborn in the player's body. This mission is far more dangerous and difficult than I thought. Han Fei raked through his brain, and he believed he did not find any obvious hole in his memory, but that was the thing that worried him the most. Would I eventually forget the fact that my memory will be partially erased with each death? Suppressing the apprehension, Han Fei turned to room 1091. A girl's head will fall from the top once I open the door. She will aim for my neck and snap it immediately. Han Fei had no interest in reliving that experience. He picked up the brazier and looked around. The mission told me to kill all the ghosts in the room, but with what? By burning paper money for them, or turning them against each other. Han Fei stood there, thinking for 5 minutes. Suddenly, the door to room 1051 opened on its own. The girl's head swung forward at a degree. The last thing Han Fei saw was her glinting jaws. The girl chomped and tore off Han Fei's throat. The young man tumbled over and died in his own pool of blood. His eyes flew open and Han Fei's hands reached subconsciously to his neck. Looks like I can't stay idle for too long either. I need to proceed with the progress. Shaking his head, Han Fei cleared his mind. His first 2 deaths brought him plenty of pain, but also valuable experience. For example, he had memorized the location of the head. This time he swore to evade the attack and dashed into the room. Picking up the brazier, Han Fei raised it at a certain angle as he pushed open the door. Bang! The girl's head knocked into the bottom of the brazier. A groan echoed inside the room as the head careened backwards. Han Fei followed up on the aggression. He rushed into the room and cupped the girl's head under the brazier. Bang! 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 As the head knocked against the brazier, Han Fei used the valuable time to study the room around him. There's a glass coffee table with a fruit basket filled with rotten fruits. There are 2 bedrooms down the left corridor and a kitchen on the right. As the brazier clattered noisily against the ground, announcing the head's freedom, Han Fei charged towards the kitchen. He needed a weapon, and knives were usually found inside kitchens. Opening the kitchen door, a heady smell of decomposition hit Han Fei. A middle-aged woman was mincing rotten meat before a chopping block. After she saw Han Fei, she let loose a banshee-like wail as she threw her knife at Han Fei. The knife stuck into his shoulders. Then a gnashing pain came from the back of his neck. Han Fei collapsed to the ground. As pain overwhelmed him, Han Fei tried to memorize every small detail he could capture with his eyes. His eyes flew open. That was my 4th death. Han Fei couldn't tell what exactly he had forgotten, and he hated that feeling immensely. This mission is impossibly difficult. The main problem comes from the memory loss. Will I eventually forget that I am doing a mission inside a game and assume that I am born in this place? The thought chilled Han Fei to the core. Han Fei counted the time quietly in his mind. Based on my studies, there are 2 main kinds of memory: cognitive memory and motor memory. There are cases where people suffer from amnesia, remembering the routines that they're used to before their memory loss. I can use this to my advantage because based on my observation, the black box inside my head will probably only affect my cognitive memory. To ensure that he would not lose himself completely, Han Fei decided to do something crazy. He glanced at himself in the picture frame. He picked it up and smashed it against the floor. Then he grabbed a glass shard and carved out 4 bloody gashes on his arm. This was his 4th death. Blood dripped down his fingers. The pain was invigorating. Then Han Fei gouged out the name, Han Fei, on his other arm. I will repeat this every time I die. Hopefully my body will remember this pain. He pocketed the glass shard and opened the door. Similar to last time, he blocked the girl's head with the brazier, but this time he ran towards the bedrooms instead. He did not stop lest the head caught up to him. There are 2 bedrooms. The first door is pasted with the alphabet chart and study posters. It's probably a nursery. Han Fei reached for the door handle of the room closer to the living room and pushed it open. The first thing that he saw was a room littered with toys. A toddler about 5 to 6 sat facing away from him in the middle of the toy pile. With the girl's head following close behind him, Han Fei dashed into the room. He remembered his goal: kill all the ghosts and save all the humans. Is this child a ghost or a human? To be safe, he avoided the child and stayed hidden in the shadows behind the door. Regardless, the child sensed his presence and slowly turned around. A scarred face revealed itself to Han Fei. The child then let out a shrill whine. A pair of slender arms reached out from the shadows. They tightened around Han Fei's neck and pulled him up to the ceiling. Han Fei's face turned purple. His eyes bulged forward as he stared around the bedroom. There are bloody clothes peeking through the closet gap. There's half a face staring from under the bed. A person is hanging from behind the curtain. The shadow moved under the study table. There are at least 4 more ghosts inside this nursery. His eyes flew open. Before Han Fei did anything else, he shattered the picture frame. He used this special method to reinforce the motor memory into his body. Each laceration represented a past that he must not forget. Chapter 93. I've died 5 times already, but at least now I've grasped the hidden locations of most ghosts inside the nursery. Compared to the nursery, the kitchen and living room appear to be safer. Han Fei had no idea why so many ghosts hid inside the nursery. He had too little information to make an analysis. After using the shard to carve out his own name, Han Fei once again ventured into the room. Similar to before, he used the brazier to stop the girl's head, but this time he dashed towards the master bedroom. To his trepidation, the door was locked. So far only this door is locked. That suggests there is something of interest inside the master bedroom. Looks like I'll have to locate the bedroom key first. Han Fei did not stay but kept on moving. By now he had fully ascertained the head's attack pattern. Han Fei would raise the brazier to block whenever the girl's head flung itself at him. While negotiating this deathly dance, Han Fei slowly moved away from the master bedroom and down the corridor. The corridor led to the bathroom. Han Fei did not think he would solve the mission without losing more lives, so he tried to make each of his life as valuable as possible. Han Fei kicked down the door to the bathroom. The slamming door raised such a ruckus that it lured the woman out from the kitchen. Facing both the girl's head and the woman armed with the knives, Han Fei knew retreat was the wise option. As the girl's head lunged at him, Han Fei whacked at it as hard as he could before he escaped into the bathroom.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sharp knife chopped against the door. Han Fei could hear the woman growling. She had completely lost her mind.
Can you please calm down? I just want to help you. Can you understand me?
Unfortunately, the woman did not cease for rational communication. Room 1091 was practically a den of devil. Han Fei's hands that gripped the handle froze. While his attention was fully on the woman and the girl, a gushing sound of water came from behind him. Someone had switched on the tap. Turning back to look, black hair oozed out from the faucet. The hair was like rotten seaweed. They emitted a horrible stench. They overflowed from the sink and twined themselves around Han Fei's feet. Han Fei's body was eventually wrapped inside the black hair, and his life was constricted out of him. His eyes flew open. Han Fei's body trembled.
That was my sixth death.
Shattering the frame, Han Fei picked up the shard and recorded the pain on his body. It's unrealistic to expect me to kill all the ghosts on my own. My only chance at succeeding is to make them turn against each other. There was a startling amount of ghosts inside the house. Even after 6 deaths, Han Fei could not tell how many ghosts there were in total. The nursery is the most dangerous, followed by the bathroom. Maybe I should try opening the doors to both the nursery and the bathroom at the same time. Only when they're onto each other that I'll be spared. The mission requires me to kill all the ghosts and save all the humans. Of all the entities I've met, the most human-like are the middle-aged woman and the toddler with the ruined face. But they barely act like humans. They react so violently when they see me, like I'm some kind of ghost. Han Fei lowered his eyes at his death portrait, and a thought entered his mind. Wait, is it possible that I am actually a ghost? Picking up the brazier, Han Fei stared at room 1091. The manager mission is based on the previous manager's memory. In other words, traces of the manager should exist inside the room. In fact, the manager themselves might be somewhere inside the room now. If only I can meet up with them, that will definitely clear many things up. Han Fei knew nothing about the previous manager. He needed more information. However, in his situation, any information needed to be traded with his own life. This was a gamble with his memory on the line. The losing party would lose everything. Opening the door to room 1091, Han Fei raised the brazier to block the girl's head. He was already so familiar with her actions that he could predict her every move. Han Fei sprinted towards the nursery. After pulling the door open, he turned and raced down the corridor. Without taking a break, he kicked the bathroom's door open. The temperature in the room dropped. The child's crying wafted out from the nursery. The door to the kitchen jiggled after the woman heard the sobbing. Han Fei hid beside the kitchen door. When the door opened, Han Fei lunged through it and tried to grab at the woman's knife. Perhaps the woman was just cooking because the temperature inside the kitchen was much higher than the rest of the house. To prevent the girl's head from ambushing him from behind, Han Fei slammed the door close as he rolled into the kitchen. While Han Fei wrestled with the woman for the control of the knife, a ring of keys fell out from the woman's apron. The key is on her all along? Why would she keep the main bedroom locked? Who is she keeping captive inside the bedroom? Han Fei eventually overpowered the woman and got the knife. But when he bent over to pick up the keys that dropped next to the fridge, the door suddenly yawned open. A headless body of a girl pounced forth to pull Han Fei into the fridge. Frost chilled every cell in his body. Pain froze his every nerve. So cold. His eyes flew open. The first thing Han Fei did, as if on memory, was to shatter the frame and carve out his name and his number of deaths on his arms. A girl's head will fall down from the front door, and a headless child's body was stuffed inside the kitchen fridge. Assuming this place is housing a family, then the middle-aged woman is probably the mother, the toddler her child, and the father, assuming there is one, probably trapped inside the main bedroom. Han Fei arranged the web of relationship in his mind. When he was ready, he entered the room again. Similar to last time, he opened the door to the nursery and the bathroom. The child's crying summoned the woman out from the kitchen. The moment she did, Han Fei swiped the ring of keys from her apron. Evading the knife lashes, Han Fei raced towards the main bedroom. He only had one chance to get the key right since both the girl's head and the woman were on his heels. He chose a random key and stuck it into the keyhole. He twisted it, but the lock did not click. When he attempted the second key, the knife already cut into his body. There has to be something inside the main bedroom. It was not until Han Fei's 10th death that he managed to get the main bedroom door open. The moment the door eased open, he slipped into it. Then he used the key to lock the door. The child's mother hacked at the door with her knife. The girl's head rammed against it as well. Han Fei knew he had limited time. He turned around to inspect the room. His eyes were soon drawn to the double bed. The stained mattress had a boy about 12 strapped into it. His extremities were tied to the bed posts, and he wore a patient's garb. His eyes were closed like he was sleeping. I've now visited all the rooms inside room 1091. There are most likely 3 humans, the mother and her 2 children. Who among them is the previous manager? Chapter 94. The woman is the oldest of the 3, and even in this haunted house, she would respond to her child's cries for help. Relatively speaking, she at least has that humane quality retained in her. She will still look after her family. The toddler will make a loud fuss whenever he sees me. Assuming that I am currently a ghost, it's perfectly normal for a child to see me and cry though. Finally, there is the boy. He is in a patient's outfit and has his movement limited. Looks like he's most ill. In his family's eyes, he's probably the most abnormal. Not everything was what it appeared. Whether a scenario was defined as normal or not depended fully on its environments. The knife chipped on the bedroom door. Han Fei hurried to the bedside. He asked urgently, "Can you hear me?" With clear threats on his tail, now was not the time to be gentle. However, even after he shook the boy and gave him a slap on his face, Han Fei still got no response from the boy.
There are pills scattered around the bed and blood stains on the ground. These are clear signs of conflict.
Han Fei looked around, and he spotted a change of clothes, a patient's record and discharge form on the study table. Second mental health center?
The patient suffers from unreasonable anxiety and pain. He reports occasional bouts of echoasm and hallucinations. His situation has not improved despite multiple therapy sessions.
Flipping through the pages, Han Fei finally found the thing he was looking for.
The patient has a history of childhood trauma. He was abused by his father, and his only protector was his mother. According to the patient, he witnessed his father murder a pair of mother and daughter in the nursery. The father proceeded to dismember the victims inside the bathroom before hiding the carcasses inside the kitchen fridge. It was since then that the patient's mental state became unstable. He claimed that he could see ghosts and souls. After his mother died, his father remarried. During his stay with his new family, the patient's condition worsened. He was found committing many dangerous behaviors during this period. Another trauma came when his father passed away. The patient claims that he can see his parents' soul and other ghosts residing inside his house. He also insisted that there is a vicious demon possessing his younger stepbrother. Based on the patient's explanation, his younger brother would attract the attention of dead souls and passing monsters. He's the source of all tragedy. The patient's various inexplicable behaviors were supposedly meant to chase the ghosts away. He believed that once he kills all the ghosts, the demon hiding inside his younger brother will appear. Only by eliminating this true demon that his life can return to normal. The patient operates on his own set of reasons. He shattered the mirror because he saw a ghost inside it. He bound the fridge with ropes because he believed the flesh inside the fridge will come alive at night. There is a reason behind his every action. We suspect this aberrant worldview is formed from the patient's prolonged exposure to immense stress and untreated hallucinosis. The second half of the report was torn apart. It probably would have described the ending of this strange family. Han Fei took some time to parse the wealth of information he had just been exposed to. In the boy's patient record, it stated that the patient believed he witnessed his father commit murders inside the bedroom, dismember the bodies inside the bathroom, and then hide them inside the kitchen fridge. That corresponded to the 3 most dangerous locales in room 1091. The bedroom where the toddler was, the bathroom where the banshee with the black hair was, and the kitchen where the headless carcass was. The nursery housed the largest number of ghosts, probably because in the boy's mind, it was the source of everything. The tragedy began after his father started killing people inside the bedroom. The hair that oozed out from the bathroom could be a representation for another scene the patient had witnessed. After the father dealt with the victims, their hair would have floated in their own pools of blood. The father once used the fridge to hide the dead bodies, so it was not that unnatural for the patient to imagine the frozen meat inside it coming alive to haunt the living residents. Underneath the absurdity of the situation, there was a logic to everything. Since the mission was constructed from the previous manager's memories, Han Fei could basically confirm that the sleeping brother was indeed the previous manager. Room 1091 and its horrors were modeled after his mental history. Some studies suggest that supernatural sightings are nothing more than emotional stress manifestations of one's subconscious. In this case, though, these manifestations and the threat they pose cannot have been realer. The patient's father used the nursery for killing, the bathroom for butchering, and the kitchen for storing. Viewed from the patient's perspective, one can easily see how the bedroom can be a womb for the ghosts and monsters to linger, the bathroom a place where they can be injured or killed, and the fridge and the kitchen a cage to detain them. Perhaps I can make use of these findings to help me accomplish my own goal. The knife cleaved through the wooden door. The mother in the stained apron charged at Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed the chair to block the attack, and then purposely jumped onto the bed. Even in the throes of her madness, the mother did not lose her maternal instinct. She stopped attacking for fear of accidentally injuring her child. However, the girl's head abandoned Han Fei immediately and turned her aggression onto the sleeping boy once she entered the bedroom. The mother and toddler will focus on me, but the other ghosts will target the boy first. This discovery inspired Han Fei. Finally, something to take the heat off him.
Your son is being bullied by a house full of ghosts, and all you can think of is to come after me. Chapter 95. His eyes flew open. Han Fei slammed the frame against the ground. He picked up the shard to carve out his name and number of deaths.
That's my 11th death. I have to deal with the ghost inside the bathroom as soon as possible. That sea of hair goes after everything indiscriminately. If I leave it be, it'll cover the entire room in under 10 minutes.
With the information he gathered from each death, Han Fei came up with a more detailed plan every time he initiated a new loop. I have to take the clues from the patient's records into account in spite of, or perhaps due to, how peculiar they are. After all, this whole mission is a grotesque reconstruction of the patient's state of mind. Other than that, the mission requires me to kill all the ghosts and save all the humans. I wonder if the sleeping boy is considered a human in this case. Do I need to keep him safe as well? I probably should. When he was ready, Han Fei pushed open the door to room 1091. The brazier was used to block the girl's head, the ring of keys was swiped from the woman's apron, and entry was made into the main bedroom. Now that he knew what was inside the bedroom, Han Fei modified his plan slightly. He deliberately waited for the girl's head to lag behind the mother before he entered the bedroom. Once the mother followed him in, Han Fei slammed the door to shut the head outside. He tricked the mother into the bedroom alone and then overpowered her to grab her knife. He sliced through the boy's binding and used the rope to tie the mother to the bed. Then he exited the bedroom with the remaining rope. He lured the girl's head into the kitchen. The girl's head was missing a body, and the body inside the fridge was missing a head. They'd be a perfect match for each other. Han Fei neared the fridge. He could hear the fridge rocking harder as he ventured closer. As the girl's head pitched itself at Han Fei, the latter sidestepped and yanked the fridge door open. The headless carcass jumped out for the head to slam into it. Using this momentum, Han Fei banged the fridge door close. While throwing his weight against the fridge door, Han Fei tied the rope around it. Wiping the blood off his hands, Han Fei collected himself and continued with the mission. After dealing with the girl, he exited the kitchen. I followed the boy's actions in his patient's records, and so far they have proven useful. Perhaps that's the way to succeed at this manager mission, to gain the previous manager's approval. The other thing mentioned in the records was that the patient had once shattered a mirror to kill the ghost inside it. The most conspicuous mirror here is the one inside the bathroom. Han Fei noticed that the hair had pulled around the bathroom. Instead of heading towards it, he picked up the vase from the living room and flung it at the mirror inside the bathroom. A woman's scream escaped from the cracked mirror. The surface bled. The woman appeared to be connected to the black hair because after she was injured, the knots of hair twisted as if in pain. Han Fei turned to head back into the kitchen. He moved the fridge and placed it before the bathroom door. He undid the ropes. Once he did, the fridge door flew open immediately. Han Fei was glad to see that the girl had reunited with her estranged body, though it was a shame that she tumbled right into the pool of hair and was soon consumed by it. So this is how I can kill these ghosts. The imageries in the patient's records are more than just symbolic. Han Fei stared at the mirror. With the table finally turned, a dangerous smile appeared on the young man's face. This was the first time Han Fei attempted a manager mission, so he was making up solutions as he went. Han Fei picked up the ashtray from the living room and lobbed it at the mirror inside the bathroom. I must take care to not shatter it completely. I still have use for it. Han Fei aimed the tray at the sides of the mirror to slow down the crack's recovery speed. As the woman inside the mirror screamed, Han Fei dragged the fridge away from the bathroom door and turned it to face the nursery instead. According to the patient's records, there might be a very scary demon inside the toddler's body. Han Fei was very cautious, but he made sure not to idle for too long either. The room was changing at every moment. Ghosts and monsters could jump out from any shadowy corner to claim his life. Holding the knife, Han Fei pushed open the nursery door. Learning from his previous experience, the moment he did, Han Fei jumped to the side. Two extended arms reached out from the shadows, but this time, they missed. Han Fei countered immediately.
Kill me once, shame on you. Kill me twice, shame on me.
The knife was stained with blood, and the stains probably possessed some kind of curse. The knife cut through the arms like butter. However, Han Fei did not slice the arms right off. Instead, he yanked on the knife handle and tried to pull the owner of the arms out from behind the door. While he wrestled with the arms, the toddler turned around from the commotion. When the scarred face saw Han Fei, it cried immediately for help. The piercing cries echoed inside the house. Banging sounds came from the main bedroom. That was the mother struggling against the binding to come save her child. The woman will do anything to protect her children. Looks like in the boy's impression, his mother will always be there for her kids. Han Fei knew the mother had struggled loose from the binding because he could hear slamming against the bedroom door. Since the mother is so protective of her children, perhaps I can try to bring this toddler out from the nursery and then hand him to her. Hopefully, with her child in her arms, she'll calm down. With this temporary change to his plan, Han Fei abandoned the fight with the arms and dashed into the nursery instead.
Give me your hands.
He planned to rescue the toddler out from the nursery, but to his shock, just as his hands were about to reach the toddler, the child who was sobbing suddenly stopped. The tears dried and a wicked smile bloomed on the ruined face. He pulled out a dagger that was planted among the pile of toys and stabbed it right through Han Fei's palm.
Hee hee.
The little monster's sharpened nails dug into Han Fei's arms as it climbed onto Han Fei's body. With unnatural accuracy, the nails punctured Han Fei's aorta. Blood sputtered everywhere. Han Fei knew that he was dying. With the last breath that he had, he tumbled and knocked against the closet. The closet door swung open. A bloody pair of clothing cowered at the corner like it was alive. It emitted a horrible smell. Han Fei collapsed to the ground. The last moment before his consciousness faded, Han Fei's eyes were pointing at the space under the bed. To his surprise, there was another toddler hiding under there. The toddler's face was also ruined. He looked just like the child sitting amidst the pile of toys. The real toddler is hiding the bed. The one outside is a disguise taken on by a ghost. His eyes flew open. Shattering the frame, Han Fei grabbed the shard to gouge out his name and number of deaths on his arms. He took some time to arrange his plan. The real toddler is hiding under the bed. If I want to keep the mother relatively stable, I need to rescue him first. That was Han Fei's 12th death. Each death brought him immense pain, and the process was subtly reshaping Han Fei. The system warns me that with every death I will lose parts of my memory, but how come I don't feel like that's the case? I still have all of my main memories intact. My name is Han Fei. I am a down-on-my-luck actor. I am trying to complete a manager mission inside the cryptic world of the game Perfect Life. I remember Su Qin, Meng Si, and Weep. I remember everything that I've done inside the game. So what did I miss? What was taken away from me? At this point, Han Fei's mind suddenly throbbed in pain. A thought fluttered into his mind inexplicably. Wait, am I a down-on-my-luck actor? I have to be, because I was let go from my agency. I am too much of a loner to form any connections to save my hide in real life. I am an orphan, and thus I have no family or friends to depend on in real life. I did have a brief interaction with the law enforcement due to the human jigsaw case, but that was merely through emails. I did not have any actual contact with them. Or did I? Am I remembering wrongly, or there was an officer who was particularly kind to me? Han Fei racked his mind anxiously. He came up with nothing. Soon the 5 minutes were up. When the girl's head exited from the front door, Han Fei already had the brazier raised. Like a program machine, he went through every step smoothly and precisely. After he dealt with the girl, Han Fei dragged the fridge to the nursery door. He knew the toddler inside the room would start to cry once it saw him, so this time Han Fei planned to lure it out instead. The thing does seem to like toys a lot. Han Fei found a few toy models under the living room's television set. Han Fei arranged them in front of the nursery door before he opened it. Soon, the confused toddler waddled out from the room. It was not until he picked up the models that he noticed Han Fei, who was hiding in the shadows. The ghost let loose a wail immediately. However, it was still too late. Han Fei's knife was already coming for it.
Hee. Come, let me hear you giggle again.
After it was injured, the tiny ghost's body turned elusive. It phased through Han Fei's knife and flickered away to make its escape. Chapter 96.
Get back here.
Han Fei chased after the ghost. At that moment, the main bedroom door shoved open. The mother had shed her human skin and morphed into a giant monster. Stimulated by her child's cries for help, her body grew twice as big and she was covered in blood. When the toddler ghost saw the woman, it immediately shifted back into the helpless child. He held his injured leg and cried while pointing accusatorily at Han Fei. Feeling pain on her child's behalf, the woman charged at Han Fei. Han Fei knew this was not a physical match he could win. He turned back into the nursery and kicked the door close behind him.
Get out of there. Come with me.
He reached under the bed. Han Fei grabbed the real toddler's collar and yanked him out. The younger brother was startled by Han Fei's harsh action. Soon 2 kids were heard crying inside the room. The mother rammed so heavily against the door that the walls trembled. Han Fei retreated to the deepest corner of the room where the window was. Suddenly, the curtain lifted from a non-existent wind. A light touch landed on the back of Han Fei's head. He turned to look and saw a man hanging from behind the curtain. The thing that touched Han Fei's head was the tip of his shoe. As their eyes met, the hanging man was already falling towards Han Fei. At the same time, the nursery door cracked open. The mother poked her bloody face, that was covered in wooden splinters and blood, into the room. She glared fiendishly at Han Fei. His body was torn open and pain silenced Han Fei's consciousness. His eyes flew open. Han Fei shattered the frame and stared at room 1091 coldly. If I can kill all the ghosts and humans inside the room, I should be able to unlock a different reward. The thought entered Han Fei's mind, and it frightened him. Han Fei wondered where that chilling thought came from. It was as if he was slowly transforming into someone else. Looks like the system notification was not complete. Dying here will not only make you lose your memory, but your humanity as well. After loops of painful, devastating deaths, the struggle and endless despair insidiously changed the young man's personality. There is only one solution to break out of this situation, and that is to face death head-on and find the correct path among this endless reincarnation. After using the glass shard to carve out his own name and number of deaths, Han Fei pushed open the door. He used the main bedroom to trap the mother and then manipulated the black hair inside the bathroom to swallow the decapitated girl. Han Fei cleared the fridge and left the door open facing the side of the nursery door. He collected the toy models to use as bait for the toddler ghost. Han Fei lined up the models in a row like the witch leading Hansel and Gretel with the trail of sweets. The last model was placed close to the open fridge. The toddler ghost fell easily into the trap. The moment he toddled to the spot Han Fei needed him to be, Han Fei jumped out from his hiding spot and threw the brazier at the ghost. The ghost was slammed by the brazier into the fridge. Before the ghost could react, Han Fei rushed forward to close the door. Then he dragged the fridge down the corridor and dumped its content right inside the bathroom. The toddler ghost tried his best to escape, but it was not a match for the entwining ropes of black hair. He screeched for help, but it was to no avail. To ensure that the blame did not fall on him, Han Fei quickly retreated before the mother reappeared. He dragged the fridge as quickly as he could away from the bathroom and towards the nursery. The whole process took less than 30 seconds. Han Fei was getting so good at this after multiple practices. The real younger brother is hiding under the bed. The mother will still get here after he starts to cry. Therefore, I need to deal with all the other ghosts before I can deal with him. Han Fei's expression was eerily devoid of emotion. He raised the knife and slashed at the air before him as he made his way into the nursery. When he raised the knife, there was nothing at the door. But when the first slash fell, 2 arms appeared just in time to be chopped. It was as if the arms appeared on purpose to be harmed by Han Fei. After slicing through the arms, Han Fei jumped on the bed and waved his knife madly at the curtain. The hanged man howled in pain. Han Fei grabbed the man by his feet and was about to fling the man into the fridge, but, right at that moment, the closet doors opened. Han Fei released his hold on the man's leg and raised the knife to pierce at a particular direction behind him. It was as if the man had eyes on his back. The bloody clothing was poked through. Han Fei then continued his work on the hanged man. Both ghosts were heavily injured. Just as Han Fei thought he could let his guard down, the shadows under the study table gushed out like waves. These were wandering souls who normally hid at dark corners. Endless hands latched onto Han Fei's body, and the man was eventually dragged against his will under the table. The last thing he saw was a wall of deadly visage. His eyes flew open for the 14th time. Death by the mother's bludgeoning. His eyes flew open for the 15th time. Death by hanging. His eyes flew open for the 16th time. Death by suffocating on the bloody clothing. His eyes flew open for the 17th time. Death by being surrounded by the mother and son. His eyes flew open for the 18th time. Death by strangulation by the black hair. His eyes slowly flickered open. The man picked up the frame and shattered it. He picked up the sharpest shard and slashed at his arm almost mechanically. After making 44 gashes, he hesitated for a moment before he made the 45th. What do these bloody gashes represent? Why am I so familiar with this pain? His eyes rimmed with red. Studying his arms, one of them was dripping with blood, but the other was unscathed. I believe I have forgotten something. His bloody arm reached for the glass shard as he carved out a name on the other arm, as if on rote. Han Fei. Pushing open the door and blocking the head, the man entered the room.
The next step is to take the keys.
The man had forgotten many things, but he could not have been more familiar with this room. It was as if he owned room 1091. He was familiar with every occupant of the place, and everyone was associated with a unique kind of pain in his mind. The mother was tricked into the bedroom. He acquired the ropes. After dealing with the decapitated girl, he switched on the stove inside the kitchen. While he set up the trail of toys, he took a shot at the mirror in the bathroom. The man's every move was unnaturally calculated. He entered the nursery 3 times. The first time was to lure out the toddler ghost among the toys and use the hair in the bathroom to eliminate him. The second time, he chopped off the arms that dangled from the door. Then he sought up the dagger hidden among the toys and used it to pierce right through the hanged man's heart. Before the bloody clothing appeared, he retreated from the room. He moved the living room sofa to bulwark the door to the main bedroom, to block the mother's exit. The third time he entered the nursery, he was just in time for the bloody clothing just finished its feast on the hanged man's corpse. The man opened his arms wide and allowed the shirt to clamber onto his body. Bloody threads unraveled from the clothing's seams, and they punctured through the man's skin to feed on his blood. However, it also protected the man's vitals. Kicking over the study table, the wandering souls were forced out from their hiding place. They crowded the room and gnarled angrily at the man. The man was unfazed by this horrifying specter. He had amazing short-term memory because he managed to memorize the movement of each individual soul. As the souls jumped at him, he shifted elegantly between the claws and jaws. The whole thing looked like a well-rehearsed dance of death. The man weaved his way through the endless aggression towards the bathroom. He borrowed the sea of hair's power to consume most of the wandering souls. Then with the knife in hand and the bloody shirt draped over him, the man spared no mercy on the straggling souls. After all the souls were taken care of, the man walked towards the kitchen. By then, his face was pale because the clothing had almost drained his body of blood. The man dived towards the scorching flames. The fire licked at his body and the clothing. The man gave not a whimper while the clothing wailed in agony. The former merely watched on with disinterest. He only left after the last bit of the cloth was turned into ash. Dragging his broken body, the man picked up a random object from the corridor and threw it right at the mirror. As the last shard of mirror fell from the mirror frame, the woman and the sea of black hair disappeared with a final shriek. Slowly, the man turned to face the nursery. He counted silently. 3 seconds later, a toddler with a scarred face crawled out from under the bed. The toddler had an innocent expression, but his body kept transmogrifying. Veins bulged on his skin and malice exploded from the miniature body. The younger brother was transforming into a monster. It swallowed everything around him, the toys, the food, the light, and even his parents' love. The monster became more deformed the more it ate. If the man did not make his next move soon, he too would end up the toddler's meal.
Based on the patient's record, the boy believes that only after murdering the demon on his younger brother's body that his life can return to normal. But is there really a demon possessing his younger brother?
The monster slowly approached. Despite the wounds, the man's eyes were clear.
I have forgotten the reason why I am here, but I remember someone told me that I have to save all humans but eliminate all the ghosts I can find.
The man raised the knife not at the monster, but at himself.
No matter how ghastly his younger brother has become, he will always be a family to the boy. The reason I'm still here is because there is one last ghost in this house who is not dead.
The blade pressed against his pulse. The man remembered his own death portrait at the front door.
This final ghost is me.
The knife sliced through his throat. The room started to hemorrhage as the truth was being revealed. Chapter 97. Dried scabs covered the small living room. Every tile was soaked with blood. No one knew what had happened here. Thick capillaries intertwined inside the room, while binding themselves around 2 figures. One of them wore a red jacket. Her plump lips dripped with blood, and many stained table knives littered around her. The other was a humanoid giant wooden mannequin. Its head was decorated with a mask painted with strange patterns. Several rotten hearts were placed around its chest.
You dare to come to the 9th floor, even though you're just level 5? If not for the 2 of them, you wouldn't have been able to escape even after several thousand deaths.
The bedroom door slowly opened. The previously sleeping boy came out from it. With each of his steps, his body aged rapidly. Wrinkles climbed on his face, and his hair turned from black to white. When he stopped before the man, death was already written on his face. His life counter was ticking.
Do you still remember what's your name? Han Fei.
Heavy stench crawled into the man's nostrils. He studied the name on his arm. His face was calm and his eyes serene.
Then do you remember how many times you've died? 45 times. You remember even that.
The old man nodded.
I knew we would meet again. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon.
His body gradually disintegrated into blood threads, dissolving and becoming part of the room.
You have just experienced my childhood memories. Only the most unfortunate will possess the black box. It has chosen me, and I have chosen you. Now it is your turn to make your choice. Are you sure you want me to make the choice now? I've already forgotten so many things. That is exactly why I need you to make the choice now. Only the choices made when you are free of the shackles of memory can reflect your real belief.
The man opened his chest and took out a black box.
You have now obtained the lowest qualification to be a manager. You have gained the right to choose your own path. What are the choices I have? Open the lid on the back if you want to destroy this world filled with tragedy, misfortune, and absurdity. Open the lid on the front if you want to salvage this world dominated by ghosts and monsters.
The old man's body was still dissolving. He did not have much time left.
Which choice did you make back then?
The man did not hurry to make his decision. He knew this was going to be an important choice.
I chose to open the lid on the back, but I failed. My memory was shredded into pieces, and the black box was only able to retain the fragments of my childhood memory.
The man hesitated for a while before he said,
Can I open both ends of the box? I wish to salvage this world, but at the same time, I believe to do that, some of the things in this world need to be destroyed as well. If you do that, you will face resistance from both sides. Do you know how dangerous that'll be?
The old man had never encountered someone who voiced such desire before. If both choices could be taken, then what was the purpose of making a choice then? After a quick pause, the old man added,
Think carefully about this. If you do this, death will become a luxury for you. You'll only run into bigger and scarier challenges. Take, for example, this latest manager mission. You died 45 times before you completed it. But for some other manager missions, you'll only need to die once to be consumed by eternal darkness. Do you really have faith that you can do this? I might not have faith, but what does that have to do with anything?
The man gripped the box from both ends and opened both lids at once. Nothing changed. Inside the black box was another black box.
What's this? You're now a level F manager. With every increase in your manager level, you can open another layer of the box. When you reach the end, you'll see for yourself what is truly inside the box.
The old man's body was disintegrating. His final gesture was to reach out towards Han Fei's chest. The space where Han Fei's heart was cracked open like a drawer.
Remember, this black box is placed inside the deepest part of your consciousness, so you have to stay conscious at all times.
After the black box was placed inside Han Fei's heart, the stolen memory returned like waves. Han Fei felt his brain exploding. He groaned as he fainted. After the old man sewed Han Fei's chest back together, his body was already at its limit. His eyes colored with complication as he faded away.
Speed up your exploration. Open your eyes to this world before they extend their claws at you. Perhaps you might find hope somewhere in this misbegotten world. You have picked the hardest path, but you should be able to do it. At least you're much more capable than I was. You cleared the 9th floor at level 5. I only dared to get up here when I was level 19. A true madman, you are. Don't you know that you'll expire from cerebral death in real life, should you die in game?
The fragile figure diffused into blood. The capillaries inside the room started to wilt. The oppressive presence dissipated.
Notification for player 0000. You have completed the Grade F Manager mission, Building Manager. You've gained triple EXP, 2 free skill points, and Grade F Manager title, Building Manager. Building Manager, Grade F Manager title increased the friendliness level with all the permanent tenants inside the apartment building for 10 points. Randomly obtain a Grade F Manager talent. You can select a tenant with amicable friendliness level to accompany you when you take an excursion from the building. Notification for player 0000. Grade F missions are recommended for players between level 10 to 20. Since you have completed the Grade F mission beneath the recommended level, you have obtained an extremely rare, upgradable Grade F Manager talent. Notification for player 0000. You have obtained Grade F Manager talent, Spiritfarer. Spiritfarer, an extremely rare manager talent with 0.00001% of activating. It will upgrade alongside the player's personal level, possess a certain chance to summon a player with spiritual affinity in person before the user. The summoned player will exist in a unique form. Can only be used once per night. Notification for player 0000. You have successfully reached level 6. Obtained 1 free attribute point.
The headache seeded as the voices echoed in his mind. Slowly, everything came back to Han Fei. Wait, that was the old man who sold me the gaming helmet. The discovery jolted Han Fei awake. His arms flew outwards from shock, but it accidentally knocked against the figure beside him. Instantly, a heady smell of blood surrounded Han Fei. Turning to look, Han Fei saw Su Qin sitting beside him. She was polishing her table knives, but for some reasons, the more she cleaned them, the dirtier they became.
You're awake?
The bright red lips curled upwards. Su Qin turned to glance at him.
Did you come up here to find me?
Seeing Su Qin's hands that wiped up and down the blade and the blood that colored her lips, Han Fei decided to tell the truth. Han Fei struggled to stand up to look Su Qin in her eyes.
I've died 45 times in that dream. I thought I would never wake up again.
Hearing that, Su Qin showed no outward response except her hand that held the knife tightened slightly.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness with Su Qin increases by 20. Friendliness level with Su Qin has reached amicable.
Chapter 98. The system announced that Su Qin's friendliness level had rocketed for 20 points.
Notification for player 0000. Friendliness level with Su Qin has reached the required standard. Congratulations for gaining Su Qin's friendship. You've now learned how to build a peaceful relationship with your neighbors.
Han Fei swiped his character profile to the last page and found Su Qin's name under the tab, Life Blueprint. Her name was arranged above Meng Si.
Su Qin, Curse amalgamation. Her original persona has long since disappeared, causing cognitive dissonance in her mind. Teetering at the edge of the abyss, she is on her journey to pursue the world's most extreme taste.
After completing the manager mission, Han Fei gained a whole lot of rewards. He still had not gone over them in detail. High risks come with high rewards. The unique manager talent alone is worth all the trouble. Spiritfarer sounds like it is perfect for this game. I shall act as a journeyman to help those lost souls in their adventure towards closure and salvation. It fits my identity as the building manager as well. Han Fei now had two talents. One was Spiritfarer, and the other was the unknown talent, Resurrection, that he was born with. There was no description about Resurrection in the menu, but based on his newly acquired talent, he believed that these talents were all related to the user and other players. According to the description, Spiritfarer enabled Han Fei to invoke players with spirituality affinity to appear before him. In other words, could this be a way for Han Fei to draw players from the normal world into the cryptic world? For now, the talent was only level F, so it had a low success rate, and it could be used once per night. However, the talent could grow. When Han Fei was at a higher level, the talent might experience a paradigm shift. If only I can draw and use extended family into the game. Han Fei prayed that the family of three would live a fabulous life until he was experienced enough to invite them to join him in this Iyashikei game. Didn't they like to take over people's houses? Well, I have so many empty houses here for them to inhabit. After studying the talents in more detail, Han Fei inputted the free attribute point on stamina and 2 skill points on acting. In other words, his intermediate acting upgraded to advanced acting skill. How powerful this advanced acting skill was, Han Fei had no idea. The only visible change he could feel was he could now not only easily portray internal emotions and expressions, but also copy the expressions of those he had met before. Acting would not be a conventional skill to level up in a game, but in both the cryptic world and the real world, it proved immensely helpful to Han Fei. Working out the kinks in his body, Han Fei glanced around room 1091. He realized Su Qin was still staring at him. Her red eyes appeared to have blood flowing through them. Moving his eyes away, Han Fei said,
"Wasn't there another person in the room with us? I remember it was some kind of mannequin. The mannequin escaped from a nearby theme park several decades ago. It was given a home by the building manager, but it had gone missing one day. I was surprised to run into it on the 9th floor as well."
Su Qin put away her knives and wiped down the blood that stained her hands.
"It has been heavily injured. I believe I saw it run into room 1094 after you fainted. Shall we go see how it's faring?"
Han Fei's interest was piqued.
"Do you plan to take it down when it's injured?"
Su Qin said bluntly.
"Before this, no one was able to leave the 9th floor, but now the 3 of us can exit freely. This can only mean that the previous building manager has disappeared without a trace, and the new building manager should be among the 3 of us."
The bright lips slowly opened. Su Qin bit on her pinky, and her expression colored with desire.
"If you wish to kill it, I am more than glad to help you."
Su Qin probably had guessed that Han Fei was the new building manager, but she simply did not point it out.
"That's not my intention. I just want to meet it. To be honest, I'm more interested in the theme park where you said it came from."
Han Fei heard from Huang Yin that there was a rumored crossroad between perfect life's surface and cryptic worlds at the deepest part of a theme park maze. He wanted to locate that point of intersection. To do that, he needed more information on the theme park.
"Its consciousness of self has been severely impaired. You might need to wait forever before you can communicate normally with it." "What do you mean by that?" "The mannequin's essence is in the mask. It is where its consciousness resides. The previous building manager took over the mask and basically mind-controlled the mannequin to act as his building patrol. So the shuffling footsteps that we heard earlier belong to it?" "Yes. I'd advise you to not place too much hope on the mannequin. I'm not even sure it's sentient anymore."
Han Fei did remember the strange mask on the mannequin's face. Since the previous manager could manipulate the mannequin through it, there was no reason why he couldn't do it either. After some brief conversation with Su Qin, both of them headed to room 1094. The mannequin stood at the corner of the room. No matter what Han Fei or Su Qin did to it, it did not respond, like it was an inanimate object.
"The mask can't be removed, and I can't carry this thing with me. Oh well, we'll let it rest here for now. We'll return to check on it later."
The mannequin was one of the tenants of the building. Han Fei did not want to harm it. After exiting room 1094, Han Fei did not hurry to leave. Instead, he went searching for the last 2 human jigsaw pieces. Now he only needed to bring all the pieces back to room 1044, and he'd complete another grade F mission.
Should we head up to the 10th floor to take a look?
Su Qin glanced at the stairs that led upwards. Other than the building manager, none of the tenants had been to the 10th floor before. Her curiosity was evident.
Sure.
Han Fei followed behind Su Qin as they headed up to the 10th floor. The top floor of the haunted apartment was surprisingly normal. The building manager had reconstructed this floor according to his former house. Pushing open the door to room 1101, the place did not give off any scent of blood or rot. In fact, everything was arranged neatly. It was like they were stepping into a model house. The thing that attracted attention the most inside the room was a hand-painted map on the wall. When Han Fei touched it, the robotic voice said,
"Notification for player 0000. The map function has been unlocked. The places that you have explored will be highlighted."
Opening the menu, Han Fei found the game map under the Life Blueprint tab. Among the sea of darkness, there was a barely discernible pinprick of light. Han Fei had to magnify the map to its maximum before he could see the legend that was marked beside the point of light. Explored locale, Happiness Neighborhood Apartment 1. Chapter 99. The game map in the menu would only show the places Han Fei had visited. The unexplored places were shrouded in darkness. On the other hand, the hand-painted map on the wall generously marked out the locales near to the apartment. Some of them were even specifically circled out with red pen. I remember the building manager saying that his memory has been shredded into pieces. Could these places be the locations where his memory fragments can be found? Other than these places of interest, at the most corner of the map, there was an area that had a red question mark. A label in untidy handwriting was written beside it. Exit? This location was extremely far from the Happiness Neighborhood. What is the meaning of this exit? Is it the exit that leads back to the real world? Or the passage to the surface world? Regardless, this is a valuable find. If it was the latter, Han Fei would be able to leave this place with all of his neighbors, to have them witness their justice being served. This hand-painted map might be even more valuable than the system's rewards. This is probably the last present the previous building manager left for me. Han Fei stood before the wall for about 10 minutes.
What are you standing there for? Aren't we going to explore the other places?
Su Qin caressed the knife. She was rather bored.
I'm trying to memorize this map into my mind before I destroy this wall. Like everything else, the rarer the information, the more precious it'll be.
Han Fei was thinking ahead. Before this, the previous building manager's presence stopped anyone from coming up to the top floor, but now that he was gone, there was no telling who might come up here and use this information against Han Fei. Han Fei quickly branded the map in his mind with his photographic memory. Then he marred the map with Su Qin's aid.
In the future, you can use this place to prepare your food ingredients. But help me store the non-locals' blood and body parts. I wish to use their blood to paint a new map over this wall.
Han Fei until now had no idea why those non-locals had infiltrated into this building, but he knew he had to be careful of them.
I understand what you mean. If someone intends to take advantage of the map, it'll only provide them a false trail to a deeper abyss.
Su Qin chuckled with mirth. She realized she could encounter many new adventures around Han Fei.
To make the new map feel more authentic, we need to set up more traps on the 9th floor. The harder it is to get to the map, the less suspicion they'll have of it. That is a basic psychological trick.
Han Fei had been studying human psyche and psychology. He realized they come in handy most of the time. After a brief discussion, the duo continued to explore the rest of the house. There was no discovery of anything grotesque. There were no dead bodies or ghosts. This was probably a sanctuary for the previous building manager. After a thorough search, only 2 objects were identified by the system.
Notification for player 0000. You've discovered grade G blood red object. Yiming Private Academy's Educator ID. Yiming Private Academy's Educator ID. Only while wearing this ID can the user enter Yiming Private Academy. Notification for player 0000. You've discovered grade G blood red object. Cursed homework. Cursed homework. A revision exercise book that cannot be finished. Until now, No one knows what kind of curse lingers on it. It can absorb children's resentment. Prolonged interaction with the book might cause loss of self.
Han Fei was quite surprised with these discoveries.
The building manager was a teacher? I'm not sure. But if that's true, I pity his students. He was such a tedious person.
Su Qin licked the blood off her lips. The way she looked at Han Fei was quite scary.
According to the map on the wall, Yiming Private Academy is slightly to the west of this neighborhood. The place was circled out in red, so it should be somewhere important.
Han Fei said. After he was more capable, he decided to pay the place a visit. I have the talent of peep peer and hide and seek. With my acting skill, I should have no problem handling a group of kids. Han Fei's intention was to venture out there to see if he could make more friends. After ensuring they did not leave anything unchecked, Han Fei and Su Qin left the 10th floor. Finally, this apartment began to feel more like a real home. After bidding farewell to Su Qin, Han Fei returned to room 1044 alone. The clock said that it was not yet 4 a.m. He died 45 times inside the building manager's memory. The pain and torment lasted for multiple lifetimes, but outside of the mission, time did not pass by that much. The passage of time inside the game and outside the game is the same, but while I was doing the manager mission, I was inside a unique state. In that state, the time flow slowed down and I was unable to exit the game. Basically, it was like I was pulled into another person's memory. There were still many things about Perfect Life that eluded Han Fei. He was still a relatively new player in this game. Entering the innermost bedroom, Han Fei saw his 7 roommates sitting by the bed, facing away from him.
I'm home.
Han Fei greeted the victims casually. Like usual, he sat beside Wei Youfu.
I've located the parts you've lost. For now, I can only help restore your wounded soul, but in the future, I will make it so that you can see the murderers punished with your own eyes.
Opening the inventory, when Han Fei took out the first human jigsaw piece, the temperature in the room dropped. The landlord's ring gave off a stern warning. With no fear and apprehension, Han Fei very carefully inserted the jigsaw puzzles back into their allotted places. I am basically building back my own roommates. It's quite hair-raising when you think about it. The first roommate Han Fei worked on was Wei Youfu, but Han Fei soon noticed the problem. The puzzle piece matched, but it refused to fuse back with Wei Youfu's body. Black and red blood leaked out from Wei Youfu's body. Han Fei believed he heard a girl's screams among the blood. Why won't it fit? The ring was freezing. While Han Fei was deep in thought, Wei Youfu next to him suddenly raised his arms to push Han Fei towards the door. Black capillaries snaked out from the victims' bodies. The threads bound them forcibly together, twisting their frames out of shape. Bones were crushed and flesh torn. Blood squirted everywhere. The monster made of despair slowly emerged. Han Fei once again met the girl residing at the monster's heart. The last time this happened, Han Fei was doing the shower mission. Wei Youfu even left him a mirror message, requesting Han Fei's aid to save the girl. I think I get it now. Han Fei suddenly leaped towards the monster. He tore open the flesh that was closing around the monster's chest and reached in to grab the girl. The 8th victim is the key in this whole tragedy. Chapter 100 previously, Han Fei also tried to yank the girl out of the monster's body, but he failed because the monster started to dissolve into the mist. Han Fei had been wondering why that happened, and now he finally got it. The girl's body was the glue that melded the 7 victims together. The monster would never let the girl leave its body because once she did, it would disintegrate. Hence, it stopped Han Fei using the black threads last time. Therefore, the only way to get the girl out from the monster while maintaining the monster's physical stability was to find materials to replace the space the girl would normally occupy inside the monster. Naturally, normal materials would not have worked. The monster's body would only be compatible with the victim's flesh. Holding the girl with one arm, Han Fei shoved the human jigsaw pieces that he found right into the monster's vacated heart. The human jigsaw pieces retained the victim's humanity and emotions, so as they combined into the Frankenstein monster, the latter became less aggressive.
Hold on to me. Do not let go no matter what.
Many people have played with puzzles before, but one that was made from human flesh? That was probably incredibly rare. The 7 roommates shared a unique bond with Han Fei. Their souls slowly recovered as Han Fei pieced them back together. When Han Fei managed to fully drag the girl out from the monster's body, there was one last opening left at the monster's chest. Retrieving the seventh jigsaw piece from his inventory, Han Fei clicked the last puzzle into place before the monster crumbled. All the blood capillaries started to retract. The ghastly monster groaned in pain. Its body was now completed, but it did not look too happy about it. The resentment almost raised the roof. The pain and despair experienced by the 7 victims fueled the Frankenstein monster's rampage. Now I understand why the building manager did not fully piece them back together. The threat posed from the accumulation of their total resentment will seriously upset the balance inside the building. Han Fei felt his consciousness freezing. His body was drawn subconsciously to the monster. With an easy swipe, the monster could end his life.
Please wake up. This is not you.
Han Fei's pleas fell on deaf ears. He turned to the menu and turned his gaze to the exit button. However, right at that moment, the girl who had just been rescued suddenly walked towards the Frankenstein monster. The girl's eyes were clear as glass, her mind pure as ice. Even if Han Fei wanted to stop her, he was unable to. He could only watch as the girl stopped before the monster. Then she reached out to hug the rampaging monster with sadness and faith. For the girl, the monster that was pieced together from the 7 victims was her only family and literal home. With the girl's comfort, the resentment gradually dissipated and the monster's body started to change. Its flesh began to rearrange themselves as cracks appeared on the monster's chest. Amidst the horrifying creaks and cracks, one after another victim crawled out from the monster's chest. They appeared according to their time of death. After the last victim emerged from the monster's chest, the large monster morphed into black smoke and disappeared. Inside the small bedroom, the 8 victims stood together. The air of resentment faded away as if reabsorbed back into the victims' hearts.
Notification for player 0000. You have completed the Grade F mission, Human Jigsaw. Obtained triple EXP, 1 free skill point, and 10 points increase in friendliness with all the Human Jigsaw case's victims. Notification for player 0000. Since the mission grading is too high for the player's current level, completing the mission will award the player with additional, unique reward, Grade F skill, Soul Depth Touch. Soul Depth Touch, beginner's skill, can be upgraded with skill points. Your hands can reach into a monster's or a ghost's body to feel their emotional fluctuation provided that they are not guarded against you. Notification for player 0000. You have successfully reached level 7, obtained 1 free attribute point.
In a very short amount of time, Han Fei completed 2 consecutive Grade F missions. The manager mission already provided Han Fei with great EXP, and now with this Grade F mission, he rose to level 7 practically overnight. Soul Depth Touch? That sounds useful. If I can make direct hand-to-heart contact with the spirits, does that mean that one day I can be powerful enough to manipulate their feelings while they are not paying attention? Han Fei added the new skill point to the newly acquired skill to make it beginner level 2. And then he added the attribute point to stamina, making his current stamina level a solid 10. The pros of the hidden missions were that they not only provided common system rewards, but also many interesting and unique side rewards. Han Fei's 8 roommates no longer bore any hostility towards Han Fei. They looked at Han Fei with peace and acceptance. There were 2 things worth noting. After the victims regained their missing body parts, their average power level increased, but Wei Yufu was an exception. The man's presence not only did not strengthen, it had weakened. It appeared as if Wei Yufu had given his own power to the other victims. He was attempting to control his own emotions and consciousness, to find his humanity.
Yufu.
Han Fei called out softly. When Yufu heard Han Fei, the man raised his head and even managed to force a smile at Han Fei. His pale lips quivered before he uttered,
"Thank you. You can understand me."
Han Fei was excited. Even though Meng Si and Su Qin technically were communicable, they only achieved that after sealing away part of their most crucial memories. Wei Youfu's situation was clearly different from them. Han Fei appeared to have achieved something even the previous building manager failed to. Wei Youfu smiled once more, seeing how clearly excited Han Fei was. He nodded slightly. Then he closed his eyes as he tried to control the rampaging resentment inside his body.
Notification for player 0000. You have gained Wei Youfu's approval. You are now as close as family.
The system rang out suddenly. Han Fei turned to the life blueprint and saw all the victims' names under the list of family. What Han Fei did for his roommates did not go unnoticed. They remembered everything.
Family.
Han Fei was stunned. This familiar word for many was so strange to the young man's ears. Honestly, he was quite flustered to suddenly gain so many new family members. To be honest, one of the biggest reasons he tried so hard to help the human Jigsaw case's victims was so that he could have an easier time surviving in the game. Han Fei's initial purpose was self-serving, but through the process, without even realizing it, Han Fei had done more than the bare minimum needed to survive. So this is what it feels like to have a family. A scene flashed in Han Fei's mind. 7 murdered individuals sat in the living room watching the television, while the only living human hid under the cover inside the bedroom. Eventually, the human voluntarily came out from the bedroom to join the party. This should have been a horrifying image, but for some reason, Han Fei's heart welled with warmth. The blog just got AdSense, so please whitelist the blog if you can.